started rolling in the previous game against EDG, he was dangerous. That will be a
Hello,
huge
yo.
part of BBL's defense here.
Yeah, they're still trying to find that it's not the way, and especially this is a map that BBL likes. I would have loved to go back to like the Breeze days for BBL, but if this is the way that we have to go down, I say I'm going to take it. Vora's going to keep that fade on, as you were saying, Timotino, moving away from the Neon and on to the Waylay. They go back to having that Viper, something that sadly we do not see it anymore, but that offers a lot of control. When you're playing against a composition like the one from BBL, that can actually give you a lot of advantages. I keep looking at Asuna. I think that the other day he was amazing with the Phoenix, but now playing in with the Vice and also knowing how BBL likes to play this map, I'm looking at him to step up.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're trying to slow down what BBL are bringing here. I love that they're sticking with the Viper. Love Viper on Lotus, and it always makes you cry a little bit when I see teams avoid it. So I'm very curious what 100 Thieves have cooked up for this.
The pride of Turkey, the hope of NA, they go and do battle here for a spot at EWC 2026 playoff stage. It is BBL versus 100 Thieves. On the call is Tom and Mitch.
Thank you, D-Gon. Yes, indeed. 100 Thieves and BBL. BBL coming hot off the win versus EDG, but let's remember 100 Thieves opening matchup was a little bit more clean. This is definitely going to be a barometer for the performances of these teams.
Last time आसुना का गेम में देखा था गोटेड भाई मस्त मारा था आसुना.
Yeah, I think it's a good opportunity.
वाइस खेल रहा है भाई वो इस बार.
Make it through first time. Of course, we know that there's not really a whole lot of simplistic matches that will be coming up throughout the remainder of the group stage. Those elimination, those deciders, of course, are not going to get any easier for either of these squads. And I think that both teams find themselves in a bit of a similar position where expectations are relatively high, but what has been delivered so far maybe doesn't quite match up to that. And I think BBL coming into this year set the bar incredibly high by making it to the first international, managing to get into, I believe it was a top 6, going close versus the previous year's champions, and then obviously going up against the likes of a G2 as well. So we know that they have a high caliber. On the other side of things, 100 Thieves, prestigious org from Americas, one where expectations are through the roof. They've been here since the very beginning of the game, attending, I think, even Masters in Berlin in 2021. They have been around the block. But it's been a while since we've seen them in that sort of top flight. I think the last Masters they attended was Shanghai, and I think the last event international they went to, other than that, was last year at EWC where they went out in the group stage. So if they can make it through straight away, that's a big deal. That's them putting themselves on the map. And I think with the most exciting thing with both of these teams is they are proof of the young talent machine. BBL obviously did it in a slightly different fashion where it is the entire roster that has come up from that tier 2. But of course, the couple of members that came out of TSM that have joined with their coach MBS over to 100 Thieves is more proof that you can invest into that talent. But then also, they have that longevity as well with Asuna, who of course has been in this roster for an incredibly long time. Cryo's been there a while, and Bang has been there, not been there, and then been there again. So I think it's an exciting matchup, one that I'm very excited to see which way it will go. And as said, like it doesn't look like there's particularly easy like EDG is still in that group. So even though maybe they had a bit of a rougher performance and BBL managed to show them up a little bit in the last 2 maps, you're not going to sit there and go like, well, if we lose this, we just maybe have to beat Kankan. That'll be nice and easy one. No, it won't. They won't.
And we talked about EDG a bunch in the last game. The idea that as this tournament goes on, they're going to be more and more comfortable playing with a stand-in. All the pieces are going to start to fit together, but for BBL, even if it was a weakened EDG, that is a big victory under their belt, an opportunity to again reclaim that fire that was lost coming out of the first international event of the year, where they went into it looking good, representing our region in EMEA. But after that, they failed to make those deep runs again, and this is where we want to see them bounce back, already with a win against a giant under their belt, and this 100 Thieves roster stands in their way of playoffs. The victor here will lock in a slot. And this is the thing, Tom, when we talk about this matchup in particular, speaking a little bit about the veto, I know we heard it from the desk, but do you think that is what decides who the favorite is coming into this? Has either team won the veto, or are we looking at a brawl today?
I think we've seen 2 teams like basically go down a route of like, okay, I think BBL banned a map they don't like, which is Fracture. I kind of think with 100 Thieves, they may be floating Sunset around. We don't really know. I don't think they first banned it in their last series, but they probably saw what happened to EDG versus BBL and went, now, you know, I actually don't fancy getting 13-3. They look like they were on fire. I think it genuinely comes down to who peaks on the day. Like, I think both these teams find themselves in a bit of a level playing field. I think Lotus as a starting map is an interesting one. It's not been a great map for 100 Thieves, but also it was kind of choky in the first game from BBL, so maybe not the greatest of signs for them in their map pool. And of the 3 maps they played, it was the worst one. Then you
let's go first round.
And I'd put that fairly heavily favored in the other direction. So I think both teams have a good map that they should be winning. But if I've learned anything from Tier 1 Valorant is that sometimes teams like to win their opponent's choice.
Holy.
Yeah, far more often than you would think. Now Lover's Rock took a blow early on and he won't be surviving much longer. An easy cleanup for 100 Thieves towards the A site. And Lover's Rock was the only one here.
Yeah, those extra bad. Easy. Arey, shot bhai.
Timotino with 2 already, and 100 Thieves with a plant.
Yeah, good opportunity to start this one off with a bang. There you go. Spike down.
Extra bad to look.
Feels like a tough spot to try and break back into. They've won a lot of these rounds
ASUS
before, but I'd say the synergy we have.
Mahipal Joshi, kya? Badhiya tu bata bhai.
With their full roster is expected to be slightly better than what's on the other side, and while all that's left is consolation frags from Kreven, and there you go. He'll at least manage to find himself one. But ultimately, it is a very clean round from 100 Thieves.
Badhiya.
Or kya chal raha with Lover's Rock right off rip. That A main aggression is going to be something that they have to think about as time goes on. No doubt you're going to start to see that raise and fade rotated over.
Start local AI bana raha hu. Local AI. Arey bhai, ye kaun se field mein aa gaya bhai?
A solid start, as you said. Now coming in with mostly rifles. I like the buy. We've got
coder ban gaya bhai, coding aati hai.
BBL have nothing to work with. Just a bandit in the hands of LaRock. These are typically the rounds that they make look exceptionally good.
So
stacked up towards the A site means that all the pressure's on Kreven if push comes to shove. But I don't really expect that. I think that 100 Thieves are playing this round slow in case they were to accidentally run into that A stack, for example. You know that BBL are going to, if they haven't pushed by now, they are going to be grouping up, waiting, setting a trap.
It is very patient.
Gotta wait for reveal, surely.
Abhi A pe baithe hai wo log. L.
I'm excited.
Good job, bhai. Ek hi hai. Dalo Prowler. Le reveal. Le. Dikh kya shayad? Nahi. Wo chala gaya wo.
A lot of the time it can be quite overwhelming. Like if you don't have the spacing behind it. And I think the fact that it is that sort of solo duelist, it'll be great for getting through a lot of that vice utility from Kreven, like get past it, also do the same with Omen. And just have that supporting utility to help him out on the way through. But now though, it's all about the orbs.
Oh, yes, yeah.
They saved their reveal still. Vora holding that for a crucial moment, but the ranged fights look very favorable towards 100 Thieves. Stun going not quite into the right spot, but it's not going to stop Timotino from going out for a little bit more. They're eating them alive. And it's 2-0 for 100 Thieves. Very easily done with a flawless round. Of course, they are up against classics. It's not one of the most interesting rounds, but, you know, I've seen many teams crumble to BBL with, I would say, 5 classics.
I've seen many teams this week.
Yes, yes.
Just crumble to classics. So I'm happy to see a team that was methodical with it, was patient, took their time, got into the site, lost nobody.
You see sort of the
नहीं भाई वाले ऑनलाइन वाले प्रीमियम बहुत लेते हैं
dive in and you've cleared it essentially the entirety of the site and if there's a person there just get right back out. It's going to give 100 Thieves a lot of ability to avoid those trap plays from BBL. Of course it's because it's an eco that you pull one of those in, but I'm expecting to see BBL harnessing some of their signature aggression in that early half or early round, sorry, coming into the next few. For now, it is a bonus, of course, for 100 Thieves, but look,
double controller खेल रहे हैं लोग. कुछ तो बात है भाई.
It's not that weak of a bonus.
No, and they really can just gamble everything here because of how clean the last couple of rounds were. Also, the fact that you see all of BBL dive in mean those orbs have gone over. The Viper's Pit from Cryo, not crazy far away. Same with the Convergence path as well.
अरे easy है भाई.
Again.
जाओ.
slow build up from 100 Thieves and
3 push कर दो.
This map is of course the
3 push कर दो बे.
of BBL. They were 12-5
वैसे भी short
up,
in करना है.
and then ended up winning 13-11.
ले आ गया rotation.
Their past matches,
Get
letting things slip away a little bit.
पकड़ा.
For now at least. Can they get
ये
anything
तो मरा.
done?
मिले तो क्या?
It's a nice attempt with the C's nade, but ends up as a trade. Loida falling opens the A site completely for 100 Thieves, but they've lost their lurker through B. So yeah, BBL are going to be forced into a retake. But the man advantage to work with is, I think, more than enough. And you can see the utility being burned up there as well. No more paranoia to stop this retake. Seize is being used as well. With no Haunt online, they are shy of any options that aren't just shooting people in the face. With 4 players to take down, it's going to be quite a task.
Oh, बच गया भाई. Edge.
I can hear Rose through my headphones. He's very vocal at this point in time. Barking out the commands, going over the top though.
Oh,
Bang down below.
Looking for
a double and has managed to convert. Leaves the Rock alone. A 1 versus 2 to try and turn this back around. It's going to be difficult with both players at opposite angles.
100 is strong है बे. RRQ को 0 से आया था. 0-2 score था. 0-2.
With his weaknesses converted. And credits wise, 100 Thieves are going to be through the roof.
वाला. तो 22 खेला है भाई. Next match खेलेगा Duelist.
2 kills from down below. Again, they've thread the needle right past him. He's hiding below in the smoke. Lets the first one out. Takes the kill. Then manages to pivot alongside his teammate to take that heaven fight. But really, I think this round was in jeopardy the second that Loida goes down. He's solo on A. No one else is anywhere nearby to even take a glance. And as soon as he falls, that site, you know you're playing the retake. 100 Thieves given an upper hand. They converted with the, again, it wasn't a very weak bonus round. They went into most fights with a relatively even footing. He actually went for that shot, even full blinded, fair enough. But this injection of rounds is going to be massive. It's going to be a big difficulty for BBL. Again, they've decided to invest something into this. Loroc going down to 450 credits so that they can have a Guardian, but it's most likely a 4-0.
They're
just patient with it. They are expecting the aggression out from
their
opponents. Definitely saw this.
दो सी पे टाइम लगेगा आराम से लो.
Expecting BBL to play in a certain manner. It does become though.
Spot हो गया.
Sometimes we talk about it being incredibly difficult for teams to actually deal with this squad. But what we've seen so far, just a hell of a lot of utility. Look, already the assists coming through. Was hit by a lot more utility, just dissipated by that point. They're not really giving any opportunities. And not shying away from a fight either. An opportunity. Maybe try and get that ultimate online for Timotino. That's why he's going to go aggressive, continue that push forward with the Guardian he's retrieved.
So you know why BBL have so much success when they have those pistols? It's often players like Rose will be left unchecked in that moment or given a shot before the utility starts to come. 100 Thieves are playing such a clean game when it comes to those side XX. They're ready to freeze in the mid-round, wait for util to be online, get those rotations through, and like, look at Rose. He gets hit by a Prowler, gets hit by a Paranoia, gets hit by a Reveal, the stun comes his way, doesn't hit him. That's the one piece he was able to avoid. Got shot in the face anyways. It's like, in that situation, there's almost nothing that you can do. And this is the problem when BBL are leaving Loida last round, playing inside of Tree. This time, Rose here, filling in that space. They're being crushed by 100 Thieves when push comes to shove, and I'm really enjoying watching that attack side. Now this squad has got a ton of credits as well. Losing 1 or 2 rounds will not matter. They'll still be able to keep investing. So for BBL, this timeout is crucial. We don't just need to see them win a round because someone gets an ace. We need to see them come up with a game plan that's going to break what they're up against.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that EDG game that they played on this map in particular. They lose it in OT, they win both pistols, and they had a hefty lead. And they got off to a great start, obviously, in both halves. They have not had that here. So I think it is very important for Key to sort of jump in, start having some words with the team, because we know that this roster has a hell of a lot of flair. You know that Loroc, think back to his deadlock play in the last couple of days, the guy was genuinely ridiculous in how strong he could be. But if they're off to a slow start and they're getting picked apart, every aggressive pick that they're taking, they're getting shattered as they go through. something needs to change because this is their map choice. And okay, sure, we saw them bounce back.
क्या चूज़ है BBL का था लोटस
Damn. 100 Thieves have looked very good when it comes to their split play, especially if you look at the EWC qualifier. They dominated Loud. You don't want to give them the opportunity to dominate this map and then go into the next one, which is their choice.
Exactly. I think that momentum will very much carry over.
बात तो है.
Over BBL.
BBL का चूज़ है तो GG है भाई फिर तो.
Operator pushed up close.
उनके खुद के मैप पे नहीं खेल पा रहे वो लोग.
And the second one's coming through. They know that there's going to be a bombardment of utility in just a moment, and so the space is going to be given up. Fighting from further back. Lovers Rock gets one, gets out, but they're not happy with that.
पहले मारे तो जीत गए. अरे जीत गए.
They don't have a clue. Completely caught off. Now the ult goes in.
Oh, nice रे. Trade लिया उसका.
But still a man behind. Not for long. As
भाई
soon as
कोटेड है वे लोग.
hiding on the switch, but they're still surrounded. Players on either side. Rose draws their eye with a shot straight to the head of Cryo. And Asuna will have to do it all.
1v2 Asuna निकाल चल. Asuna निकाल लेगा रे. आराम से निकाल लेगा.
The qualifier throughout their recent
तो easy रे. गया ओमन गया वापस गया. जा 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 भागो भागो.
Players to watch within this.
ये जा रहे ओमन.
And I guess he has been for
quite
a few years now.
Let's go.
Reed is great.
W plant.
The defenders both gathering up on towards that C site as he makes the rotation all the way towards A. Even running as he goes. Clearly the expectation is nobody will be on this side of the map. Arc rows placed, and it's only now that the BBL players start to rotate back in the other direction. He's got a real chance to take some aggressive positioning.
Yep. Easy
Luckily,
kills,
the
easy
defenders are
kills.
waiting for each other, or maybe not. It's a little bit early from Loiter. But the shots were not landed.
अच्छा कोई नहीं है बाबू. पीछे देख दोनों आ रहे हैं.
To work with when they go to defuse.
Flash आया.
एक chance to isolate a fight, but he's going to try to catch them on the way across. That flash
caught him a little bit.
And Rose certainly caught him with a shot to the head. Big step up from the IGL as well.
He's been a player that
we've been talking about, sometimes having those slower starts to maps, sometimes being a little quiet. Certainly not in person. I can hear him scream in most of these rounds, but then he has those games where he steps up, those 20 plus maps that I feel like are getting more and more frequent over time.
I was going to say, I think the map you're referencing was this one. He only got kills in the back.
Yeah.
That was it. Like, every other kill that he tried to
get.
5 and 16 or something, where all 5 kills were backstabs.
Exactly. He had a really poor performance. This round much better from him.
BBL
and also you see the difference of having the operator in for Lovers Rock getting 2 kills. Now the problem was, and I'm a little bit surprised by it, they didn't hold that defuse for as long as they could have done. So Loiter was nowhere near retrieving that operator, so they don't have it for the next round.
Better safe than sorry. New audio setups and all for BBL.
Yeah,
about 4 seconds.
He's a nervous man. Doesn't want to be made a fool of.
Nice one.
The success here for Timotino has been ridiculous. Sun through, dash in, and
ये गोटेड है वे वेले का सीन पता है मस्त अपना स्लो डालो और टेस्ट मारो.
The only way they've defended it is the operator, and you see Lovers Rock gets domed immediately in a rifle v rifle fight. But then the setup onto the second player stood no chance. There was nowhere to stand. This is what you like to see with a Waylay. A player that is perfectly set up to find a kill. That's a gap though. And a Nightfall thrown in for Rose. 3 players connected. Paranoia sent through on the other side.
Oh, 2 बंदे अल्ट से.
The execution may have been sublime, but the hold.
आ रहे अब फॉर्म आ रहा है इन लोग का. Oh, 4 kill.
The perfect execution. But you might not have the counter to
comeback आ रहा है guys, comeback.
Rose is the trigger point there, right? He goes into the site, finds a kill, and in that 3 versus 5, I was already thinking this is such a shame for BBL because they had the ability to retake, they had the ultimates to do it, but now after those 2 kills, you can't really afford to commit those ultimates. What's the point?
Permission कैसे मिली stream की?
That's when they decided, let's send it. So the Nightfall
Permission मिल गई बस.
The showstopper sent through. Perfect positioning from LaRock.
Welcome भाई, बड़े दिनों बाद. कैसे हो?
After showing his barrel afterwards, which is just nasty. You can see how off guard that player was caught. And yeah, like you said, a great execution from 100 Thieves, but they could not hold the land they took.
Why we always talk about LaRock in such high regard.
The
2 kills with the showstopper, okay, maybe a little bit of luck, but the rest is just skill. The rest is just individual brilliance.
इसी को मारना है सिर्फ नियॉन को भाई.
That one's got to be a little bit
ये
frustrating because it did feel like 100 Thieves did everything right.
हो गया रिवील हो गया. Easy. रुक जाओ भाई. तुम बड़े लोग हो गए. अरे नहीं भाई. व्यूअर्स तो 0 हैं बड़ी. आप एक देख रहे हो बस. कौन से बड़े लोग भाई. व्यूज तो आने चाहिए. ये तो कह नहीं सकते भी तुम.
Paranoia for Loida.
गया वो मन. Oh wait. Okay.
First sign of danger.
तो पता है इधर ये. Blind क्या? Free kill. Nice रे.
Seeming easy for him.
एक kill मार के निकल जाओ. Easy peasy. रोटेशन आ गया उनको पता है. ये पे आ रहे हैं. निकल जाओ निकल जाओ. 30 सेकंड. भाग जाओ एकदम. ओह भाई बैक स्टेप. LOL. निकाल दिया राउंड. वो पीछे से आ गया घूम के. देखा ही नहीं मैंने अभी.
भाई. There's one hell of a task to recover this round. Nice shot.
All other थी ना उसके वो 20 से घूम के आ गया. Okay, nice move. Come back कर रहे हैं हमारे BBL तो.
They were warning
Those first 5 shots really made me scared.
It's fine. Look,
मस्त होल्ड किया भाई वो. देखा ओपन में आया तो एक साथ लूँगा भाई.
He is me for real.
Viv देखा starting में.
Yeah, except you wouldn't hit the 3 kills at the end.
कोई ना तब भी राउंड तो निकाल के दिया उसने बंदे ने. जो भी किया हो.
I saw him miss 3 bullets and I was like, well, I know how this one goes. Let me tell you.
My gun's going into the air.
Yeah.
I'm going to shoot 15 bullets into the sky. No, he
Come
corrected
back
the time
भाई.
and that flank was perfect. Again, it was a great start to the round. The patience to catch out LaRock. Loiter then has to reaggress. And what they were doing really well early on was soaking up a lot of that pressure. But it's just the fact that they're able to come in on that flank. And that's sort of the value that you can get from a player like Rose feeling confident. Like the difference already in how he played last time out is night and day. 7 and 5 at the top of the board for his team. It's no doubt that Timotino has been frying.
पहलों का तो पता नहीं खेला वैसों पे थोड़ा. इससे पहले खेल रहा था पर वो लाइट चले गई. वो मैच माइनस हो गया भाई.
As a whole in the last few months, it's defeats to G2 and NRG. And don't get me wrong, those are very good opponents. In fact, if you're playing in Americas, those are the two you probably fear most, or at least in longevity. There's probably a third team called Leviathan that people might feel a little bit more as of right now. But
recency bias.
Yeah, you know, I think if you win a Masters, you're allowed a little bit of recency
Especially
bias.
if you smash people on, the last couple of days you're playing. Attempt to dodge the flash from Lover's Rock. Goes back out and takes Timotino. Not a bad start. Considering it's been 100 Thieves with
Led
success in the early
नहीं हुआ.
picks right after the timeout.
D rank होने वाला हूँ Gold 3 में शायद से.
And well, see, I say and then
Ole.
pushed up. It's a big risk.
Nice shot, boy.
Unexpected. And it works out in
their
favor.
था
I wasn't sure about that one, seeing them set it up, but the execution was perfect.
अगर pick करता भाई तो dead था.
Yeah, it's just loiter things. Like you look at that and you go, this is a risky play, but always seems to be successful in making it work. Bang is now trapped, and there's a second player here. Paranoid. Okay.
Oh, cover मिला. ये तो रख दिया.
And managed to find a second. Lover's Rock has to be a little bit careful here.
Otherwise, he might just give
away back into the round. And that's exactly what he's done. A chance to plant. The opponents expected to be a little bit closer. Loiter goes
क्या मारा वो भाई. दिखा भी नहीं था.
And instead, Arsenal might just be the one to put them
आराम से भाई. इधर ही 7
one man left, but that one man is in the right place at the right time.
You are
lucky boys, BBL, because you played right into Arsenal's hands.
Listen, the heist was perfect, but the getaway car wasn't there. That's a real shame for Arsenal. What an attempt. But for BBL, yeah, a shame as well. 1-1 with advantages under their belt already. A 2v1. And we're just walking in. But again,
this is a 2v5.
You see why, like, in these situations, they're taking massive risks already. But there should come a point where, like, you hit 5v2 and you go, hey, we don't need to do that anymore. And sometimes that is the problem for BBL. Sometimes it is the solution. This time around, almost got punished. Right back to winning ways. Another opening pick up against Pistols. Should be a formality. I don't want to see too many risks taken in this round, that's for sure.
4-4 guys. I'm gonna say 5-4 है. चलो. Dead है लोग. A already stacked type here.
Facing out.
Whoa!
Moving as a unit.
Oh.
Has Loiter alongside him. And
okay. Asuna pe tha. Dono leke ja sakta tha. 90.
Just specifically him. They're like, oh, it's just him alive? Okay, let's take it all. I'll look in the other direction. Nobody check anything. It's alright, we got him anyway.
सही बात है.
Well, Rose
Actually, क्यों करोगे इतने मारने के बाद वो भी है.
They're in the lead.
Maybe it was relief with what just happened, or indeed that was a crazy shot from the Rock as well. But relief that a bit more didn't end up going Asuna's way, especially after the last round. For 100 Thieves, a 4-0 start, and now 5-4 up against them. A timeout used by both sides, and for 100 Thieves, no result.
Okay.
It's definitely slowed down over here.
ऐसे push कर रहे हैं.
Swelling into this late half, and the question now is for the defensive side, how many rounds can they get up on the board? They're coming into this with
easy.
So many safety nets to fall back on, and that was the difference maker in the last round that 100 Thieves were so close to winning.
You got it. Neon dead.
They're literally looking to put the pressure onto Cryo. There are a multitude
we forgot. Double pick था, कोई ना.
Showstopper, well, that's
दो बंदे गए.
And instead, it's going to get rid of
Asuna का मार दिया.
as well.
अच्छा उस टाइप पे.
You're pushing their spawn at this point.
All भाई.
This is the
बाहर
scary
हमने
thing.
पूछे के मार.
BBL are always going to be aggressive, but if they start
कुछ
to
तो है.
smell weakness, there's that
Okay.
blood in the water. They will just start tearing you apart. While Lorak even has a little bit of extra time just to spam into the bodies.
He's hitting shots now that he shouldn't be, and that's a terrifying thing because we saw Lorak the other day, and he was putting himself in good spots. I don't think he was quite on his on form.
Oh,
right
shorty.
The shorty blast back is a sign of the confidence.
He's
got him for one.
निकाल सकते क्या?
Now nothing.
Low है Neon.
Revora,
मार.
4 more players to find. Ulti's there. He's tagged up, and there is just no way. It's been an impressive return to form for BBL, and in those first 4 rounds, we didn't see them get aggressive early. We saw them sit back. We saw them get executed onto.
Comeback कर दिया भाई BBL ने तो.
In response,
4 round starting में निकाले. 100 Thieves ने
I
और
was
boom.
getting worried, but as soon as we see them go, guys, remember who we are. Let's play our game. Let's get aggressive. Now they're right back to the BBL I know and love.
That's what Key did. I don't think anything he did in that pause was to do his strategy. I think he just went, guys, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing? Why are we sitting back? Why are we not like giving it to them? And they go, yeah, why are we doing that? And then 3 of them fight into their opponent's spawn in that round. And win every fight, by the way. They didn't lose anybody in that fight, which is mental.
It's been consistent. Like since round 5, BBL have started to play aggressive. Since round 5, BBL have been winning. It works, and it works for them far more than it really should. Rose even gets out of there.
उनका ही मैप पे उस पर नहीं जीत रहे क्या फायदा? ले भाई, come back.
You hear that outlaw ring out. Timotino and Asuna both quaking in their boots. One shot will be enough to drop.
चलो.
Timotino's going to be quick. He'll have his recall.
Pedal है.
And there's going to be a bunch of utility to help him out. Nightfall's the first. TP taken as well by Omen.
Oh, nice.
Putting pressure on the backside. Lover's Rock
trying
to survive on site, but they don't know about that flank. They didn't expect the double TP to take place. And now 100 Thieves. The ball is in their court.
Don't give him anything.
All they have to do is
Oh, him. Valid. Completely valid.
He still got one.
Yeah, now Kraven's chance. Bear in mind, one of the players is desperately low on HP. Careful. Never mind. It is Bora to shut things down in the end. 100 Thieves back on the board. And I will say one of their major strengths so far has been that C-site execution. If they can get there, it's looked very, very good. It's just, I think one of the major changes for me was actually the operator. Like, once that came into play, they were losing a pick while trying to go towards C, and then you reroute the other way. You don't go in. This time, they managed to bypass Lover's Rock. They get to the site, and again, their execution is very good.
Yeah, I think like one of the main things there for me is how audacious Bang was. I'm pretty sure he TP'd to site. Well, I know he did, and then I think he TP'd back site as well. So the double teleport, of course, they're hit by the Nightfall, so they can't.
अगर कर देता गलती से फायर और निकलता 2 लोग डेड थे 2 लोग भाई पीछे आ गया वो डैम भाई आसुना निकाल बे
and Asuna's going to be seen outside B. At this point, BBL have all the information to work with, and they're doing the right thing. They're filling in that C main control and crunching B as a response. They are giving 100 Thieves no room to breathe. They literally noticed Asuna was there 5 seconds ago, and there were 3 players there moments later.
सही बात है A push कर दिया, nice. Oh.
Yeah, if he has the drop on you, it's
Yeah,
probably lights out just as his face
चलो ये round
into that
BBL का.
operator of Lovers Rock. I don't even know if he's had a
Do
kill
सकता है,
yet.
do सकता है, possible.
That's
ना,
not
अब
going to
तो नहीं हो
change
रहा.
anytime soon.
Pick करेगा जो अपने
The
पर.
only way he doesn't hit the shot is if LaRock hits it first. From 4-0 down to a 7-5 defensive half.
Side tin ये लोग गुस्से तो इनसे हुआ, but side tin लिया तो क्यों क्या भाई?
100 Thieves, the Seaside executes have actually been pretty much all that works. It's definitely been the shining light of this half. Whereas for BBL, it looked like they started to get a really good sense of where they can get aggressive. They were getting out when they were canceling the aggression. They were not being punished for it either. So you start to feel a little bit invulnerable in those early fights. And so we saw them go for them again and again. And sometimes, yeah, you know, LaRock would come around the corner with a shorty and a blast pack. But for the most part, they kept it clean after that kind of round 6 or so, where there were a few mistakes, a few opportunities given away. I like what I'm seeing from BBL, but I'm more than looking at 100 Thieves and how as soon as the aggression came out, they were caught off by it almost every time. The lurks haven't been hitting there either. But I guess the question is, have they got enough rounds under their belt even with that?
But yeah, I think looking at their composition, like they had some very cool executions, which I think we saw from time to time. But like when I see a Vice, Viper, Omen Fade, I think defense-wise, that's where I'd sort of set them up. Even the Waylay has the ability to completely stall a push with the ultimate or with the stun, so and gives him an opportunity to go walkabouts with the operator, which I assume will be coming in once they have the finances. So I don't think they'll be too unhappy with how things went, other than the fact that it was from 4-0. I think that's what's a little bit more worrying for me, because when you get players like LaRock firing, you now have to shut him down. And I don't mean in one round. Like, we've seen him get shut down in a round or two just by doing something ridiculous. He's going to keep going until you completely shut him out of the match. And I don't know if that's going to happen now.
Well, that's the thing. Once there's that little bit of success, I genuinely don't think it's possible that he fails even 5 times in a row and doesn't go, I'll get him the 6th time, though. That was just a blip on the radar.
Wait, I'm still positive in KD?
Exactly.
Never mind then.
So I do think confidence is going to be a big deal, because with BBL, with them being a young team, that's always something that we talk about, and it's always something that we hear teams talk about. But then you add to that the team that they are. You know, if you know these guys from EMEA, if you know them from the first Masters this year, you know full well that once they get confident, once the ball is rolling, it can be very difficult to stop it. The task now for 100 Thieves with a decent half. Like you said, 7-5 on paper at the top of the board. Yeah, that's fine. That's a good half. That's recoverable. Pistol put you neck and neck. You look at the bottom or bottom middle, and that's a different story. The 4-0 lead, you really want to get more from those foundations.
दिखाओ भाई अटैक.
Instead, we've only got stick walls, 7-5, a 2-round gap.
ओह क्या बैठे हैं भाई. आज जो भी आएगा dead है वो, dead. Legit dead है भाई.
I am excited to see what this defense has.
Crazy, bro.
Even look at the C site right now. You've got a Viper and a Vice. If it's a full buy round, that's a lot of daunting utility.
आ जाओ rotation आ जाओ, fast आ जाओ.
Players nonetheless.
ना rotate करेंगे लोग, rotate करेंगे. Pick.
Nothing but bandits, sheriffs, and ghosts on the side of 100 Thieves.
भाई पर वो ए पे जो बैठे थे 3 लोग.
Looking for headies.
Crazy भाई.
Game of the game. Bit of loiter definitely makes things a little bit more awkward. Don't have the smoke, so you're going to have to play with those rotations a little bit more.
Dead luck, dead.
And he's getting stunned up. Every piece of utility thrown into him, and honestly, there was nowhere left to go. Rock closing him down, leaving a gap on the A side, but it feels like BBL are mostly playing a ruse here. Trying to bait their opponents into rotations, giving an opportunity to Kreven, but he does not win that fight.
Oh, the shots land for Vora. The advantage extended. That was BBL's chance to have an easy push to site, but now pressure from both sides as they press forward. Behind closes in. Rose finds himself against the world.
1v3 possible. Sheriff.
A sheriff
4 bullets. Shot.
And no time for the reload. He's eaten that flash. He thought he was avoiding it. A pixel too close. And with that smoke down, spamming with 4 shots isn't exactly viable. He needs to be quick. He needs to be clean. And it looks damn near impossible. Proving to be.
तीनों साथ में भाई क्या करेगा?
Well, that should close the gap.
I felt like fair play to him for realizing they weren't initially defusing, but yeah, other than that, pretty much all went the way of 100 Thieves. That's the 2nd pistol round now taken by the side that currently trails, but a good opportunity for them to build up into this round. Now, I expect to see maybe a pistol or 2 coming in for the side of BBL, or they could go for a full investment because of that plant, but I don't think it's really worth the risk. A chance to potentially do a little bit of damage, get some orbs farmed up, and with LaRock already with 3 under his belt, even if they can pick one up and he gets a kill and dies, he's going to be 2 away from a showstopper.
Yeah, that is without a doubt a problem. And the BBL side looking to immediately pick up the pace towards this C site. The smoke put just to allow them around that initial corner of reveal up top, full main clearance. But pushing into the site's a different story. Those Thorns are going to cause problems for direct to site plays. But the double TP taken by Loida, matching the performance from Bang earlier. But it's only 1 found. And with a round like this, you need so much more pistols for BBL.
Oh, bye.
Spectre left on the floor. Nice shot by Kreven. The question of damage, I think, is where we're at. A few more kills, and this could spiral out of control for 100 Thieves. Luckily, they seem to have a handle on it. But
pretty good.
As far as the question of damage, I would say
100 Thieves are here, bhai.
3 players going down.
Go back.
Basically a direct C hit with barely anything to play with, like you talked about.
Vice utility.
7-7
how devastating the utility is normally on that side of the map. But they didn't make it look like it was, and even some of those fights being quite isolated because they got sectioned off by the wall. So not a bad round at all. Of course, the main thing is getting that conversion, keeping things even in terms of that scoreline. But you can see how much of a weakness they've created for 100 Thieves. It is an Outlaw, it is a Spectre, and it is pistols. This looks more like if you lost the pistol and tried to go for a force buy in the 2nd round.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams will even invest more into this to give them a little bit of a chance. Just in terms of the 2.8k, the 2.4s on Asuna. Tino can save up that cash for an operator.
Okay.
But with bandits in the current state, remember, this was a weapon that was used in a very big way over in London. And now it's been buffed. So it's no surprise to see it have such a prevalent face here. The buff making it way easier to handle as well. So like it essentially functions more akin to a Guardian now, with the taps being more accurate in between, having a slower reset time. It handles much better for sure. But you got to get close to use it. And on the defense, it's easy if they push your site, but
just low.
Site, which is gonna have to be retaken, right? They're here quite early, but surely they're not just going for it. They've already found one. The utilities thrown it through the smoke. They're going for it. 100 Thieves picking up the pace. They'll play the retake.
gun ही नहीं थे, कोई ना.
But the first kill spurred them on, and now Cryo's left to find them all.
Got 1 bullet left, but
Bang's coming.
Lord buddy.
Very awkward. I was about to say a single bullet in that bandit.
Backstep आ रहा है.
Would have been
Backstep.
problematic.
नहीं करेगा.
How aggressive are the opponents going to be in this case? Not
clean. सोचो मार देता ना ऐसे घूम के.
Laughing like really hard after how much he whiffed. I don't think many people would be doing that, but you know, these guys are having fun.
I mean, he's a good teammate. That's what you'll see from Sentinels a lot of the time. Obviously, he felt bad for Rose early on. The couple shots that were missed. He said, look, I'll make him feel a bit better. I won't let a guy kill me, but I'll let him hit me and go, oh, look, see,
ये देखो.
Any of us, bro. You, me. Probably not LaRock, but, you know.
You, me, but you.
But mostly you.
mostly you, but like
on this map.
Me, look, me too. But
especially on this map, you
for the rest of the game, probably you.
I actually think Rose is like a 50% hit rate on people looking the opposite way, only on this map. I don't know why.
Aggressive start out from the defensive side. This is their full in. Nice work from Timothy.
भाई ये सही है भाई. ऐसे फायर करते रहो रैंडम ऐसे स्मोक्स में ना. लग जाए भाई. गोटेड सीन हुई है. इनको तो
aggressive positioning. They are not shying away from a fight, especially with that.
डेड लग रही है मेरे को भाई.
To worry a little bit that maybe they're going to fall back into passive positions, allow BBL that space, but that is not the case whatsoever. Arsenal is expected in this corner. Okay, that's awkward, and that's the spike, but it's going to matter for long.
Nice one.
Everybody falls, and everybody stands on the side of 100 Thieves. They have leveled things up once again. Now we look towards BBL to see what they have on that attack side, and if this is now going to be an extension.
वो थे उधर ना, तो पूरा spamming कर दिया, मर गए 2 लोग. Yeah.
Well, considering how things have gone, a streak of rounds doesn't really mean anything.
कितनी बार दिखाओगे? 3 बार दिखा, 4 बार दिखा दिए लोग शायद.
They build up this defensive side. They're 3 out of 4 so far. Likely to be another with such weaknesses here. The BBL were slow to start, but they found their footing eventually. Here on the attack side, I don't think they have those same excuses, though. The start of this round, much more direct towards C site.
They were trying to bait the wall, but they're not there.
Immediately halted as well. Deeper utility in play this time. They didn't hear the thorns as they step in. They're up top instead, but Asuna's going to be caught. Cryo does well, but that ultimate has traded it out. The showstopper bringing weapons into the hands of BBL now.
That was Rocks on an adventure.
देखो
The spike has been
एक्सपेक्ट नहीं
left
करेंगे
alone.
एक्चुअली नहीं करेंगे भाई
And now there's a
डेड है
flank
ये
on
गिर
the
गया
flank. He waits for the
आया
timing.
ओके इनको मिल गया
It's going to
एक
be
मिनट
pushed
को
through towards the spawn. This is brilliant from Lovers Rock. He's looking to try and get both, and they never
ट्रिगर
expected it to be
डिसिप्लिन
here.
भाई
The run through
वही एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करते
immediately was
पीछे से
so
आ रहा है
aggressive from Lovers Rock. But that was
बाप रे
perfection. Leaves Bang to try and clutch
2v3 था
with 2 now back
अच्छा खेला वो अच्छा
together.
खेला लाइक
Well, to an
बहुत फास्ट
extent,
गया वो बहुत
Rock
फास्ट
falling further behind, but
एक्सपेक्ट
just
नहीं
look
कर रहा
at
कोई भी
the
बात तो है
time that's already gone. He's having to clear every single angle methodically because of
तो throw
how
हो गया भाई
aggressive his opponent was just moments ago.
ओह वन मैंने
I don't know if
spotted
that's the
ओह
time to
टाइम
slow,
नहीं है
no, it
बट
doesn't.
टाइम
That's
नहीं है
unfortunate. A nice
90.
attempt from Bang and a costly round for BBL. But honestly, I think they'll take the round.
A win is a win, that's for sure. Yeah, BBL
भाई वो
taking the
मस्त
lead
पाक
with
के गया
a
भाई
thrifty
पीछे
buy.
एकदम
They came in
Round.
here with
से
stingers
निकला
for the most part. Their objective to go towards that wall. I think possibly even split to B after. I'm not sure what the idea was on hitting. Or if they were going to break through it as a unit.
था भाई
And they
अल्ट
realize
सब
it's
कर
not
दिया
there.
इधर
They realize the setup has changed, that there's a danger lurking there.
Lovers
The
Rock
danger dealt with so quickly, but this cerebral play from Lovers Rock is what gives them that clean exit. Even though Bang's able to find those 2 kills, which fair play to him for that, but time was his biggest enemy and not one he stood a chance of defeating. A timeout now called by 100 Thieves. They will freeze the clock for a moment and have a chat, one last chat, unless BBL give them one. Their opponents now in a dangerous position.
100 Thieves पे
It's quite fun being in
कुछ
this.
तो
in
कुछ
this
तो
lobby,
सोच रहे
'cause
होंगे
obviously
भाई
you've got Americas versus EMEA. But when it comes to the coaching staff, it's EMEA versus EMEA. MBS, a previous champions winner, the first to ever do it. Of course, his assistant coach was a Masters Copenhagen winner. So they've got very good people behind the scenes. On either side of things, of course, he has been noted with the rise of this BBL roster through the Tier 2 to Ascension winners to making it to a Masters, making it here.
You know, the real shame, MBS, there's a lot of things he doesn't get as much credit for as he should, but really and truly, no, from the heart, this is, don't worry, it's not a dig. It's his shirts, man. His shirt game needs a lot more credit. The guy, he did it, and he did it in style, and that's what I appreciate. We're back into the game in BBL. Looking again to take the pace up towards that C site, met by utility, met by a wall, and they don't want to go through it. Instead, they'll send it back in the other direction. Big risk at this stage. You can see the ping going down. They know A main could have been pushed up in. We have no control over B. Swinging the door, sure, will give you a glance, but they could be behind the boxes. They could already be up. The Prowler will at least give you a bit of security, but that hasn't taken place.
वहीं आएंगे लोग प्रीकिल से उसको अगर वैसे चेक नहीं किया इसको तो
100 Thieves to have pushed up. They know that if someone's here, they're probably on their own at this stage. And if they are, well, we can outnumber them. We can overwhelm them. Let's see if that is the case.
Oh, इस बार नहीं हो रही भी इसको किल दे इसको किल दे
stuns thrown into position and while that's Loiter gone for
oh
there is a trade back but
quick decision making bro
a lot of HP damage. Lovers Rock's gone in with ult while incredibly low on HP. That's an easy kill for Vora, but this was all a ruse. They're trying to split back.
Oh उसको छोड़ के मारा इसको भाई.
A quick flick from either side.
Damn.
And that's them level once
again. तो legit भाई legit क्या भाई.
Because I think what we saw in this round was
कोई और player जैसे मैं होता मैं तो freeze हो जाता उस जगह please मतलब क्या ही करूँ और ऐसा.
100 Thieves.
Crazy aim भाई.
They go okay, well they're not going to do that again, and they did.
ये क्या जम लेके ये क्या.
They're going to do it again, aren't they?
उसको भी दिया बड़ा डैमेज ये देखो.
Teams would go, well, they're not
ये देखो भाई.
So they stack up. There was 3 players on the C site early. They had all of the utility there. They have a paranoia, and BBL go, we have to go the other way. And that's where they have the aggressive positioning from Timatino, the off angle from Vora, and then the rotations. That's just a good read coming out from 100 Thieves.
क्लोज चल रहा है मैच काफी
Viper's Pit
वाइपर अल्ट कर
immediately put
रखा
down
है
the C
सी
site.
बढ़िया
So if
सी
you want to
मतलब
come
नहीं
see
आएंगे
another time, it's going to be even more
Okay, free
difficult
kill.
than before. BBL should be looking elsewhere. You go towards A. Timatino's there.
नहीं आएगा वो वेट ही करेगा
In this round, he is as deadly as can be.
Ora मार
One shot to the
मार
body will be more than
nice
enough.
one nice
Four
one
goes for 4.
एक और
Down and out right away. And in these rounds, like in these pistol rounds,
बैठे आराम से निकालेंगे राउंड निकाल लेंगे
judge. I'm terrified of him.
सही है वैसे भी
But LaRock is really the shining light. If someone's going to come out of these with
ये
like
ना हो
4
रहा
quick share of headshots, it's normally that guy. It's certainly not that guy
ओके
now.
ओमन कुछ तो कर रहा है
The worrying thing is you say most likely, but it's like I feel like there's only like a
क्या हुआ है
1%
भाई
less
वो
chance
क्या
that
बैठा है
Loiter or
वहाँ
Kreven
पर
does exactly the same thing.
This is true.
Kreven with pistols, man. Like sometimes he does stuff where I'm just like, that makes no sense. But no, I think especially with the Viper's Pit in play, with a Vice wall in position to help out Cryo, it's going to be very difficult for anybody to get into this position. They even have it covered with Asuna on the other side. It's a nice little hold. It's one that I think they desperately wanted to make sure this goes through.
बॉल था ना दिखा भी उसको जल्दी
Loiter heard you, I think.
Damn.
They're going to get a plant out of this. How
फिर से
in the world has this worked? This strategy started by Lover's Rock realizing there's a Viper in a pit
शायद से भी पहले निकाल लिया राउंड
I'm going to run in through it. And somehow they're in a 3 versus 4. Still a lot of work to be done. They've not got the weaponry to make this work. Kreven does
वाइपर निकाल ये निकाल हो जाएगा
have a good position and okay, at least a decent shot, but now they know one player offside. So pick up the pace towards it. Bait out that fight. That man's already dealt with him with a classic in hand. Rose didn't stand a chance. I think even getting a plant out of that, honestly, was a silver lining for BBL. But the lead for 100 Thieves and double digits secured.
Control.
Yeah. You can see after the pause, they've managed to find that little bit of extra semblance. I don't mind the ult being invested into this round as well. It's like you know that there's a good likelihood that they're going to do something hyper aggressive, like I don't know, slide through with the judge. So you put the Viper's Pit in to make that player more vulnerable. And it almost baits them into thinking maybe there isn't a second player there, even though the Vice Wall was there. And then a
Thorns. They threw the Thorns like 3 seconds before that. So you knew at that, they didn't, right? And then they said, let's go. Okay, we're going to go in 5 seconds. Thorns came in, and most people go, actually, let's go anywhere else. And Lover's Rock was like, no, I've already been let off the leash. You let go of it. I'm gone.
He's like, yeah, he's literally like, when you're pet and you're like holding on and you go like, you wouldn't just run off if I let go of this while I pick
this thing up, turn around, he's gone.
Like,
he's just gone.
Into the woods. You never see him again.
Chasing a squirrel.
But no, if there's any player that has absolutely no fear, well, I was going to say in this tournament, but Levin does give him a run for his money. Between the two of them, though, a lot of aggression that can come through. And now the pause on the other side. Now, bear in mind, last time we saw a pause from BBL, they went from 4-0 down to winning the half 7-5, and I believe they won 5 rounds in a row. So we'll see what Key has on offer. Of course, it gives the same opportunity for MBS and Doombros have the conversation with their side. A close back and forth map, and honestly one where I feel like both teams are playing well. I feel like we've seen some closer games so far where I'm looking at a lot of the mistakes rather than just solid game
director.
Well, speaking of game
nah,
plan,
look पीछे
नहीं आना ये denying them the A control.
दो लोग ही वैसे ये अच्छा था अगर आगे आते तो थोड़ा था दीजिए zero
we can go and see at the start of every round, so this time let's go A at the start and then rush into C, and hopefully we won't be running into Vice and Viper again. Fortunately, they are running into Vice and Viper again, but those players don't have weapons and they stick around. Steel Garden going through, catching one at least. As soon as he's going to have to wait, but he has one of his own to pop up.
गया 3
What they're
HP
closing back in the distance for. The wall, the
मर जाता lol बच गया
BBL cancel the play, looking elsewhere. And in fact, I think this is a learning from last round where they put a lot of pressure on the C site, even with the 2 Sentinels there, even with the, well, quasi-Sentinel Viper, even with the pit, they left the A side open. So this time they try to put that pressure on again, but look at 100 Thieves.
Shot
Vor is the second man. And there's a third
bang
coming. Bang.
हो गया स्पॉट हो गया ले गया टीपी उधर गया बच गया भाई उधर से कैसे बच गया वो डैम भाई
the C, the A, the B. And now back to the A
तो
again.
crazy हुआ है भाई अभी
Bang is trying to retake.
स्पॉट कर लिया था
On the
उसको
side,
वॉल
he
बैंग में
might
पड़ा
be
वो
on the
मार
hit.
के
In
ले गया
fact, he's
उसको
doubling back
बाप
around,
रे
but Kreven is still waiting on the angle. Again, the start of these rounds looked incredibly good, but those two players finding kills in the B site
क्या
puts the
लगता है
pressure onto Cryo to get anything done here. He was waiting for the
2v4
planter
है
to make a move. Instead, they're getting aggressive onto him. And although
एक
it's a
सेकंड मिलता
hell
ना
of a lot
वो
of damage,
डेड
2 players onto 5 HP.
डैमेज
The
डैमेज है
problem is Bang
ये
is
डैमेज है
also low.
या
A bullet to him or either of the other two.
ना
He's going to try and bait them in. The first one comes
ने
easy.
डाल दिया उसने ओके एक ऊपर है
Next two though might be slightly more difficult. Rose wrapping around from above.
गया
And he doesn't even know that there's no one else around that corner anymore. 10
Yep.
to 10, a strike back from
10-10
BBL,
हो गया
and a back and forth all the way through the round.
कोई ना
That's one of those rounds you'd really
भाई
like
पर
to
ये
still have one pause left
बांग
to
क्या
use.
बचा है भाई
On the side of 100 Thieves, I don't know how you're supposed to track what BBL
बॉट
are
हुआ
doing when they
लेके
go
मार
A
के
to C
टीप
to
करके
A
भाग
to
भी
B.
गया वो
The
क्रेजी लगा भाई
pacing
वो
there as well. Like they're still putting pressure on the A site when that flank comes through. It's a small oversight in those rotations, but you can understand why they got
ये
they're
ए
eyeing the
रश
prize
कर
a little
रहे
too
हैं
much.
चलो
20 seconds left. Loiter is spamming a box. And while he's doing
ऑपरेटर
that, two
निकालनी
teammates enter
चाहिए
into the B side. Like, it's
हाँ
difficult.
ऐसे अगर
despite
पुश करते
everything
थे
they're
और तब
doing,
वर्ल्ड
because
करता था वेले
it feels like there's a lot
कुछ
of game
जीता इन
plans
लोग का
going on. That's a shot connected
अरे
initially
रे
by Timotino, but a kill not
कोई ना
guarded. And a pacey hit looking to come up on the other side.
नाइस वन
As soon as done,
Blind
well, at
कर दिया
least at the
इसको
start.
Oh, that flash!
भाई क्या था अरे बाप रे मार के तो मारते टीम हाँ क्रेजी लोग ओह
He wants to battle deep. A 2v5, not worth it. A
निकाल
2v4, still not good
अरे
enough. But
चलो
now, Kreven's all alone. And he won't be going for
भाई
this. Not
साहब
on 29 HP. 100 Thieves
ये तो डेड है
finding
चलो
11
GG
rounds. And the danger here is that this is
क्या
even
लगता है
close.
100 टिप्स निकाल
4
लेगी
players
इसके बाद
left
वाला
alive.
राउंड
A
जीतनी
huge
चाहिए भाई
boost to the
आराम से
economy for 100 Thieves, meaning that now BBL are basically just up against full buys for the rest
फर्स्ट
of the half.
सेटअप है भाई वाइस का पूरा ब्लाइंड ही हो गया और ये रुक गया क्या ही करता
Crunch
हो
round,
आगे
there's
आता
no doubt about
हाँ यार
it.
बूम
There's
ले
not
भाई
too many
टप्पा खाओ
occasions where you'd be seeing
बढ़िया
Kreven on the opposite side of the
सेव
map
करेगा
saving his gun, but when he's got 3,000 credits, when LaRock has enough to buy and the other teammates don't, you're going to have to basically put yourself in a position to make sure something can be purchased into the next round, because you do not want to allow 100 Thieves up to 12. So that may be
legit
a
bro
likely scenario. And again, I feel like Asuna has been playing incredibly well as those site
आसुना
anchors,
तो
be it covering on the C
आसुना
site
खेलता है भी
to help
नेक्स्ट
out
इसमें ये कहना चाहिए
Cryo,
लास्ट टाइम
or
जब मैंने
be it
देखा
now
था
on the
गेम
other
प्ले
side
तो
of the map
फिनिक्स
on
खेला था
A.
फिनिक्स मेरे को
Basically
मैप याद
finding
नहीं
that
है पर
opener,
मार
having
रहा
the
था
flash
भाई
to set up his teammate while he's being
बेसिकली
chased
मारा
down.
था
Then
उसने
because
फ्रैक्चर मारा
genuinely
था
BBL
क्या
side, if
सीन
they
गुड
clear him,
मॉर्निंग
that A
ओहो
site is a lot more
गुड
open,
मॉर्निंग भाई
and Vora
क्या
just
सीन नहीं
there
बस
to
देख रहे
cover.
और क्या
It's worked out
इजी
wonderfully.
भाई
But as we've seen so far in this, well, at least in the last few rounds, there hasn't been any consistency with winning the rounds. There's been a strike back almost every single time, and now we're going to have to look
खेलता है रे
towards
मत
BBL. But as you said, there are no
मर
more
गया
check-ins
कल्ला
with
करिए
coaching staff unless we
सीज
go
था
to
ना वो
overtime.
इसीलिए मर गया कोई ना 100 टीम
Well, the
जीत रही है
timer's ticking
भाई
down. You can see the true state of the BBL economy right now. 2 sheriffs in a classic. One away from the nightfall. Farming that could be good.
Push करता है
He's going aggressive. It's a risky play.
ना
And up
रे
against the eco, I think he's
नहीं
going to
बनाता
regret
उसको
that. The op now
बैठना
recovered. That's
I love his
another
rock as well.
rifle. And indeed, with Lover's Rock having that in his hands.
Didn't give his teammate the Guardian before he went and got that. I will say,
Oh, he's left it at the door.
Yeah.
Oh, he has.
That has annoyed me a little bit, but, you know.
That's very rude.
Rose has now been dropped as well. Still nobody able to get that.
Does anyone
gun.
want the Guardian?
But
इवेंट
then
का
again,
मिल रहा
it's
है
Kreven and Loiter. They might even be better with the sheriffs with the
देखे
how
उसको
they've
दो
been
लोग
playing so far.
ना
Push up all the way through C.
ओके
Luna has them
मिल गया
locked
इनको
in from
Three
behind,
देख
but it doesn't seem like there's any
मोग
world in
हटते
which they
डेड है
go
ये
back from this stage.
ट्री देख लो भाई
That smoke's going to fade soon for Cryo.
Yeah.
He has to get a move on a risk.
नाइस
Having to
ये भी
stand
ले
his
जाएगा
ground against many.
ओ
Blinded
भाई
up, he still
ब्लाइंड
has
होके
the
मार
rock.
दिया उसने
And
लाइक
3
थोड़ा
versus
क्या
2 for 100 Thieves
मिली
is
सेकंड
their
तो दिखा
reward.
रहेगा वो
Even with those
Damn.
recovered weapons, that op is going to be left on the floor for now. The spike trying to move towards the B side, it seems, with that door open, but Kreven's been caught, and now The TP's going to have to be used.
वही तो.
Lloyd is going to back himself.
क्या
in
करेगा
this one.
अकेला?
He certainly can't blame
पैसे
him
मिल जाएंगे
for it.
बस.
And he's heard
अगले
the
राउंड
door.
के लिए.
He knows that Asuna's here.
कीजिए भाई BBL
There's
का.
a chance to isolate that fight if given.
तब भी मिल ही जाए. चलो
Gotta be
सही है.
careful. Lloyd might not have had the best of games so far, but this is a man that will
निकाल
win
देगा ये.
rounds like this if
Lloyd
given the
निकालेगा?
opportunity.
नहीं.
Thorns. Asuna put him in a position
Okay,
where he couldn't move forward
1v2.
for the moment, but then he does it a little bit
Blinded.
later on. Paranoid
Close egg.
utilized, and he's being wrapped on incredibly fast. I don't even think he knows, but it's a nice shot, at least on one.
अगर साथ में नहीं
Had to
शायद
be
निकाल सकता
lightning
था.
fast with that trade, but
Damn,
he
भाई.
is 12-10.
ईयरफोन का
That
जीजीस हो गया
point
मेरा.
now for
माइक
100
गया.
Thieves, but you have to bear in mind,
अरे.
that was them saving
नए
credits.
ले लो भाई.
That was
नए
them
ले लो.
putting
Easy
money
peasy.
away so they could buy on a
अब
rainy
तो
day.
बस
Well,
साउंड बोर्ड बजेंगे.
BBL's rainy day is right now. They're going to be investing everything into this next
हेडफोन ले ले.
round.
हेडफोन ज़्यादा अच्छे चलते हैं. माइक के साथ वाला कोई. ये देखिए मास्क मारा ये देख.
Cryo's gotten away with murder on
ब्लाइंड
that.
हुआ
The
वो.
blast
अच्छा
pack
ब्लाइंड तो होते थे
jumped
बच
out
गया
from
था एक
Morocco
सेकंड.
after
थोड़ा
the
रह गया था.
paranoia lands.
कि
That was a nice
ऐसे
shot if
नहीं
he
है.
wasn't blind.
सेव करो फिर और
yeah,
क्या.
yeah, exactly.
Easy peasy.
Exactly. And I think he saw him blast pack.
Yeah, you
for like
still have to
a
predict where he's
quarter
going.
second
Yeah.
less. But to
चलो
hit that
100
is
Thieves
nuts.
जीत रही है.
12-10. 100 Thieves. There were a few moments where it looked shaky. The 4-0 start to the 7-5 half.
अरे
They
दो
have
लोग है
recovered this
ट्री आए
nicely.
ना
Robbed
खत्म.
rounds
हाँ
from BBL. But now a shot
Random
through the smoke
इसमें?
takes down Bang. Do they know?
Okay.
Do they suspect a second player here? If
सेव
Flora
सेव
could do
करने
this,
के
okay,
लिए
they
मिलने
do.
तो
The
चाहिए.
Prowler's hit, the snake in the
He's done
grass
it
is
again.
ओ
being
निकाल
dealt
लिया
with.
वे BBL
They
ने राउंड
burned
निकाल
the
लिया.
grass with the nightmare.
निकाल लिया
On
शायद
anybody
से.
that's
हाँ
there.
निकाल लिया.
And the, hold on,
Okay.
Cryo. He's cutting off the rest
दिखा
of
दो
his
कुछ.
players moving to the site.
दिखा
TP
दो.
going to be taken by Lloyd at least, but all the while they're buying time. Kraven's wrapping
Griven
up
है.
behind. A
हाँ
paranoia
चलो जी.
seals the deal. 11 for BBL. One
अभी
more
अभी
round in
भी है.
regulation. And it's on 100 Thieves to
100
close it.
Thieves
You
के पास.
mentioned
Easy win भाई.
Lloyd
Easy win
here
कर दो.
is good at winning BS rounds. That was him getting 2 instant headshots through smoke. So
नेक्स्ट तो 100 Thieves का
I
ही
think
पिक है.
he's
मैं
kind of proven a point there, but
और तो जीतनी ही
Also,
चाहिए.
he has.
he didn't need to prove it. We already knew. But like, yeah, just ridiculous stuff coming through and putting them in a position to take this one to overtime. Of course, the
क्या
last
घुमा
time
रहे
they
वो?
played this map, it also went to overtime. 16-18 defeat versus EDG.
ये
They're going to look to try and right the wrongs if they get there, but you can see they haven't got 2 rounds in a row
ये ले
in this
रिवील हो
second
गया.
half. This would have to be the first.
Oh, very direct to being
Okay.
experiment for BBL. We haven't seen much of this and already past the nightfall.
Got clipped.
Deep play coming from Laroc, but yeah, he did. He got clipped by the very edge of it. And the
Raise
Prowler
निकालेगा लगता है
reveals
राउंड.
exactly where he's gone. Now they can split this A site, something that has
ये
been a
इस
trouble
इस
at
पे ही है
times.
भाई. एक एक करके मिलेंगे सब. सामने से टीम आ
Players
गई.
around the
चलो.
stairs position, but now they're delayed
check
in the rotate
किया.
back through.
सही
They're
है.
looking for Laroc, but he's the one to find.
मिल
Bang
गए
now
इनको.
down. And the A side under threat.
अरे
The overtime
भाई तेरे पे
on the
ये
horizon, and with
फिंगर है.
weaknesses there for 100
चलो
Thieves,
क्या
and the
कर रहा
Viper's Pit already used on the other side of the map, and
BBL ने
Asuna
निकाल लिया
already
बे.
down.
कमबैक कर दिया.
It's
कमबैक.
starting to look like we're going there.
No such thing as an easy victory.
एक बैक स्टेप कैर कर रहा है.
3v5 needed. Sniper.
आउटलो है
honed in
बजे
on
वो.
the angle.
ओ वॉल
And a
बैंक.
connected shot already onto Vora, leaves him desperately low on HP. Kraven's flank also
Okay,
adds
GG.
another to the body pile. Overtime seems inevitable,
बहुत ले.
especially with the HP of one of those players. Cryo is currently fighting demons. He's fighting shadows in the spawn. He's not even able to
Chalo.
leave to get towards the site. And he now has a 1v5 with
Deagle
13
भाई और
HP.
क्या.
If you believe in that, you're mad. 12-12.
OT.
once again on Lotus.
कमबैक कर दिया भाई. 0-4 पे लगा मेरे को. शायद BBL से ना हो रहा.
Listen, they came here to put on a
Yeah.
show. You got to respect them for it. A game so good, we don't want it to end. And we're going to swing into overtime with a lot of learnings for both squads. Again, when we see BBL move back to that defensive side, the main thing I want to see, and I think it's a difficult balance between predictability and following the game plan that has worked, but I want to see that early aggression. It's up to them how they're going to taper that, because we've seen moments where it's like a 5v2.
They are not going to.
And then they keep going. And then they give opportunity after opportunity. And 100 Thieves come close and even sometimes win those rounds. BBL,
Look,
it's a delicate balance, and I'm not sure that they have it down.
the good news is you are going to get the aggression you want. The bad news is it's not going to be tempered. And there you go already. They're pushing C. They're pushing A. The only place they're not pushing is B. But early information Look at the push-up already from Lovers Rock. Now, he hasn't gone into the operator, which should tell you all you need to know. He's not going to stop this push. Now, there is, of course, the Vice wall behind.
उसको पता है C clear है पूरा, B और A है. Mainly A होंगे.
Often and almost all the rounds 100
rotation में आया, दो बंदे तो ले जाएगा मेरे हिसाब से.
Walks up on B, catches them off towards the end of the first half.
सही है.
Now they change it because they're committing. They're taking this A site no matter what. Remember, in regulation for the attack, what worked was that C site.
B भी clear हो गया.
An adaptation. The problem is with this much time gone, BBL have made the read. They've pushed C. They've taken all the space. The rotates are here. There's 4 players, now 3, standing by. Lloyd is a big pickup, and with the rock gone, this is looking a whole lot better. Kreven finding his moment to stand up, to stand tall as the hero. Rose needs to be so careful. Timotino's been making this play when they take the site almost every time if they have a man advantage. But Rose sneaks through, catches the planter, and has a chance for so much more. He's ready for that play from Timotino, but the shot doesn't land.
Coming through, so still plenty of time for the remainder, but a man advantage, and Timotino's gone nowhere, but he will now dropped back into a 2v2. Bora was spotted as well, but Cryer might have gone unnoticed. They bypassed his position, and because of that, he has one for free. That's going to put them in an advantageous spot, and they will close. They get another chance at match point on their opponent's choice.
Easy way.
Yeah, time to finally crack that vault door for 100 Thieves coming into this. It started out in such a solid way. It looked like it could be a mismatch, but then BBL found their identity. This time they try to lean on that same defensive side aggression. They get that early flank, they get the information, they get the rotations through, and yet the round falls. That's a different vibe than what we've seen before. And now they've got to recover it on the attack. A direct play from both teams. It's clear 100 Thieves want to fight for A main. They want to scrap for it, but they're going to have to give up that control. And now Bang's kind of in no man's land. He's a little stuck, but the TP gets him to safety.
Right, the early damage.
Mostly Beeling Doda.
They are all in on this A site once again.
Okay, वो नहीं हो attack. क्या हुआ?
C's also catching a player. They should have a decent idea. But still, players roam across the other side of the map. The corner take.
Oh, ये कब cross किया? Oh भाई, तीन.
Ended the map.
चलो जीजी भाई. Cross कब किया वो? मैं भी नहीं देखा.
Up against the odds, surrounded, and I think we all know how that story ends. 14-12.
The early.
Cross कब हुआ ये? वही तो crazy shit.
Early damage.
फिर से खोलेंगे लोग तब लेंगे लोग. ये तोड़ा. हाँ वो चेक किया. अच्छा यहाँ पे से चेक किया तो वो आगे गया वो. मैं. हाँ ये देख आगे गया वो. बाद में आगे गया देख. भाई साहब ये देखो पूरा वेट वॉल डाउन क्रेजी बे प्राउलर में स्पॉट नहीं इसलिए आगे गया वो रिस्क निकाल लिया बढ़िया नेक्स्ट तो 100 टीम्स का ही पिक है इजी विन
Thank you very much, Locksmiths, as it was a fantastic round there. It goes all the way the distance, and Timotino getting the job done, the 4K to send them past overtime into the victory column on map number 100 Thieves, up 1-0 on BBL Esports. Degon here alongside our analyst Kukuka and Big Time, and man, what a game that was. It started off with a very streaky first half. It was 4 in a row, then 6 in a row, then 1-1, and then after that, it just felt like 100 teams back and forth.
ये भी आ रहा है क्या?
BBL showed real prowess on this map. You know, it's clearly something that they understand, and they showed just how sharp they can be.
मैं कल आडले म्याओ.
हाँ वही स्विच भाई. 100 Thieves are able to bring out here. I think the comp is a great answer to that BBL style. The way they can beat that Vice so effortlessly. This looked well drilled and well rehearsed.
I think that this is one of the perfect examples of having a Viper and not having it, making this much of an impact. When we think about the defense, that first half for BBL, they were going on the extra aggression. Rose was having a game at the beginning of that map, and you thought, oh my God, they definitely
ये चलने दो. Second map Mecca खेलेंगे Mecca.
things swapped
Back
around.
का खेलना
Once
है,
Hundred Thieves understood
खेल लेंगे
how
भाई।
this Turkish squad wanted to play, things changed a lot. And as
Oh.
you're saying, understanding the map, walking around it, and having the amount of utility that they had to deal with so many things, in the end,
चलो
just
यार मैं क्या
encountered
वगैरह
one BBL that was working as
बताओ
a
भाई,
hive.
कुछ भी खेल
Think
लेंगे
about
भाई,
that
कोई
last
दिक्कत
round.
नहीं
They're
है।
so scared the dude cannot work around that Viper wall so much that Timotin is behind them and he's free to get every single kill. Very
खेलेंगे
early
आज,
macro understanding
बताओ
of the
ना
map
तो
for the
क्या
side of
खेलना
Hundred
है,
Yeah, for me, I love
वही
that
तो
they
सीन है।
abused C. They were really trying to end their
अकाउंट आ
run
गया
because
मेरे
it's
पे,
already defended
फन
by
का
the guys.
सीन
The
है
wall
अब
goes
बस।
up and over.
क्या
The
करूं मैं,
opponent can TP past
बताओ
as
भाई।
well. It becomes so hard to hold. The smaller, tight sight against such aggression they're able to pull off.
And this kind of tridents that we're seeing here is what BBL also did in
मैं क्या खेलते हैं फिर,
maps, as I was mentioning before this map.
अकाउंट दिलवा
Like
दो
the
भाई।
breeze, right? The going
Yeah.
in the aggression and just having a lot of utility hunting you down. If you are in
तू
the
भी
middle of
जुगाड़
the
कर
field still
अकाउंट
waiting, they will
का।
at least get one of the picks.
ये क्या
Many
बोलते
of
हैं,
this
वैनम भाई को
situations
पूछो ना,
end up in an
फायर के
overheat
पास भी है।
for them. But
हाँ,
surely
फायर
on
के
the
पास
other
भी है,
side, Cryo was
खरीद ले भाई,
absolutely amazing.
खरीद
In
लूं।
my eyes,
पर
as
मैंने क्या
some
सोचा
say,
पता है बाद
utility
में,
and whatnot, and
लाइक
the entirety of it
मेरे को नहीं
really
लगता हम बाद में
highlights
खेलेंगे,
Pete's being Vora. I
तो
think
लाइक
he
खरीद
does
के
not
पड़ा
have
रहेगा
as
वो।
much experience as others being an IGL, and he's
खरीदूं
grown
मैं,
so much and adapting
वही
so
एक दो बार ही
well to
खेलेंगे नए मैप
this.
से इसलिए करके, वरना फिर क्या बोरिंग ही तो हो जाएगा। खरीदना चाहिए क्या मेरे को, ये बताओ पहले। खेलेंगे, खेलेंगे बाद में, अच्छा सोचना पड़ेगा भाई। लाइब्रेरी क्या, लाइब्रेरी समता है क्या, लियोबरी क्या बोल रहे हो भाई। नए नए मैप्स खेलेंगे, बोरिंग नहीं होगा। बीसी गेम होता है तो ऑप्शन होती है, खरीद लो क्या, आप भी खरीद लो।
But if it's well executed, then it's beautiful to watch. For me, this is true. Patrician's Valorant. This is
चलो
just
ठीक है,
smart top level, and I think
अरे इन सिंपल वर्ड्स ले ले।
well. Now on the other side for BBL, I don't think they should
लाइब्रेरी बनाओ गेम्स
after
की।
this game. Ultimately,
अच्छा,
they lost both pistols
Yes.
and the bonus. Still took it to overtime. It's the inverse of what happened to them in that EDG.
चलो
game.
फिर
So I do
ले
think
लेता हूँ, क्योंकि
they
मैंने थंबनेल
will
तो बनवाया
stay
नहीं मैंने
well
एक्चुअली।
in this. They know they can go
वो बच
toe-to-toe
जाते हैं ना,
with
मम्मी से मैंने बात करी थी, मैं 300
now it's
350
gonna
रुपये तक ले रहा हूँ ऐसा,
it's gonna get tougher.
तो मैंने यूज़ नहीं की थी, तो ये ले सकता हूँ, मेरे पे ऑप्शन है। मैं उसका थंबनेल सोच रहा था, थंबनेल नहीं बनाया, बट ठीक है, जो भी है सही है। जब मेरे पीसी आएगा तो स्ट्रीमिंग के काम आएगा। तो अभी क्या है, ये लैपटॉप स्ट्रीम नहीं कर पा रहा क्या भाई, क्या बोल रहे हो। हाँ बनवा ले भाई थंबनेल। अरे मेरे फोटोज अच्छे नहीं आ रहे तो थंबनेल कैंसिल कर दिया, इसलिए फोटोज आते तो बनवा लेता। कोई बात नहीं भाई, खुद बना ले, खुद ना रो रहा भाई, बेकार बनेगा खुद से तो भाई भूल जाओ। तो ना हो रहा तो अभी खरीद लूँ, शाम को खरीदता हूँ मैं। थोड़ा शरीर अच्छा कर। शरीर का सीन नहीं है, फेस का सीन है, फेस कैसे अच्छा करे भाई। प्रोटीन इनटेक बढ़ाओ, करेंगे भाई। बॉडी बनाओ क्या, टीली टीली जैसी शरीर है। अरे भाई ठीक है भाई। और किसका मैच हो रहा है, और किसका तो हो रहा है ना, आरके वर्सेस एडवर्ड गेमिंग का हो रहा है, पीआरएक्स का भी होगा आज। किसका देखना है वैसे तो, एनआरजी का देखेंगे, मैं एनआरजी का जैकन आसपास का गेम प्ले देखेंगे। पीआरएक्स तो जीत जाएगा इनका भी अगेंस्ट किसी के अगेंस्ट तो शायद से। स्किन केयर एंड ऑल, वाहो। अच्छा मेरा तो माइक का जीजीस हो गया, अब से ऑफ ही रहेगा फन भाऊ। क्या लैपटॉप का माइक यूज कर लो, लैपटॉप का माइक चलता होगा, साउंड मोड बजाते रहूंगा बस। यार ये तुम भी That's what you deserve for doing too much बकचोदी कर। चिलिंग तो था दिवेश भाई सब एफआर। अरे भाई फ्यूली तो चलती रहनी चाहिए भाई, कोई बात नहीं, ये सब बस चलती रहती है। 3 तो वही है ना। एक सेकंड, ये क्या है? ओके, कल ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का देखेंगे मैं कल। सब चिल है भाई, सही बात। जोकिंग जोकिंग, वाह 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 वाह। एनीमे देखूंगा, देखना शुरू कर दे, वाह। JK is just kidding, not joking. ओके भाई, ये भाई, ठीक है भाई, ठीक है भाई, ठीक है। कर दो बे स्टार्ट, कितना टाइम दे दो? 2 मिनट तो लगते हैं दूसरे में स्टार्ट करने।
Welcome back to EWC 2026. We're in the qualifying match to playoffs of Group A. It's 1-0 100 Thieves over the Turkish squad, BBL Esports. Very similar kind of journey here.
भाई Secret Labs की चेयर स्पॉन्सर कर दे यार। अरे भाई साहब,
But it feels good.
यहाँ हम ऐसे नॉर्मल कुछ बैठे हैं, आपको क्या स्पॉन्सर करे भाई?
I mean, that's the good news. Is in this game against EDG.
एक ergonomic वाली, अब ये क्या चीज है? नहीं मालूम भाई।
So it's not without the realms of possibility. But I will say, I think this is going to be a harder game to win and sweep than that EDG game. We're moving on to Split, which is 100 Thieves pick, and it's hard to feel like BBL are going to be able to fight this.
What you cooking, girl?
I'm thinking, right? Like, if I'm 100 Thieves, I guess they continue with this later composition. They were struggling a little bit trying to find exactly where they wanted to be, but they have a composition where ASUS on the stage. I love the stage. Sorry, it is 2026 and it keeps happening. Sorry, actually not sorry. But for the side of BBL, this is a map that has always
Ergonomic
been
chair.
a little bit of a struggle. It's not only that they, if you look at the numbers, it's not like, you know, they're definitely not there, like the victories are not going their way. To me, when I've been watching an EMEA, I think that this is one of the maps where Lovers Rock suffers the most. And that is a problem. That is a problem in confidence and whatnot. Yes, La Rock is having an amazing tournament, but if I can get anything out of EWC for BBL, is to get the Lovers Rock that I wish at the beginning of the year. At least that level of trust, that level of confidence, and that level of play, of course.
पता है भाई।
To do that against 100 Thieves is going to be difficult. When Timotino is firing off like that, Asuna had himself a couple of 4K rounds that were just fantastic. You want those hero moments to be able to build upon moving forward, and I think BBL resilient as a team.
कौन सी दुनिया में जी रहे हैं? मैं पता नहीं यार, कौन सी तो दुनिया है? कुछ तो है, वो पता नहीं पर। ठीक है भाई, जा रहा हूँ मैं तेरी बातों से डिसअपॉइंट हो के। क्या से डिसअपॉइंट हो रहे हो? Damn भाई, damn। ऐसा तो कुछ बोला नहीं मैंने, डिसअपॉइंट करने वाली बात थोड़ी है।
On the defense, they will get aggressive and they will get some things going their way. But something tells me that 100 Thieves has gotten a couple of notes out of that Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I think for me, watching that, I feel like 100 Thieves had answers. It looked pre-prepared. It looked smart. The anti-strat looked good from my perspective, at least. So
EMEA coaches.
That's true. But moving on to Split, I worry if you're BBL and you're kind of having to over-rely on this aggression. On the defense, you're having to over-rely on these heavy pushes that if 100 Thieves are able to hold, they're able to read your aggression, then this game becomes so difficult for them.
Yeah, but as much as they had answers, it was still an overtime forced game here. And
that's the scary thing.
That's the scary thing, right?
This is what BBL do very well. Of like, you know, we see this a lot from the Turkish teams. They play this a really aggressive style where they're not afraid to move forward. It's not always as fast as people.
भाई तो फिर सबको रेडी कर लो ये मैका खेलने के लिए।
It is always aggressive. So when they're able to hit those shots, when they do connect, it does
खेलेंगे ना
become
सब
scary for their opponents, no matter what.
करवा लो भाई
Alright, just to
सबको
reset the
ready
stakes
ready
here, this is Group A
एक
of
टाइम पे
EWC
कोई आता नहीं है
2026.
फिर मूड
100
खराब
Thieves
भाई
and BBL won their initial matches against RRQ and EDG respectively. RRQ and EDG are currently playing with EDG up 1-0 and a strong hold of that game. The winner of this series, 100 Thieves and BBL, will move on to the playoffs. The loser will play the winner of EDG and RRQ. So win and you're in. Lose, you got one more chance, but it's a tough out.
What a cool chapter this would be for 100 Thieves to get to rewrite history once again and try to, you know, shut some mouths up. Why not? For the side of BBL, they have to bounce back in a map that they only have found one singular win in the entirety of the year. As we're saying, control is not their forte, but maybe some more changes, maybe some more adaptations will lead into a victory that they need. Of course, as you were saying, 100 Thieves will be qualified, but BBL will not be out of contention of the tournament. If they are to lose, they still have another option. But at least take it to map 3, no? Why not?
Yeah, we do have the agent select coming in now for BBL. This is exactly what they love. Once again, Lovers Rock on the Neon, LaRock on that raise. The 1-2 punch for this BBL roster got rolling, but it wasn't enough in map 1. Can they show up in this map 2 to keep them alive in this series?
Yeah, it did not change anything for the side of BBL. We were expecting this just because they were not finding their results, that they would go on a different route. As I was saying, for 100 Thieves is a very different story, and we maybe not see those changes coming along, because why would you? With this composition, the last time that 3 times, the opponents didn't even make it to double digits.
There we go.
Yeah, there is the Sage.
That's what we want to see. I love the Sage on this map, and I especially love it into the BBL playstyle. This has been a clear part of the game plan for 100 Thieves. Find ways to slow them down.
Casin. Asuna Sage खेल रहा.
To do that.
Especially
Damn,
with
भाई.
the yeah.
Double duelist for BBL, doubling down on that aggression, getting in there. Given the fact that they're on defense, any rounds that they can pull off here would be great. Split, very fun, has been times attack-minded, mostly defense-minded. We'll see what happens here. It is BBL and 100 Thieves. 1-0 to 100 Thieves. They win, they're in. Let's see how it all shakes up in this map number 2 as we send it back on over to Tom and Mitch.
They win, they're in. I wonder how long he's been sitting on that one. It's time to see who takes the cake. Or if we're going all the way to a map number 3 for BBL, they'll certainly be hoping so. It was a tight one in that first map. But now 100 Thieves, they've got that momentum under their belt, and this is where they chose to have this battle. They started slow, though. You think about BBL, if they don't lose those first 4 rounds, if they don't deactivate the way that they did the pistol is whatever, but the 3rd round, there were mistakes there. It could have been a different game. Could have, should have, maybe would have, but I have to say, coming into this, I like the comp that 100 Thieves are bringing to play. Kraven on the Vice can do a lot when it comes to split. I do like Vice, but the Sage right now just seems so flexible. Regardless of what position you're in, the wall is so useful on both sides. And of course, if Asuna is playing the way that he was last map, that res is going to be online a lot.
What? Yeah, he was one of the original players that was almost in the conversation for Battle Sage, so he's probably going to be quite happy that that agent has come back into fashion. But I actually just think that what's most interesting going into this map is that it feels like, at least in their recent form, both teams are starting out on their stronger side. BBL have, I'll be honest, absolutely stunk on the attack. They have had games where they're able to get 7, 8 rounds on the defense and then manage just 2. In fact, the last 3 performances, 1 round on the attack, 2 rounds on the attack, 2 rounds on the attack. So for BBL, this first half feels like everything. But then you go back to some of the matches in the qualifier for 100 Thieves, 9-3 attack side versus Loud. So they have an opportunity to maybe even end this map in the first half. And for BBL, it feels like this first half is integral.
Yeah, although we have seen them bounce back, it's not that I doubt their ability to, it's more I doubt that 100 Thieves will allow it. Fake towards the B sides. How we're going to kick this one off. Presence shown, and they've dragged 4 players to that side of the map. Lloyd is the only one towards A, and now he's on 13 HP. The damage trades early favor 100 Thieves, and they have got 2 of the latest flanks I've ever seen. I will say that if BBL up the pace here, they can find themselves in a very good spot but they're being understandably cautious, and that delay from the Sage wall is buying so much time for Timotino.
Oh, 10 में 2 मार दिया भाई ने.
Putting this into seemingly a closed out round and leaves just Loiter on 13 HP to face versus 4, and you guessed it, he's not going to be able to. It's another pistol round under the belt of 100 Thieves, and as said, if they have a stellar first half here, I do not believe in the bounce back in the second for BBL.
This is really nice work, and I think we're going to see a lot of this as the game goes on, where Kreven is going to have to be a super slow rotation, an anchor that stays even in moments where it's clear that they're going the other way. Because 100 Thieves have that Sage, and with less utility there than what we're normally going to see. So when push comes to shove for that defensive side, they want to break back out. There's the wall, there's the slows, there's the utility from the rest of the squad, and we're going to see players like Timotino, probably players like Cryo especially, with a super late roll around mid and around that B site. Now, for this round, Cryo only has a pistol, of course, but everybody else has invested. They've now lost one Spectre, I believe, unless there was a Stinger I missed. And anything from here on out in BBL's camp will be damage worth doing.
On their part, they are able to heal up multiple facets with both the Sky and the Sage. And with the last player being spotted, it's all too easy in the end. It will be 2-0. It will be 4 players standing. And I now want to see what they're going to do with these Spectres. Are they expecting some lower shields on the board? I imagine after seeing the amount of Spectres that were on the other side, that's probably not going to be the case. But BBL, as I said, I want this to be an immediate breakback. I think that this is a map where the attack side really has been a mass struggle for them. And don't get me wrong, sure, they have the individuals that maybe on the day if they show up, they'll be able to do a lot of damage. But I think versus this composition, it actually looks even worse for them going into that second half. So I'm looking at maybe 8+ rounds on this defense if I'm going to be a believer.
2-0 already. I mean, this is a poor start by that metric, but this is really where you have to see BBL take the dub. They're up against mostly SMGs. There's a bandit in play, and they've already closed the distance. Lloyd is caught off guard. That paranoia was perfect, and Timotino!
Nice,
he did this on the waylay. Seaside Lotus, he dove in and took the whole site by storm. The same face being worn into this beginning of split. A third under his belt already. We are taking strides towards the showstopper being unlocked. And now we are taking steps away from this site on the defense. Save has to be called. This was a devastating blow from 100 Thieves.
But yeah, they only had a singular rifle, and it was sent in immediately
on his own.
Off rip. And he's able to get a double entry. As you said, it was what he was able to do on the way, but it is more damning on this map. What is looking like a potential flawless third round, flawless bonus. And I almost then questioned, did BBL now take the pause around earlier? Because I bumped into MBS backstage. He goes, first 4 rounds of the last map, they weren't shooting. They take a pause. Well, they need the demons now. They need the demons earlier.
They weren't shooting, but look at the fights that they had. The first chance they got to shoot was like 5v3 because of the exec from this man, from Timotino, going into sites, having paranoias just like there from Bang, having the flash from the Sky as well that's covering all of this space. And so, yeah, how are you supposed to shoot when you can't see the guy? And he's moving pretty damn quickly as well. So for 100 Thieves, like the start of the rounds, when BBL sit back, it's so easy for them. The executes are destroying BBL's defense, so they have to step forward. They have to play their game. We saw it on Lotus and it worked. Now they're going to try it. 3-man push around mid, 2 rifles gone down the bottom, the only 2 that they have, and they're watching either side. Some space. And this is kind of what we talked about earlier, and it's much more relevant on this map, the tempered aggression. If you were to just go, well, we haven't seen the mid, let's keep going mid, 9 times out of 10 you're losing that round, especially when there's no contact.
Dog, info mil gayi full.
That kind of shenanigans, and this dog is going to get a lot of info if it was put through. Instead, it's the flash for the exec after that spam, and LaRock is looking to get out with his life.
Nice shot from Kreven.
Dog ka na ho jana. Ek kill to milta, 100% milta
with these pistols, and to get an opener. Not a bad way to start. Do they expect the second player? No, they don't. Good work from Rose. Weapon retrieved. Second one not going to be available. But
okay, we will
they won't mind too much. It leaves them on level. He just about makes it around the corner. And actually, that's a problem. Now 2 players dinked up. Of course, on their side, no ability for heals to come through. But they are going to play this round wounded.
Comes the dog. No one's going to be able to follow it up, though. The Thorns have made sure of that. Still the wall in play. But 100 Thieves have managed to slip through into heaven. And Kraven gets another with the pistol down below. 12 seconds left, and they have got to up the pace. It's time to get that spike down on the site. Instead, it's down up top. There is no way
no time
to win this unless they literally throw it around into his hands. They won't. BBL with their first, and it comes off the back of unsuspecting round, let's say.
Well, when you watch this team play, it almost starts to beg the question, what is unsuspecting anymore? They do this so often with low buys, with pistols.
You said it last map with Kraven on the Sheriff, and he showed up.
Yeah, there he is. And he definitely had a quieter first map than I think what we're used to. Of course, they have so much talent on their roster that somebody has to be towards the bottom end of the board. But we had moments from LaRock. I think Rose had a pretty decent game. Lovers Rock when he had the Operator. But of course, with 100 Thieves keeping those first few rounds incredibly clean, they actually have enough to buy into this round and the next one. And maybe even the one after that, depending on plants and depending if they save any weaponry. So no respite for the side of BBL. It's looking like a little bit more direct. Now, they got caught by the crossfire over on this A site. But this time, they take the space together.
Now, Sage Wall's going to be broken. And with the Vice one standing in their way, 100 Thieves are slowed. That change of positioning from the utility has found them success here. But now 100 Thieves realize, well, there's no wall down below, I guess. Let's run through. First Thorns activated. HP paid for Timotino, but it's a trade he's more than willing to make. On the site now, we've got Kraven. There's a teammate close by in Lover's Rock, but he has to stand on his own 2 feet and stands tall. Does Kraven. Cryo, the last man standing, and he's dealt with by the wraparound. Big one for BBL.
Even just the information they had while there was that pressure in, I think it was while the Sage Wall and the Vice Wall were up at the same time, 2 players push mid on BBL and make it through the sewers behind. So it made it so that you see the last kill coming in from LaRock. He's actually wrapping through at this moment. They know they can't go back, so they can gamble the rest of the players over to that side of the map. Quick rotation from Lover's Rock, but it still took Kraven having a big round. 2 on the board. As said, though, it's not done damage just yet to the economy of 100 Thieves. They were so clean in those first 3 rounds. Showstopper available for Timotino, and he's been getting entries without it.
To be honest, I almost don't want to see him use it for the entry because he's been so clean. Every time it's 1 at a minimum, and even 1 feels disappointing. I'll close the distance on mid, and this is it. This is going to be Showstopper straight up and in. Flash catches him, delays a bit, buys some time for them to flee, but stuck down below still is LaRock. He is in danger. Showstopper about to run out. Has to pick a target, but he doesn't fire it, and then Rose walks through. A man who could have been dead to rights. A gamble not taken. Play for 100 Thieves. A man down, it looks like another under pressure. They are swinging into Bang, and they will take him down. 5v3 now. Okay, not a bad pick. The res is online.
And there's going to be a reaction to try and...
Oh, damage to diya ganda wala. Oh no!
Finally, he goes
down. Usko jo chatkaya na wo shorty.
With the res utilized, they still sit a man down, but they look to run back in the other direction. Steps are going to be heard by Kraven, though. He's looking to try and take their weaponry away as they go towards this side of the map. Snakebite not going to connect, and he's now waiting for the drop down. He knows these players don't have weapons. Instead, they go at him with a shorty, and he'll just about get the remaining double. A solid round from BBL. They survive versus a res.
Nice.
Sure, they use an ult or 2 of their own, but I don't think they're going to care.
Well, frankly, Rose, he has some sort of protection from the Divine.
Plot armor.
There was a Showstopper staring at the wall right beside him, and they just decided not to click. Then he walks up, kills that player. Then the next fight, he sprayed his entire magazine, took out a shorty while Timotino stared him in the face, and managed to kill him and get away with damage done to Asuna when he fell. A very good round from Rose, very good round from BBL, and I'll say as well, seeing Kraven have this kind of an uptick. I mentioned it in the agent select a little bit when we were coming into the map. Like, I like Kreven. I like what he can do on this map, but so far at this event, he hasn't been hitting the way that he has regionally. So that's where kind of my eye goes elsewhere, and I look more towards 100 Thieves and the success that they've had. But he stepped up. The Sheriff was ringing out, singing true. Here he finds 2 as well, securing a much-needed round. For BBL, all hope is not lost, evidently.
Yeah, it's a pause taken this time by 100 Thieves. I think a bit of a messier round in tow. Bear in mind that we see in the early stages of the round, it's like, oh yeah, he gets caught by a flash. Don't think Kreven was there, so I don't think anybody else could have done it.
I can tell you it was a Sky Flash.
Yes.
And
BBL don't have a Sky.
Didn't buy a Sky Flash that round.
No, that's true. I think we would be reporting them if they had.
Exactly.
But yeah, one of the few disjointed rounds we've seen throughout this game. I've loved the executions, and well, here's another one.
Okay.
Of course, it's Timatino in first. Trade out of ultimates is going to put them in a decent position.
3 log leke ultimate.
The setup for LaRoque, but he did most of the work himself. The Nightfall forced them back, and it was night in the end. 3 players gone. In one foul swoop. And again, they're locked in. Now they can go down the vents. That's the one position on the map that's actually open. But the second they do, if they make any level of sound, there'll be a switch up of position from Lover's Rock. The spot out onto Kreven is a nice one.
यहाँ से थ्रो कर रहे हैं
and actually wherever they go, they should have an isolated fight.
नहीं हो सकता रे वैसे तो देखो क्या
smoke down. But it looked like they wanted to push towards Loida.
Oh.
And indeed they will in the end, but it won't matter. Loida grabs them both. The spam and the smoke was a good start, a great finish. Now the lead is there for BBL. As you said, last map, it was 4-0. They decided to start shooting, decided to start playing their game.
Yeah.
Now they've gotten online a little bit earlier. It's good signs, but it's what we needed to see. Again, you set the expectation, Tom, that for this squad, we really want to see about 8 rounds on that defense. And 100 Thieves, as a result, they're not that far away from finding a successful half of their own, pushing up to 5.
To put it into perspective, when they played against Eternal Fire regionally, I think they got 8 rounds on the defense and lost 13-10. So that's the sort of level I'm giving to you. Like, maybe they have been able to take the time. They've had a lot of time to get ready for this event, and they fixed that attack side. But if we're going off what has happened regionally, even versus Pacific, they struggled to close it out.
Timatino heard the outlaw. It was fired at him, and yet he's decided to push into Vents, to continue pressing forward, to search for that player. All the while, siphoning him into Cryo, who's waiting in A main. You almost have a split coming through now. In fact, the side strike from Timatino almost sealed the round, but Cryo's left alone with that fight up top, and BBL
come back.
Handle what could have been a very dangerous situation towards A nicely. Even a couple picks would have been huge. It would have left B lighter defended, allowed this split to look a whole lot stronger, and instead, it's a couple pistols pushing into very bad fights for them.
It really does feel like go from round 3 to this round and you flipped a coin and got the 2 polar opposites. A squeaky clean round earlier on in the bonus that came out from 100 Thieves, and now incredibly clean defensive side rounds coming out for BBL, building up that economy, making sure that if they want an operator going forward, they can definitely afford it, making sure that there will be no weaknesses in terms of shields, in terms of investment into rifles. And it's going to take some time for 100 Thieves to break that down. And with plays like this, what can you even do? That's 5 seconds into the round and you've lost 2 players.
They even put the slow in to stop that exact play from happening. Sweet blast packs up top on the box. So aggressive. If anything, that's what tells you they know you're doing this, or they are looking here. They are waiting for this kind of play. And do you think he gave a damn? In for 2, out for 2. And BBL, the 5v3, sitting pretty. No need to overextend anymore. And like, this is where they do just sit back, let them execute in. But if 100 Teams get on site, they have got a Viper's Pit to work with.
Lover's Rock, though, that Viper's Pit might not be there for long. Okay, Cryo's won that fight. Looked like he was dead to rights. The re-aggress back towards LaRock, though. Seems like a
3K
risky game. He's back in that same sort of form we saw in the last map. 13 and 5 right now. Every fight he takes seems to go his way.
आएंगे ace ले रहा ace
towards where they're moving once
ये मारा
again.
एक
2 more
ace
kills for the ace, but again, Cryo's managed to shut him down.
ले
The one player to do damage for 100 Thieves in this round, but can they convert that into a victory?
25 seconds left. It's been a great round for Cryo so far. Some banging shots hit. But as we hit 15, they've wrapped back around to B main. There is a decent chance that Loida will swing this wide to look for information without even going for the jump peek, and they might be able to catch him, but now they seem to have the information. Crossover. At least able to find one. This plant won't get him the res, but the kill would. Rose walking out, knows the time's on his side. Even if he fell, the round would be theirs. He knew it. And so the lead extends for BBL. Great try, though, in the 2v5. Considering what LaRock's been able to do at the start of this.
But this is the fun thing with him is he's blast packing before the slow. So he knows it's coming. That's him predicting how they're going to play this. But there's more than one way. A lot of the time you see a slow and a flash, or a slow and a smoke, or a flash and a smoke. He would be likely in front of the flash because of how far forward he is up on the box. So no matter what they've thrown at him there, he gets a 1v1 fight. Now, I don't think he's going to be able to do that again because they'll be pre-firing him. And in fact, he won't be able to do it again because they've decided, you know what, I'm not about that life. I'm going to the other side of the map.
And at least on the other side of the map, you've only got Lover's Rock to worry about. You've only got all that utility from Kraven to deal with. Already, they're going to lose a man. Dimatino, the one who's broken open every site they've made it towards. Been robbing rations from the enemy's backlines. Even on those low-buy rounds. Now another hero needed. Numbers are their advantage. Got 4 stood together, now making it 3 with Rose finding 1. And LaRock, listen, 5v3, they're all stuck in heaven. That was a bold maneuver. That's also a bold maneuver. They're pushing 1 by 1. Oh, Kraven, don't break my heart. He waits and he misses.
Oh, God. It
was a 5v3 moments ago. And 100 Thieves did nothing to pull this back into their favor except sit and wait for their opponents to make mistakes. Loida give up. Run for the hills. They've rezzed. It's a mad advantage times 2 for 100 Thieves. And Lover's Rock's got to be the one to bring this back into their favor. He's given them a chance. But with the pit in play, they're probably going to commit it.
Oh, at this stage, you might as well. Like, it's been a struggle to get through these rounds, as said. For 100 Thieves, 4 might even be enough. And instead for Loiter, he's got one hell of a challenge on his hands. Both players walking up towards him. First goes his way. And that's the pit down. Now he has an even fight versus Arsenal. Around that looked like it was thrown away, but they might just still be able to take it, waiting on the other side. And Loiter will bring it home anyway. It doesn't matter that they seem to throw it away. BBL have players with such depth of talent that they can take it anyway.
They just wiped the fingerprints. There's no evidence of what happened there. That should have been one of the easier closeouts for this squad. They were set up for success right away. And one by one, they pushed, they peeked, they missed, they whiffed. Luckily, they had the players in Lover's Rock and in Loida to close this one out. Keep that lead going, because this was a 100 Thieves chance to make this a legitimate half, to at least have 4 on the board. But for BBL, that milestone of 8 is within reach. In fact, they can get so much better.
Yeah, they're pretty good at the defensive side. The way they're winning some of these rounds, I enjoy watching the moment they clutch. Everything they do before that, a little bit annoying. Exhibit A of walking into a smoke with a shorty versus a low buy round. Cool. You know, no respect is given. It has to be earned. BBL will teach that to anybody they play against.
Player already through the wall. But the majority of that was just to clear out the utility. Now it's worked wonderfully as a bait. The showstopper gets burned up by LaRock, thinking that they were ready to execute into that B site. With 3 players on A, they were worried. Hold on, look at the position of Vora. He's sneaking his way up through the vents, and Rose just walked back from main to cover it. in the nick of time, he's realized where the snake in the grass was, and they've got one of their own. Lloyd has walked up. He's in vents. He is behind them in the sewers. They're in vents, walking out, and he spotted it. This is going to be the quickest flank that they could dream of. And we might have seen rifts today, but this man's not one to let these opportunities slip. 2 under his belt. They might get a rifle out of that.
2v4 to na.
With 20 seconds on the clock, 3 players on B in a 2v4. This one should be a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way in hell they get this plant down. Laroc's still going to swing, and he's going to get headshots anyway. There's the marker. I'll be honest, at 3-0 down, I had very little faith that they would be able to get to 8 rounds. Maybe 8 was the best, because I didn't expect them to win round 4 with pistols. But ever since that moment, we have seen the step up of the individuals. We've seen Loiter popping off. We've seen that space taken, similarly to what we got on Lotus, where they are just disrespecting the amount of map control that their opponents can hold. And for 100 Thieves, they at least want to get 1 towards the end of the half. Nobody wants to win, or sorry, lose 9 rounds in a row.
Oh, showstopper, Timotino! Oh! He had the wall to help him! Close the distance quicker, but Lover's closes out the kills! 2 under his belt! As Under Thieves try desperately to recover, they push into Larocque, who's hitting again and again! A flawless from BBL. This is 100 Thieves map pick, but this battleground belongs to BBL, at least in the first half.
Yeah, I think I'd be scratching my head as well. Like, it's crazy that you go. They are one of the few teams that I think we can watch that they go into a map that's their map choice, lose it close in OT, and I don't have to sit there and go, do you think they're going to be mentally boomed? Like, they've gone 3-0 down after losing their own map choice, and then they've gone, right, so we win 9 rounds in a row. Like, all it takes, it seems, is a small spark of like, hey, maybe we shouldn't have won that. And everybody's back. Everybody's getting aggressive, pushing angles that they shouldn't. And on this map, a map that's been so good for 100 Thieves over the last few months, they're getting boomed by a team that ultimately has taken way more map control than they should ever be able to get.
I think we can tell from the very get-go. So first of all, Timotino, the seaside takes from him. Timotino was taken backside. He was diving in scot-free 9 times out of 10 with huge amounts of success. But the other takeaway was Larocque on that first map. Some of the shots he was hitting, you saw the confidence build round on round. You saw him start to connect. It genuinely looked like he got new mouse drivers or something. I don't know how he was able to snap so quickly. And when you see him having a day like that, you know that's not going to disappear map to map. That's going to be a problem that you have to deal with. And 100 Thieves, they just can't match what he's putting down right now. As well as I will say, some moments like that from Rose where like they get hella lucky. Kraven's left on 3 HP. That would have been a 2v2 with a rifle recovery. And instead, they narrowly missed out that first burst of the shorty, decided the round. For 100 Thieves, any one of those moments going their way, and this is a much tighter scoreline. This is a much more difficult second half for BBL, but now 9-3, it kind of feels like a formality, especially if BBL take the pistol.
Yeah, for sure. I would say that a pistol round for 100 Thieves, in a normal case, I wouldn't be too worried that they could still do this on the defensive side. I think they've proven that this is an incredibly strong map for them. But it's just that momentum. Like, that's the thing that is always most terrifying with BBL, with Turkish rosters in general. When you've got Larocque, Lovers Rock, and hey, let's just say at this point, every single member of their team having highlight moments time and time again. I'm now looking at you to find that same sort of resilience. Find that same break back that they have shown.
But decider hoga third match.
Well, a pistol round, a chance to bring it back to 9-5. And as said, like, from what we've seen over the last 3 times BBL played this map, they have managed maximum 2 attack side rounds. So a pistol round would genuinely get them halfway there.
On the walkout from Rose. He's being spotted. Very close. He's 35 HP as he fades away from middle, making it out. But Lover's Rock is not so lucky. 1 man down already. Lots of damage done. And yes, that's the same for Vora, of course. The Sage close by, and he'll come online later. In fact, no, Vora's being put to bed. Timotino also falling. The nade. They have to be desperately careful with Bang being on 9 HP.
कुछ तो crazy किया. 3v3 है guys, 3v3 है.
Up with Rose.
Kill आ रहा होगा ना Sage का नहीं आया. Strategy teamwork. हाँ वो तो है भाई, वो तो है.
with how far he's got, yeah, they're going to go
भाई तभी तो
all the
उनके
way
पास
back
कोच है,
around the spawn. The
एनालिस्ट
only
होते
thing
सब
will be
होता
if
है ना
Rose
उन पे,
overplays
उनको
his
पैसे किस
hand.
बात का मिल रहा है?
I
ये सब
think
नहीं
he's
कर पाया
playing
तो
it
क्या
perfectly.
फायदा इधर रह के?
Into that
वही
spawn
है.
position. Cryo definitely got some doubts, but do you check to your right? That could be the defining factor of this round. He gets the kill onto Rose, and maybe it turns, but no, why would he? And Rose isn't just going to go for one. He's making sure there's nobody else. The remaining players towards the heavens, though, make things interesting. A nice shot that drops the spike.
1v2.
Rock has to go back and get that, and if he can deny it, maybe that'll be enough to win the round instead. Does he know the second player is there? He does, and while Fallen gets the kill. 1v3, left all on to bang, but it's LaRock again. This man does not want to lose today.
Oh, yeah, look, when it comes to that late round scrapping, I don't think there's a chance that LaRock's dropping the ball. You have got to be quick on the trigger, or he is taking you out. And it was, I think he was one hit to the Sheriff on the round. A lot of damage done in that initial fight.
Comeback possible, guys.
For BBL, that round win, it's fairly damning. 100 Thieves should have next to no chance of coming back into this one. Like, winning the pistol, it's a long road ahead of you. But now double digits for BBL, a team that thrives off of momentum, and they've now won 10 rounds in a row. This is going to be one hell of a task. Even just to slow these youngsters down.
I think
100 Thieves ne.
Is there to build momentum.
4th round in.
They've got the players on the right side of the map, but it's completely irrelevant.
ये क्या है भाई? No scope, दो बंदे से ले गया बस.
Being utilized.
Like casual gameplay or what?
For LaRock, one away from Showstopper.
Gonna get it one way or another, it seems, and it's gonna plant towards the end of the round.
Squeaky
clean, only one player lost. The
Marshal
immediately retrieved, and as I said, it's a good map for 100 Thieves, but unless they've got one hell of a streak, this one is looking like we're going to a third.
And again, you saw at the end, as you said, Tom, that late round plank coming through. So we're one away from a showstopper coming into the next round, and that is going to be devastating considering how on the ball LaRock has already been. You think about him having the ability to, well, look, his showstopper last half was pretty impactful, you could say. Something 100 Thieves will be fearful of. Yeah, and often you talk about it as sort of the ability to bridge the gap of the lighter buy. Well, BBL don't have a lighter buy. There's one stinger, and other than that, everyone's got everything that they need.
Miss.
Miss shot to start with. That's not what you want to be seeing. And of course, a man who literally isn't missing right now is LaRock. He might have just ended the round already. 100 Thieves have to make a decision, and that decision is made for them. They're being pushed, but they brought it back at least a little bit. Heal will be there for bang.
Heal में है possible
although this is a plant and a man down at this scoreline, you got to go for it.
चलो कोई नहीं भाई वहाँ पे लो उसको पता है वहाँ पे आ रहे हैं.
Maybe we can win 9 in a row. Not often going to work for LaRock. He's securing the round. He's making sure even if they do cancel this retake, there will be no opportunity to carry those weapons through to the next round. And the time surely already too far gone. Certainly with two players having access to heaven with the plant being that open, smoke goes down. It's going to be an attempt to just stick it. No, they need to stick it surely. Finally, the stick's coming through, but it should be too little too late. The time already too far gone for ASUS. They let go of it.
He had to.
Indeed. Forced into it, and now BBL in with an opportunity to close this out in extremely dominant fashion.
Yeah, well, it turns out if you get a lot of rounds in the first half, you then win the pistol in second round, and then you win the bonus. By the way, in the last 3 times they played, this will be the most attack rounds they've actually managed to achieve. And they've only played 3 of them. So yeah, I think a squad that has hit their stride at the perfect moment, 100 Thieves on their own map choice, have gone completely missing. But you know what, Mitch? A fantastic time to take a pause. 9 rounds down.
I always say that. You know, let the opponent hit 12, call your pause.
I learned my lesson.
Love it.
All gamers have proved to me that even if you're facing against map point, you need to win, 7 rounds in a row. Sometimes you take a pause and you win 6. Well, maybe in this time, they'll take a pause and they'll win 9. The music got me a little bit excited.
I can see that. You started to believe in your own BS. I love that. Yeah. I love when that happens. It was a stun from Lovers Rock that really got them into that site. The relay bolt that hit, Vora was completely caught by it. And the beautiful thing is, Lovers Rock doesn't even care. He ran past him and said, LaRock, didn't you need an orb, bro? grab it. Showstopper activated, up into heaven. Like, it looked so clean. That looked like SEAL Team 6 action from BBL. And this is a team that has looked very disjointed at times because they play aggressive. They love to play aggressive, and like we said, sometimes that's their downfall. But in this situation, not so much. 12-3, a 9-round gap to recover for 100 Thieves. And what we said in the last one, they stole the map. This would be highway robbery if they were to get anywhere close.
Oh, if LaRock gets 1 kill before Lover's Rock, he has double the kills of the second highest player in the server. That's all you really need to know about how this game is going. We saw this yesterday, that LaRock just hit a different gear to everybody else. There was a reason why, even when they were the Ascension champions, that teams came looking to see if they could steal this youngster away. He has the potential to be one of the best players in the world. And right now, you are witnessing exactly that. Even still, though, Bro's going walkabouts will be lost. I think for 100 Thieves, even just not losing 13 rounds in a row would probably help out the mental a little bit. They've taken that pause. They've got some inspiring, or I hope inspiring words.
I don't think they get the music, Tom. So,
you know,
it'll have to be, the speech will have to be a little bit better without that backing track. Nade forcing him into the open. Asuna's dead. Vora ain't gonna last long either. It's LaRock again. I said it, bro. I feel like we need to check his drivers. Something's being installed. He is playing in a way I've not seen in a long time. He's got the whole PowerPoint loaded in. And for 100 Thieves, look, okay, at least Timotino's here. He's holding the cross. Will he deal with LaRock? Of course he won't! This guy is on a tear all day long. We saw it 5 rounds into the last map. He was hitting shots that we don't see all too often.
Possible?
A good game turns to a great one.
Okay, 1v1.
All they rely on LaRock. I thought the game was over, and of course it is! 4 for LaRock, 13-3. A decimation on map number 2.
Third match होगा इन लोग का.
And brawled on the first map, but the second was a straight execution.
With
this have been a 13-0 if they won the pistol round. That is 13 rounds in a row for BBL. A squad that, again, lost their own map choice in OT for the second time. Come into the second map as if absolutely nothing happened. By the way, that was picked by 100 Thieves. You lost 13 rounds in a row on your own map choice. I don't know what I've just witnessed. And LaRock is making statement plays after statement plays. Maybe the best player in the tournament right now. We'll have to see, because there is going to be a third map. Honestly, I think the break is going to be taken by 100 Thieves just to try and completely reset, because that was just bullying.
Absolutely. And one man that I love to bully is Degon. Take it away, baby.
Any attention from you, Mitch, is always great. Great call so far in the 1-1 as BBL come storming back in emphatic fashion. There is not a single doubt that they belong, and whoever wins this qualifier match into the playoffs is a force to be reckoned with. Welcome back here, Degon, alongside Bea, and of course, big time. I'm sorry, I went with Bea instead of.
You can call me Bea. It is indeed my name, Daniel.
Oh, that's true. That's also my name, and that's Morgan.
This is Morgan.
Pure professional,
you
guys.
You might know him as Tyler as well.
He also could be Tyler.
Depends on the day.
Yeah, true.
BBL came and did not care whose name was on the other side. LaRock popped off here.
I mean, they got LaRocked. It's that simple. Yep. That was an insane performance from him. Absolutely unbelievable. He ends 29-8 in a 13-3. That's phenomenal. You don't see numbers like that. For them to do it on 100 Thieves map choice as well. Coming into this, we said, this is going to be tough for them. Wow, it's going to be a difficult mountain to climb. 100 Thieves been so good. BBL went so bad here. But it doesn't even matter when they play like this.
They didn't stand a chance, did they?
Oh,
I think that first half, how easy things were being for Lover's Rock with the operator, how seamless it was for LaRock, for Loita, for Rose, for all of them to push and eat that terrain. And I was sitting next to you being like, I knew that the defense was not going to be a problem. I didn't expect the 9 rounds in a row. And then when we swapped onto the other, the fact that BBL was able to carry that performance onto the second half and close it with those 13 rounds in a row. Do not get me me wrong. Like, you forget that pistol, this was a 30-0.
Yeah.
In my eyes, this is a 30-0.
Exactly. It just can't get more dominant than this. Realistically, I love how they approach this defender side. It is so aggressive. They're always shutting the map down for 100 Thieves. They're pushing, they're flanking, they're making things difficult. 100 Thieves tried to have that slower, more of a controlled style to their comps, but it couldn't work here on Split.
And there's something also that is very important. Do you remember that on map 1 we were speaking about the Viper and working around the Viper wall and what that gives you? You can really tell that in EMEA we still run a lot of the Viper here on Split, because in many of those occasions you could see BBL using 100 Thieves Viper wall against them and taking advantage of what it was bringing out for them. And you know, brilliant performance. I wonder though how the mental state is for 100 Thieves going on to Haven, because as Tom was saying, this was their map pick. They decided to go to Split. They thought that this is where they could have an easier time against BBL.
And were absolutely blown out. No question about it here.
What is that?
The aggression
what is that? LaRock is hitting every shot, and you just open the wall. One by one. He stopped shooting now.
This team is just so fun to watch when they play like this. It's spectacular looking Valorant. LaRock just lit up this server, and it's so hard when there's an absolute Goliath on the other side. It just feels like you can't play. You feel so restricted. Even when they're in these good situations, these advantages, BBL always found a way to swing it in their favor.
It is almost insulting. Like, at that point, it's like LaRock had plot armor, had triple plot armor in so many of those situations. The margin is so tiny, so it's like the spike going off. They know there's only one. Like, turning around the man disadvantage is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, 21 plus 21 in the 29 and 8 there for LaRock.
That's more than years he has.
Kind of
years old he is.
Yeah, again, right? It just shows how good that performance was. And 100 Thieves on the opposite side, they've got to go ahead and bounce back. I think it's just tough when you have a performance like that. Asuna and the boys got to figure it out here, because they were the ones that did not opt for that double duelist that BBL did. And you're thinking, okay, you know, we should be fine with it. Okay, we lose some rounds. We got 3 at the start. Maybe once we're on defense, never got it going. Ever got it going. Those 13 in a row will be a nice feather in the cap for BBL as they head on over to map number 3. Haven coming up next. Winner qualifies the playoffs here for EWC 2026. Don't go anywhere. We'll have that final map after this short break.
Hello everybody and welcome. We have got Rose and Loita here for a little game. We are going to let them choose from a bunch of 10 sprays in their hands to respond to a bunch of prompts. If they both choose the same spray, they get a point and their synergy goes up. All right, boys, are you ready?
Yes. Yep.
Fantastic. Let's get the first one done. How would you react if I told you you've got to be up tomorrow at 5 a.m.?
Okay, wait. Let me think.
And now look at each other's.
I was thinking maybe I should choose this one.
These are the 2 perfect answers for it.
Yeah.
You get to the venue. You're ready to start scrims. Okay. But hold on. One of the other players is missing. They overslept. They're still in bed.
Oh, okay. Okay, mine is ready.
Okay.
Mine is ready too.
Yours is ready too. All right, boys. Please show the camera what you've chosen. And now let's take a look at each other's. There's a first point on the board.
First point.
Yeah. How would you feel if you got here? You arrived to Paris, you're waiting at the luggage belt, and your bag never arrives.
Just think basic, Loita.
Oh, it's a very similar vibe. Take a look. It's a similar vibe.
Like, guys, I don't wanna use bug for this game. I don't wanna choose this one every time, you know?
Yeah,
yeah. Loita, stop it.
Okay. How did you feel when you first found out that Neon was going to be nerfed?
I found it.
Yeah, me too.
Show the camera how you felt. And now take a look at each other. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, finally, Riot, finally. Oh.
How would you react if you asked somebody to drop you in a buy round? You want a Vandal, but they give you a Sheriff. Oh, take a look.
NT.
Sage comes in.
and revives you, but you're in the sight lines of 2 enemies. Lock it in, boys. Show the camera what you've chosen. And now show each other. On the board.
Brimstone is like me. This thing. Yeah.
You make it to a grand final of an international event, and you see your opponent is Paper Rex.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Oh no!
Oh,
Rose just had that. He just put it back.
No way.
All right, you're about to go into an official match, and then Riot drops a patch, a big patch, the night before your official game.
I think this one is obvious again. Of course, it's that.
Ooh, take a look.
Come on,
Rose.
bro. Come on,
I knew
no
Rose
way.
wasn't gonna like that. All right, boys, for the next one, you're in scrims.
Yes.
There's a quiet moment. Just outside your headset, you hear that one of your teammates just farted. How do you react?
You should know that, man.
Lloyd is picking the crying one again. And now show each other.
Yes,
Let's
absolutely.
go. You're
Finally.
doubting yourself.
Yes.
You're on the finish line. You're going to turn back, bro.
Oh.
How do you feel when you find out that next up, you've got a content piece with Janiro?
I'm ready.
Okay?
I'm ready too.
Boys, please show the camera.
This one.
And show each other. Well done.
Yes, half an hour, as I said.
Oh.
Welcome back to EWC 2026. Here in our first qualifier match of Group A, we're going the distance all the way to Haven between BBL and 100 Thieves. Degon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And first one, a little tight, went to overtime. Second one, stomped by BBL 13 rounds in a row after dropping the first 3. I feel like it's so hard to try and predict what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, I think for BBL, they'll be feeling so good. Obviously, when you come off a huge momentum win like that, it feels amazing. It's also because it's so reminiscent of their previous series against EDG, of they lose that Lotus, then they steal their opponent's map pick, and we saw them win that map 3. They know that they've been there, done that, so I think they'll be on Cloud9 right now.
I still want to see what is it that BBL is going to do with Haven, because back in EMEA, we had the situation, right?
Yep.
We kind of like all agreed the breach was not going to be played. All of us, but BBL, right? And then LaRock was playing the breach there on that map. It worked for a couple of times, just because LaRock is just so incredibly good, and also because it allowed Lovers Rock to just play Jet the way that he wanted to. But they know, I think, and they've gotten to the conclusion that things need to change, they need to evolve, they need to move forward, most importantly. So really looking forward to see what is in this Haven. Again, the preparation for what is remaining of the year is the most important thing for all of the teams.
Look, for me, if I see LaRock after that performance go pick breach, I will unplug his PC myself. That's unacceptable for this. I want to see him on the duelist. I want to see him be aggressive. I want to see him use his momentum, not stand there holding a stun. That's no good for anybody.
And also, what is happening on the other side? I know that they're in the qualifier, they were using a different composition. I saw that Cryo was playing with the chamber. I'd be very down for that.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be having some very good chambers.
As you brought up earlier, this is their first loss across EWC qualifiers and now here at the main event. So kind of wonder, are you glass cannon where you do great when things are going great? How do you deal with adversity? How do you deal when you drop a game? Because this is a team that is full of potential, hasn't fully realized it to the level that you'd expect.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But I will say, yes, they've been on a very good run throughout EWC, but 100 Thieves are not unfamiliar with the concept of losing. They've been known to lose in the past, and they've been able to bounce back. So it's not the end of the road for them by any means.
I don't know if that was Pacific U or EMEA U, but that was definitely not America's U. They're big time.
That doesn't exist.
No.
That does not exist.
No.
Where's the, I want to see China big time, but we'll get there eventually. Maybe on another series. For the side of 100 Thieves, I still think that it is way better to lose 13-3, as in, like, listen, they destroyed us. To we were battling for an hour. We tried everything. Swing rounds went one way or another. No, listen, okay, the map just happened. We only need to focus on Haven. Think about that Lotus. Think about the way that you were controlling the map. 3 sides just on this map as well. You need to treat it the same way. But the question is, are the tools going to be the same. What are you going to be facing up against?
Yeah, I mean, for me, for 100 Thieves, I really want to see Cryo run this chamber, man. He's been so good at this agent for a long time, a real signature for him, and bringing it out on Haven is a real nice fit.
And something that worked very, very well against RRQ, who, by the way, is already on their way home.
Yep.
Was the Phoenix with Asuna, and he should be playing, you know, if they keep going with that composition that they were playing throughout the qualifiers. Asuna would also be on that Phoenix. Still, to me, the bigger question stands. Are BBL just going to run what they were running in the qualifier that was Jet Phoenix with LaRock playing the Phoenix and just run it like that?
Yeah, there we go.
It looks like it is.
Got it coming in. This is much better. I'm happy to see LaRock on a Phoenix and not a Breach. I would have punched the monitor. But over on the side of 100 Thieves, still waiting for the final picks to come in
No, Cryo,
here.
come on. I understand that you kind of think of this team and you think of a stopping power, seriously, any stopping power, maybe a way to gather that information. 3 out of 3 maps. BBL starting on the defense, and it's been looking so good for them. Definitely the favorite side for them so far in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand if they want to swap Cryo to this Cypher, it makes sense. It's good against that Neon and the Phoenix. No verticality there, and it's also good for helping to contain and get information on those defender side pushes that BBL are so known for, but it does mean you're losing out on that firepower. His chamber is electric, and I can't help but feel like 100 Thieves need a hero to get that momentum for them after a disappointing map 2.
I mean, all that I'm looking for here is the middle brawls. That's what I want to see round after round to see who comes out on top.
Mirror match in terms of composition. Asuna moving away, played that same.
Asuna ले रहा ना. Phoenix gameplay हमारे का Asuna देखना.
Thieves try to continue their successful ways against.
अगर Asuna मारा तो GG है भाई. Easy win है.
So easy on the eyes to watch with their gameplay. Let's see how they do it with 3 different sides to attacks on Haven for the call on our final map here. Let's send it back on over to Tom and Mitch.
Easy on the eyes, Tom. Funny, that's how I described Degon, but it's time to get into this matchup. Map number 3, after a dominant bounce back from BBL with the backbreaker on split, now there's an opportunity for this to be the saving grace of this series after a shaky start on their first map where BBL, they were 4-0 down, they bounced back, and it was resurgence after resurgence only for it to end in 100 Thieves' hands in overtime. But after a dominant map win, the question now that you said you never ask of BBL, can they bounce back from a loss like that? We now ask of 100 Thieves. That was their choice, and they lost 13 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I think most of what we will have seen in the break is not going to be about strategy coming into this map or like the plan that you have overall or what you could do to beat BBL. It's mostly going to be about making sure that the team are reset and ready and raring to go, because to go 3-0 up and lose 13-3, it's not an easy way to bounce back. A lot of damage done early, but the first pick did go the way of 100 Thieves, but look at the HP. It's going to be at least Arsenal able to heal himself up a little bit, but they're walking into an aggressive position from Kreven. Feel like he needs maybe slightly more than one, but he's played it so well. He's walked past. He looks the player a little bit deeper. The next one should be for free, though. Now the smokes are gone. Players already in position. And this pistol round looking a little risky. Speaking of risky, Rose has just jumped out the window.
So short.
That I couldn't believe when I saw him stood on the edge of the ledge. I thought there's no way.
I thought he was going to wait for his teammate, not just jump.
The thing was the timing could not have been better. The second that he dropped, his opponent turned away. Look, Asuna, the literal second that player emerges from the smoke, Asuna has just turned to look at the spawn, and so Rose gets a double for free. 3 in the pistol for the IGL, and well, we had our conversations about slow starts from Rose. Anything but that. Lights out in the pistol, and that's 14 rounds in a row for BBL now. When you think about that last map. For 100 Thieves, this probably isn't where they have that road to recovery well paved. They are coming in with just pistols, a very light buy, and even two kills is now getting... Oh, this is getting spooky.
They've made it interesting, that's for sure. Lovers Rock.
Oh yeah, I got feedback there. Damn.
Under the radar.
Oh my, oh my, oh
It's
my.
going to be dealt with. An incredibly costly round, but now it even gets to a point of an opportunity. Never mind. Kreven there to save the day, make sure that that one doesn't get too far out of control. And although it's incredibly costly and a good round, it's still a round for BBL. And I kind of want to give you a little bit of information. You know what's good about being in the venue, being around the players, is sometimes you bump into them, maybe on your way to the bathroom. And one of them, who was running, as he does in-game as well, was Lovers Rock. And as he ran past me, he went, how was that, watching the best player in the world? Talking about his teammate LaRock, obviously.
Yes.
And my response was, are you sure he's not cheating? Because that performance, I think he ended up on like 470-something ACS, 29 kills. I don't think he's had to do anything yet. That was the hero op.
That's the op in this buy. I just don't know what I'm watching sometimes.
He's not the best player in the world in this team, wasn't he?
They go from being such a well-oiled machine, 13 rounds in a row with some shaky performances, but a lot of aggression that was tempered on Split. We talked about how different Split and Lotus aggression is because there's less space, there's less avenues, and this time he shift walks through a smoke with an op. Yeah, listen, Rose is pissed right now. Decent damage, all things considered. Wow, it's like, what is this guy? Lloyd has LaRock his hand on his mouse. A wrap around now, 30 HP, a chance to make this incredibly close. 3 kills already. A third found, but a fourth might evade him.
LOL, उसको पता ही नहीं उधर है वो भाई. Cross.
It works out, but
Nice. अबे ये क्या हो गया?
Yeah, they just got wrecked in the initial phase, and then this guy, it's like he toggled, just starts wall-banging players with a Sheriff, like the individual aim. But yeah, I genuinely, it does feel like it's important. If they had lost that round, I would have basically just called this series done. Instead, there's some vulnerabilities on the other side, but they actually don't need the operator in this round because of the fact that so many players died. There's now light shields on 4 of the 5.
Yeah, we've seen things slipping at times for 100 Thieves. Now, BBL are the ones slipping behind enemy lines with 3 players. A very fast rotation into that back lines, but the run it back, it's unavoidable at this stage. Rose was in an awkward position.
Yeah.
The first man past the trap. Good kill.
Nice.
Cryo falling means the trap now gone. Loida has backup coming his way. 2 already found. Bang.
Backstab.
He was about to take that fight on short, but realizes he has to group with his team, but they have no safe haven to fight from. Down below in hell, they've got trouble for Timotino.
Wall bang shot.
But stuck in the backside, surrounded. How he's still getting out with more. That's a huge round from Timotino, right when they needed it most. Pressure from all sides, but he fights back on every front.
Yeah, he's jumping up, celebrating as well. He's getting loud.
He should be for that round.
I think they need to. That's one of those ones where it felt like it was slipping away from them. The fact that, again, Loiter, he actually catches Asuna as he is coming back from his ultimate, and it looked like that round was about to crumble away up until Timotino clutches it out, brings it home, and levels them up 2-2. No crazy streak of rounds for BBL in this scenario. But you always have to be careful versus those pistols. You saw it. The way they started that streak was with the pistols. Rose isn't shying away from a fight, but Cryo puts him down.
As much as we often write home about these rounds for BBL, about players like Kreven, I like the attempt to spam the drone going through. Considering they're spreading out like this, playing the default, it's not somewhere I'm anticipating a lot of impact. Interestingly though, the cage up close with a trap down below, they're never going to see that coming, but it doesn't get the reveal off in time, so no punish, and now the reveal in the corner leaves Kreven isolated and dealt with. Lloyd on the backside. As we said, not a whole lot to work with when it comes to this round. In general, you see how quickly they crumble in the heads-up duels. The backstab from Asuna. Say that one should be even easier, but 5 HP. Lovers Rock gets a chance to make this a little more costly on the exits if he wants. I do think, though, as this round goes on, 100 Thieves are just going to leave if it comes down to it. They're not going to be baited into going down to the spike or anything like that. So in terms of actually getting damage, it will be difficult. That's a good start. No one else one shot, though. Unless it's a headshot, of course.
Now waiting to try and die to the spike, but
blind.
you know that 100 Thieves want those orbs. Arsenal in particular.
Oh, diya tab dusre body shot. Lol.
He is going to get that extra orb towards the Phoenix, so an important one at that.
100 cadence padta hai na.
Looking like already they're back. 3 rounds
Body
in a
shot
row.
diya usne. Blinded tha.
Seeming a lot more comfortable on Haven. And again, another map where we have seen some struggles for the side of BBL. I would say that going into this map point, it is intriguing that both Split and Haven were in there. They've already proved us in one avenue that Split, clearly they put some work in, and also if
Back by 100 Thieves
I
ka.
think
Jitegi
the
shayad.
highest ACS of the tournament so far.
Chalo.
Which is actually pretty close, because I think Starzo had 450,
Nikalo round.
but that only lasted
Push
a
hai,
day.
easy kills hai. Nice.
Oh, nice early aggression
Oh.
from the defensive
Oh.
side. This is what we were waiting to see.
Char.
In previous maps,
Ekdam.
it took them a while to pull it out, and now a full-on
Push kar
blitz
diya,
of mid
pura khatam
has
kar
left
diya inko
100
sandwich.
Thieves scratching their heads. They looked a little bit overwhelmed by what just came their way. And you'd think after 2 maps of facing BBL, you'd get used to it.
It's
मेरे
crazy
बोलते हार
that
गई
you
भाई.
can win 3
मैं बोल ही
rounds
नहीं
in a
रहा भाई.
row and then lose a round in 10 seconds. That is the what it's like playing against BBL. They use a Hunter's Fury and then they just run at them. And even though they lose the opening pick, I don't even think there was a split second in any of the players' minds like, should I fall back? No, it's like we have committed to whatever the players. I think it makes Rose's job as an IGL easier in circumstances like that. Not easier overall, because sometimes his players just decide to swing everyone, but in a round where you plan to push, everybody is on the same page. Early fake being sold by the attack inside. But with the trips not being hit, that ruse, well, it is going to give them Rose. Rose goes looking, and there was a rotation coming back from other players. In fact, the question will be, will Lovers Rock be there in time? No, the Molotov will deny.
Anti to hai.
Ball crucial time and in a post plant with a Hunter's Fury online, and a Sova sitting towards long with his back protected as well. This becomes a very difficult round for BBL.
Neon hai.
Dealing with the first players on site will be one thing.
Timotino,
As long
chal.
as Bora isn't peak, because he is peaking right now. He's giving a chance, and Lovers Rock does not need too many chances to walk away with the kills. Now the trap down already. Flank will be a concern, but everyone's coming straight from the spawn. A heads-up duel with LaRock now on the flank around. Timotino had no idea there was a player behind him. They've managed to section this down to just one. The Hunter's Fury practically useless at this point. Caught in the corner. He's
Oh.
but that flash saved the day.
Nikal round.
Having just
Nikal
enough
gaya
time here
L.
to take this one across the line. It will be 4
2
to 3
seconds.
in favor of BBL. The lead just about maintained.
Yeah, real nice
Kala
try
round
from
nikala.
Vor in that late round scenario, right?
वो नियन का
Using
मारा
the
था
Hunter's Fury
से
there
वो
would
जो.
have almost definitely been his demise, being stuck in the corner.
Timotino.
He would have basically needed to kill both of them with it within a second, but
And तो सही
especially
ली पर
considering how this started,
easy हो गया.
the swing back in gave them that additional little bit of
blast
space.
हो गया बेचारा,
I
क्या ही
think
करता.
Lovers Rock does well in this round, but again, it's the response found by BBL. Lead extended, the 3-round gap, or blip. Look at what's left in the hands of the attacking side. And the thing is, Lovers Rock knows it. His sniper is in hand for that exact reason, although he has missed one of the players, but there is a drone. Is the drone...
Bypass.
That could be a problem.
Lord.
Looks like they're going to commit to that fight. Molly from LaRock cancels drone out. Other side, Rose is the one to take Timotino down. The man who has been so reliable in those fights, but for 100 Thieves, a good chance in Garage, but the setup, the cage immediately activated. Well, the flash catching Krevin, but that's neither here nor there. This has pretty much sealed the deal of the round. They've connected a W already, and another flash should guarantee it. Look at that, he couldn't see a damn thing.
The thing is as well, I was looking at that from Lovers Rock perspective. He missed both of his shots. I was like, he's going to run in with a shorty. What I didn't realize was LaRock was going to do exactly the same thing out of the door. So I left him with nowhere to go. From a 3-round fight back to some more rounds going the other way. It's time for 100 Thieves to take a timeout. I think they've already witnessed how quickly the game can get out of control. It really does feel that sometimes, like, you want to have those pauses called just to try and break the momentum of BBL. They start getting cocky, confident, taking space away from you that they definitely shouldn't be able to get consistently. But then I also feel that there's the other side of the coin, that the second you take the pause, BBL go, we got him. We are in their heads at this stage. We know that they are feeling the pressure. And if anything, I almost feel like the next round's going to be even more aggressive.
Well, it has worked. It has worked every time, on every map. The aggressive plays, sometimes it's a little bit too much for BBL, but it is feast or famine for these guys, and often the table is plentifully filled. At this point, there's no reason to change it up. And look at the minimap. 4 players towards the C site at the start of the round. Now, you will not see this very often. This will be an immediate push down. And what we can see is that 100 Thieves have 2 players outside the C site, one of which has the spike. If BBL are pacey on this, they could already set themselves up for success in the round. In fact, they're waiting. They're waiting for a signal to send utility through. That's the player's goal. The spike down, but the trap from Bang is sprung. The TP was stuck into the backside and no one was paying attention. He's flown under the radar. He's emerged from the shadows and become a nightmare for BBL as he's found 3. That means that Lloyd is completely isolated, trapped on long. Yes, he has the spike, but he's got some hungry mouths looking to take a bite out of him. Lloyd this round has like they had the right read, the right play. But in the end, their own trap sprung on them. Unless Kreven can make this work, he needs to get out of here alive. And okay, a 1v2.
Managed to deny the plant for the moment, but it will go down for Bang. This has been his round. That TP stuck was a gamble, but it was a gamble that saved them from certain demise. And now for Kreven, ability all on the other side of the map. Nothing to play with.
Double
They will pick him together to make sure that didn't go any further. A nice attempt, but it is 100 Thieves, and more importantly, Bang, that takes them home around.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of the pacing.
Double pick का फायदा तो है भी.
Utility from Bang has been absolutely perfect.
दो लोग को
But this was something else entirely.
निकाल दिया
Just so pigeonholed in on that one position. They go towards C long, C players there, they've got utility ready and lined up, and they're throwing in hot hands. But all 4 of these players are only worried about the front, and it is that one small, tiny little detail of the Omen TP that takes them a second too long to piece together. But still big from Bang to hit those shots as well. Hunter's Fury searching for Loida. Run it back used by Asuna. Kreven might be tagged a little bit, trading out the run it backs, but they will indeed keep Asuna away from the big punish. And Kreven still hasn't been detected in the corner. The stake in the grass striking. This time the Venom sinks deep, but they respond. They respond convincingly.
Yeah, I think Timotino is actually quick enough to get his teammate while he's hiding in that corner. And then the Molotov just forces an awkward fight for Kreven. Looking like a much tighter map than what we saw in the last. The back and forth, leaving us level once again, and the trade outs of those run it backs mean that there's not going to be a massive amount to play with going into the next round. I was very worried that for 100 Thieves this might just be the mental break, but instead, after that back and forth continues, going to be a pause now taken for BBL. Of course, both teams desperate to go into that second half with the advantage, not wanting the pistol to potentially be a defining factor in this map. And for BBL, after having a good streak of rounds, you can understand why, after a couple of blips, their coach wants to get involved.
Well, yeah, I think especially that one. Like I said, it's one of those moments where your attention is elsewhere. Your full focus is on those 2 players swinging. He was on the spike that just fell to the floor. And, you know, at that point, you probably imagine there's 2 or 3 more guys about to come swinging around that corner, getting ready for it, pushing down to take the space. And you miss a small detail. In moments like this, that can cost you a map, and it can cost you a series. And a game as close as this, very well might. Maybe I'll take that timeout with 2 rounds left to play for in this half. For 100 Thieves, certainly coming in better armed. But in terms of ultimates, miles away from the important ones. I think there's a good chance we don't even get to see Asuna's run it back online by the time the half ends. But the same can be said for Larocque. Them both burning those up in the last round has taken them out of the equation. And a crucial swing part of the map. I do think, though, if I remove the ultimates and we still see that aggression from BBL, I think they'll go back to winning ways. Because the disruption from 100 Thieves in that round, the only thing that saved them was that from the shadows. If Bang even just gets one there, the round's over.
Yeah. No, that's true. Although the next round, a little bit more chaotic. And I think the thing that I liked from the last round was there was a lot of chaos. There was players missed in corners. There was bits that you could look at as mistakes, but then you go, okay, 100 Thieves come out of it alive. And I think that was where you look back to the last map where the second chaos ensued. That was where it seemed like BBL just ran away with it. So the fact they're able to weather the storm a little bit more in this map at least fills me with some confidence. I think that TP is a great example of it. That is Bang adapting to the chaos that has been this BBL side. And that is why we've maybe seen BBL put on the back foot a little bit here. That, okay, we're not just going to allow you to go in swinging and decimate us. And also, LaRock, for his standards, is now having a quieter map. The last one, he was untouchable, unstoppable. And now I think he's being matched.
Well, indeed, for 100 Thieves, that previous map, it was definitely a blow. 13 rounds in a row, and going 2-0 down in this one. I did start to wonder, is this team crumbling? With it being their map pick previously as well, it's rare to see the blowout like that. Oh, look at that. Come prepared. The other half back home. Well, it's been an interesting series so far. I think the one thing, though, for me, looking at BBL, is the aggression, is how it gets tempered over time. Because this is a young roster, and you can get away with this. We've seen it in the old days with like your G2 roster back in 2021, where they used to play an insanely aggressive style. They played loose with much less structure than we have nowadays. But nobody punished them. For like a year, they got away with it. They would take fights they shouldn't. They would push when they had advantages. And every time they'd find success. But we always said one day people will figure this out. One day teams will just have the fundamentals, the structure there to then make the adaptations to punish every mistake you're making. And when that day comes, you'll fade into irrelevance. Most of those players don't play anymore. So it kind of shows you where we're at in that world. And I view it as a similarity with BBL right now, in that you can play like this, that all-out aggression. But Turkey themselves had to adapt. They used to be that. They used to be your, not even G2 clone. They were a more aggressive version of that old G2 roster. They played so aggressive in every single fight. It was a 5v1, they'll push you one by one because every single player on that roster believes that not only can he beat you, that he will beat you 9 out of 10 times. If not, I think they believe 10 out of 10 times. And then they go, oh, I guess it was lag, latency, something like that. The mouse let me down. So for BBL, yeah, it works for now. But if 100 Thieves can crack that code here today, and it's going to be one day, someone's going to figure it out. Someone's going to have that response, and we'll need to see that extra layer to it. Oh, the admin doesn't want to play.
I like that. I like the fact that LaRock is trying to play with anybody that he can. He's clearly not feeling the pressure whatsoever. Oh, he's now playing with Mitch. Oh.
Ready? He got
you.
He got me.
You've taken a massive L.
Over in London, I was doing well. I was slaying people with it. I did my scissors rock method. It always works.
Against the best in the world?
I shouldn't say that. Now people know my method.
Against the best in the world.
No, not against the best. And that's it. He's proven it there in the States.
You need to train.
He's got the dub already.
He can beat you in aim. He can beat you in the rock, paper, scissors as well, but ultimately, there's a slightly bigger game at hand. And I am looking forward to the conclusion, because of course it is the talk of the town of who's going to be making into that playoff stage first. Of course, we know, I believe now at this point, we know that it's going to be a EDG on that bounce back after defeating RRQ in the elimination game earlier on over on the B stream. So ultimately, this team, one of them goes through, gets to go straight into the playoffs. The other has to go back and play EDG, which, yeah, I don't know if that's something anybody would really want.
For 100 Thieves, you come up against EDG there. You know, I believe they've got a chance, for sure. Could be definitely be a fun game to watch. But Facing EDG in the lower bracket, that's not somewhere I want to be. And then for BBL facing EDG in the lower bracket in a rematch, that's definitely not putting a nice taste in my mouth. I don't think anyone wants to be down there, and I think for most people, maybe with full roster, EDG should be running through that upper bracket run. So for 100 Thieves, for BBL, this matchup, yeah, we've got a second chance, but that second chance is a chance to outswim a shark. It looks like we're getting fist bumps down on the stage, folks. We might be ready to roll pretty soon. And indeed, we are already underway. 1:35 on the clock, and aggression from Lover's Rock. He's been caught this time. He's got back up. Rose, the second layer to him. They're suspecting it. The Molly's caught him. He's dead to rights. He's taken full health bar from the hot hands.
Oh my.
Oh, that's a devastating way to kick this one off. They're in a 5v2.
Yeah, a little bit of karma, baby. You've given the game away with how aggressive you're going to be, that your opponents are starting to just throw utility into smokes.
दो साइड खाली है आगे क्या पता इधर निकाले ना दो पिक निकाले एक पूरा निकाला obviously निकाल ही देगा
towards the remaining setup. Revan and Loiter. This would have to be an impressive hold. The drone already going through. Likely to give the game away, and already Kreven distracted, leaves Loiter alone. They could just leave and go back the other way, but they want to send this man into the dirt. And he's having none of it. Running out of the side, the round all but concluded. And 100 Thieves will take back the lead.
Legitimate.
Well, disgraceful. You don't believe in the Loiter 1v5.
Gun padi hai kya?
I do not.
Yeah.
He was just getting the weapon for the ninja defuse. Now he thought it was planted on C. It's a little mistake. He'll figure it out. But obviously saving this weapon through to the next with the statement. But hold on, there's a player very close. Now he's whiffed on him. This should be it. He's going to run for the hills, and he has no chance of escape. Asano right behind him for the flawless round in 100 Thieves camp. That's got to feel good. What a bounce back.
Yeah, and it has been a constant back and forth throughout this map so far. Of course, the pistol taken home by the IGL, but this is the fact that you can see that throughout this game, 100 Thieves have had to be more prepared for the opponents just taking these risks through the smoke and shutting down both Lover's Rock and Rose within the first few seconds of the round. Felt like a domino effect. The buy that's coming up here is maybe not the greatest, but it is still going to be rifles across the board. And again, 100 Thieves are in the right place at the right time, watching for those players into middle. An early shutdown, but LaRock has quickly found a kill back. He's denied the ultimate and is still going. Finally, they managed to deal with him. But it is just back and forths all over the shop.
2v2.
TP taken to the A side. Close as Rose is already at the gates. He's closing the distance. He's right on the site. He slipped past. They have no idea. The paranoia does nothing. And now out goes the drone to see the last to mark him. Marked for death is Cryo. Rose single-handedly solving the problem that was that 2v2 and putting us neck and neck at the halftime.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. That is him winning the first round and the last round.
3K in the first, yeah.
And then doing...
ऐसे करना था वो लोगों नीचे हो गए
7 and 7, so that's 5 kills.
It was a 3K and a 2K.
Rounds, and then for the rest of the entirety of the half. But hey, if you could win your team 2 rounds as an IGL, I don't think that's too bad. And of course, will leave us level. I think ultimately you're going to look at this and go, you win the pistol and it ends up 6-6. It's not the greatest of halves for BBL. I think a good recovery from 100 Thieves, especially when you see that 3-round streak coming in. You might start to get pauses. Both sides keeping this one close. And of course, you go back to map number 1 and OT defeat on their own map choice for BBL. Very easily could have taken this one in 2, and I unfortunately won't be saying the same for 100 Thieves, who really struggled on their own map choice. But I'm glad to see that that hasn't boomed them. That they are back in this map and back in this matchup. And as said, the victory will take them through to the playoffs, which when you think back to last year, BBL with a completely different squad did make it. 100 Thieves in the group of death failed. It would be new heights for them at EWC.
Yeah, I think the main one in BBL's camp, just the fact that this is a roster that after those changes come out to the Yoru, we see them fade a little bit, right? They have to take time to adapt, but they don't have time going from an international to a regional event. The meta shifts multiple times, and playing keep up, playing catch up is more so the issue. They can prove that they're still a team that can make those deep international runs with just one map here. It'd already be solidifying themselves amongst the upper echelon for what wouldn't be the first time this year. That's when you call it proof as opposed to circumstance. We certainly know they're capable, but after that second map, gotta be honest, I thought it was a definite. I thought they were a shoo-in to take this across the line, but 100 Thieves have dug deep. Timotino's been very impressive as well today. I think especially on Lotus, like his raise there was fantastic, or sorry, the Waylay was fantastic there. Raise on the previous, and now here on the Neon, finding that impact again. But Kraven last two maps for BBL has stepped up. He's been such an important sentinel in terms of staying alive, but now putting up that impact as well. As Sheriff is starting to sing, although here, he has got the Bandit for the pistol.
Slower. Patient start from the side of BBL. Maybe expecting some aggression on the other side as well. Of course, you do have that double duelist in tow, but it's Timotino's gone walking out. But that's more of the bait. There's a second player up close, but he's been caught by the cam. Good spot. But they're not done fighting this just yet. Continuing that brawl towards the A site. Maybe trying to force them back into the utility.
Yeah, this is all just a ruse towards that A site, right? Sending the drone out towards long. The cam's been checking the entire time. They want to take any early information, any silent alarms that could start ringing out of the hands of 100 Thieves, so they don't know that there's no one on A long. They don't know there's no one close on A short. And as a result, they don't rotate to the other side of the map, which means that all alone is going to be Cryo. Although, actually, support coming through. Bangs on the quick rotation. Run through the smoke so quickly, and Bangs found two. A shock dart kills come in, and all of a sudden, Lloyd is the last man standing. It looked like BBL had managed to strike with a surprise, but 100 Thieves, and especially Bang, looked more than ready for that play.
Oh, for Loiter. It then becomes an impossible clutch. Not enough time to do anything, and another high-impact round from Bang. A triple kill over on that C site, and honestly, it's looking like his site at the moment after the TP play we saw earlier. And now holding on that side of the map, and even just the way he danced around his own utility, had that additional support as well, and an important victory to grant them the lead.
And I think for Bang, what's important to highlight is like this guy's been in a position where he's had a lot of impact so far, down from the utility, from the survivability and keeping the smokes online, but mainly those paranoias have been on fire. They got 100 Thieves. I think 2 of the 3 rounds that they found on Split were because of entries that came off the back of that paranoia, perfectly timed, perfectly positioned. But now he's starting to have big individual rounds as well. Top of the scoreboard for 100 Thieves at the moment. And that's a dangerous prospect. The From the Shadows success, no doubt, giving him a little bit more confidence. Peppering those players from behind. It looks like we might have another small break in the action. Hopefully nothing to keep you too long. We'll see if I can get a rematch. I'm confident this time, to be honest. I think the strategy is to start with paper. He started scissors last time.
जीत जाएगी मेरे को लग रहा है. Defending है, attacking तो मस्त 6-6 कर लिया score. Scene नहीं रहा.
Right.
देखो क्या होता है अभी.
But hey, no time for that.
कह नहीं सकते.
It was already
BBL last में हमने comeback कर दी थी भाई.
Stage, so I can say I won no matter what.
But you could have done that anyway.
Last match was like easy रहा है. BBL
No one would have believed you.
He was asking me what I picked as well, so I could have just lied. Like, be like, oh yeah, I picked scissors, mate. Unlucky.
Yeah, but that would
BBL बोल रहा था ना तू साढ़े.
I need to win fair and square, and I will one day. I'll figure him out.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if 100 Thieves can figure them out. As right now the lead is already found and a chance to extend it even further up against the Pistols. But this is where BBL do some of their finest, and by that I mean stress-inducing work. With the Pistols, it's only 2 bandits to work with. Majority classics. And Loida has ripped Asina's head off. I believe he was blind also.
जीत सकती है.
An opener.
100 की सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं वैसे तो.
A few
अब
spam
देखो क्या
shots
होता है
going through.
कि लग रहा है 100
3
जीत
players will be
जाएगी.
on this A side of the map, but it seems like BBL want absolutely nothing to do with it, and a lot of this is just being covered off by utility.
6-7.
Already
6-7.
spamming a couple of bullets towards the dart, trying to hold players to that side of the map, and it has done exactly that, but now they need to get running. They need to get moving. As Cryo's here completely alone. Bear in mind that Spectre has been put into the Neon's hand. A good trip will get one, but it's an immediate trade back. Solid work from Larocque.
Andy.
The plant being baited to try and get somebody to try and swing if they were close. Instead though, the shock dart will come through. Do quite a lot of damage, in fact, to Larocque, but he still stands.
Plan found for Larocque as well, 2 away from a run it back, and this is an all-out aggression from the attacking side. They're going straight into the spawn, but the scumbag return has at least bought a moment of reprieve for this squad. It doesn't last long. Lover's Rock. Some of the kill feed says Bang killed him after he died, which is, it must have been instantaneous. But what a play from BBL to come into that round having as little as they did, 2 bandits find the opening. And again, I'm pretty sure Larocque was flashed when he found that opening. Or was it Loida? Loida, yeah, I'm pretty sure he was blind. That's crazy. Eats the flash, just pops the headshot. Anyways, fair enough.
And that Spectre's what ends up closing the round as well. So that is a bitter defeat for 100 Thieves. They get the start they were looking for, but it really does feel like nothing is separating these two teams.
8-7.
Well, now you get that massive injection of cash. You look at the investment into rifles on the side of BBL. Of course, the only freebie is Lover's Rock. There's going to have the Outlaw, which to be honest, would have been his weapon of choice. I like this push-up, though, from Matino, but unfortunately the trip is going to be in his way. No sneaky play to be had. Hoping maybe there was a way under it, but he's definitely too tall for that.
Another for Loida. That walk out of the smoke almost got a lot for Asuna. Damage. But nothing to convert into kills. The problem with having the pistols, of course. And the rest of the squad now just going to sit back and wait. Let the spike explode and avoid giving any orbs away. When you look at the orb play for BBL already, the ultimate economy, the main man who would want those already has them. Larocque would run it back for the next round, the full buy of 100 Thieves. And especially on the attack side. Well, obviously on the defense, in terms of playing a retake, it's going to have a lot of value. So for Asuna coming into the next round, if they can find an orb, if he finds a pick, that's going to be huge. But Larocque can get them in. And the problem is, Larocque could probably just run it aside anyways, and I'll give him a pretty good chance of taking it. If he's has the opportunity to go at it twice, it's a different story altogether.
But that's what he was doing on the last map, on the Rays. He was just dropping down off high angles, and then while landing, having enough time to correct and insta-headshot people. Like, his performance in the last map was phenomenal. And yeah, he's been a little bit quieter in this one, but with Loiter stepping up, Kreven up there as well, they are now in the lead. Now, the investment into the Odin is a new piece for them to deal with. But it seems like they found their gap. They found the place where they want to put the pressure on, and that is the C side.
The response from 100 Thieves is mid-control. The Odin spam is just to break that window wall and maybe do a little bit of damage, but nobody's there. BBL are playing a very direct game straight into this C site, but already the rotates are there. 100 Thieves have the read, and that Hot Hands hasn't reached fully into backside. Run it back now, online. Larocque already tagged down to 46. The flash, though, might get him.
नहीं मेरे को लगा इस पे होगा रुक जाओ नेक्स्ट ये लिखा भी नहीं है ना इन लोगों ने रुक स्टार्ट हो गया टाइम हो गया चलो
on this Neon now that he's on the attacking side. He's been nice and quick before. Excuse
my bad
there, but in any case, in we go. Blazewall up. Oh, that is a decent flash, but it won't be enough to stop Prophet from getting the shot onto Ethan required from Hell now. Prophet wants a little bit more. Can he find a third? Marta will shut him down finally. Scuba TPing away as Chronicle from Heaven looking for targets. Gets Scuba down. But it's just one left. Marta's just hoping, praying that he can get some more kills here to make it interesting. But Yampi and Sayonara will make sure the shutdown is there.
Vitality with a really nice flood back into sight. Really good trades as well.
अरे 7:15 का शेड्यूल में टाइम लिखा है उधर इसीलिए.
Works really well. Profek, of course, here stable, staying alive for as long as possible in that hell position. Mata getting 3, but it just wasn't enough.
कोई बात नहीं.
Vitality.
बस चलता रहता है.
Again, Chronicle, really good timing on that swing towards Heaven and a pistol on the side of Vitality. But now they have those weapons
time
online.
watch party है
NRG,
fireball,
full
understand?
thrifty here.
और
Opting to buy literally
दो मेरे
nothing,
एक साथ चल
which
रहे
is
हैं,
kind
क्या
of crazy.
करेंगे
Just
भाई?
trying to get that or
Third,
probably
fourth
farm
होगा.
it on one of these players.
Good news, silver linings for NRG is Mata did enough
एक
there to
टाइम
get
एक मैंने
4
बोला
out of 6
भाई
on
अब
his
दो
ult.
मैच एक साथ हो रहे हैं हम क्या
Early
करें
scans
और
on
ऊपर
the
से
catch.
लिखा भी नहीं टाइटल
Thin,
में
that's
कौन सा टीम का
allowed
वो
Dirk
कौन
to
क्या
be
है
posted up here for. You would imagine
तो
should
वो
be a
पबजी
freebie.
स्ट्रीम्स किया वॉच पार्टी कौन
Is
थोड़ी
it going
किया
to be delivered over? Surely Ethan is caught here, maybe Scuba, somebody, but the flash is unfortunately not good enough. Ethan thought he had a little bit more support there, but Durka is instantly out of action and through the wall. Chronicle with the Guardian as well, numbers falling apart here for NRG.
Really nice spam kills, but NRG just falling back. Kiko trying to find something with his Chamber Sheriff online, trying to get towards that tree. Sayonara is going to be sitting here, though, waiting. Spotting for contact. Prophet with a really nice crossfire as well. The double peek is going to come in. Prophet gets that pick onto Kiko. And 2 players towards this aim in here for NRG. But Vitality, they already have 3 here.
Yeah, this will be a cleanup for sure. And the smoke's already going to cause issues. And both of them will walk out of the smoke and instantly into the arms of Vitality. A nice flawless in their second round.
I can't believe the scoreline was 7-0. And now it's 8-6. This is insane. NRG, they've lost their number advantage. They've lost that map advantage too. It's just crazy how quick Vitality have adapted. I think obviously winning the pistol has been the big thing. Getting that second round online, just making sure they're not losing to those close range weapons. And then their bonus round as well is going to be really important. It looks like they're going to try fighting towards this mid with their double duelists.
We have a timing here for the Marta ult as well. Running back
NRG support करते हो क्या
imagine this would be an excellent round to send it.
यार ना हाँ भाई NRG भाई.
First flash comes on through, and here we go. Sayonara in an amazing spot. He's got a 3 kill in front of him. He wants it, but Marta turns around in time. The big 2 kills you were looking for were the ones he actually got, and now Dirk is going to run in. Paranoia support is perfect from Profik. Let's NRG squad is looking worse for wear, but at least 1 kill bringing it back between Brock and Chronicle will make things a little bit more doable in the 2 versus 3. Wait for the flank from Durka as well. Low HP, but in an amazing spot to activate. 2 versus 2. Brock and Kiko, oh my goodness, they've just brought the numbers way back. Durka now has to do way too much on no HP.
Only 8 is crazy, but Kiko, he's already holding for this and gets the pick onto Durka. Really nice patience there from NRG in the middle of the round. Really scary at the beginning too. Kind of sloppy. No one's clearing that corner. 3 players almost losing to that one in the corner, but the trades were really nice as well from Vitality. Yes, this Sayonara just got away with way too much. 2 kills. It's definitely not what you want to see, but a really good round as well for Vitality because they got 3 weapons down.
Yeah.
That means that next round, if NRG do lose this, they're going to be not that good on their money. They're not going to be able to buy.
Really expecting the Sayonara with that position, just hiding away in the corner. Should have been able to win the round for Vitality, but it still goes the way of NRG.
सही बात. 40 rupees दे दो भाई.
2 versus 3 towards the end there. Durka on the same position he was last round, trying to get anything done. Mid to B coming through from the rest of the players. They're about to get crunched in this Vitality double anchor. Everybody rushing on in. Marta up first, already spots a player in towards boat, but Yampi and Durka are doing really insane damage. That's a stinger triple! Yampi's done way too much!
Yeah.
But Durka's untouched in boat as well. That is an incredible round!
Oh my god! Winning that round is crazy! NRG, they're gonna be broke. If anything, they're only gonna be able to get those 2 rifles. That means any chance of getting the operator online might be 0, and this was insane. Yappy with the 3K, absolutely stunning. No trade coming in, and it was actually looking really good for NRG. They had that full mid, that vice wall. Mata just ran right past it. Nobody turned around in time in order to punish him. And it's looking like the 2 sheriffs and that Guardian online for NRG. So broke here.
I'll tell you what, Sayonara from the round previous says, pay it forward, and Yampi says, here we go, this is the round that we should have had. The one previously. So Vitality is still keeping the scoreline nice and close here with NRG on only pistols. We're expecting Vitality to hit up 8. As it's Durka comfortable on this B line constantly. He's got 1 player trapped. Brock, surely there's no way you're getting out of this one. Okay, Brock is insane to be able to hit that through the wall on 13 HP. He walks away.
swapping guns over. Has his Hunter's Fury online as well. Vitality, full A main control, using that flash to pick off Kiko. And their secondary plan has kind of fallen to pieces here for NRG. But Mata, he's still here, still challenging, trying to get some sort of pick. He gets spotted by Profek and all of a sudden falls back. The mid control is going to be important for NRG here because none of these players are holding it. But the site holds are going to be so good for Vitality.
If they want to go through mid into market, share will be popped. But otherwise, you have control from Profek in A main. Sayonara looking through from tree as well. Phantom ready to go through. He's ready to get these kills. Profek's already got one, but Ethan, sharp shot, will respond. Chance for an upgrade here. Ethan's on a bit of a run through. He's made his way all the way into heaven. Player in towards hell has to be the one taken care of here. As they look for the eventual plant, Profek has to go down. Ethan challenging. Brock trades for it with his own life. Now Chronicle from Heaven gets taken down. This is going to be NRG potentially sealing the round away with minimal equipment. Guardian was the only thing that came in with him. Wow!
Nice.
Ethan sliding through. He gets 2 kills on that Sheriff. Such quickness. What Vitality are not ready for.
I can't believe that. That was insane, Ethan. Beautiful stuff from him on that round, winning it out, getting beautiful shots in as well, and it looked really bleak for them at the beginning. That shot was gross. Immediately retaking that space. He even got the spike down with like 1 second left on the clock, making sure that they got that round-winning condition in. You can see there, Vitality, the players not happy about that one. 2 ults online for both sides, and it's going to be super fast NRG.
Exactly. Ethan wasting no time. Hunter's Fury coming through as well for a little bit of support. Mad onto Sayonara first as the flashes get traded in. Already taking full control of the site. Durka looking for a player through the wall. Trying to spam his way in. Run it back. Now coming through Mata. Going straight in towards Tree. Easy flick backwards. Durka falls, and what a shot from Mata. Big scan onto Profek here as well. And NRG with the speed to just immediately explode onto A. Vitality now have to think about their chances in the 2v5, and they're thinking, we're out of here.
What a typical Ethan call after a tilting round for Vitality to then call a super fast execute. This happens almost every single time. A clutch, a crazy clutch like that, or something that's just not supposed to happen. He does tend to call that way, and it worked out really well for them. Once again, they weren't even ready. You can see the players close were flashed. They were blinded by that Phoenix. Then again, Mata, the confidence to just pop that, run it back. Go through that guard and make sure they can't even have a chance at retaking it. Can't even set up towards that tree. So well played by NRG, and all of a sudden, 11-7.
Tell you what, I was A1 from day one for NRG before they even won the World Championship. Last year's EWC qualifiers was when Scuba joined the team. From that point onwards, it was a big transformation, and now in 2026, NRG looking to make
और ऊपर एक अच्छा खेला मैं अच्छा खेल रहा था लाइट लेके लो भाई
the super team from EMEA really looking for success also, and currently look, only 4 rounds difference between these 2 squads, but NRG so dominant in the last few rounds.
4 ults online though for Vitality, popping those knives, getting the pick onto Scuba top mid. That's an important one. Your controller is gone, but 2 walls because they have that Phoenix and Neon, so not too much pressure here for NRG. They're still going to commit to that mid control.
Under pressure, and Durka finds a beautiful shot long range, about as long as you could ever hope for. Crawling up mid though, still going to be a couple of players. Double duelist here from NRG. Drone will spot both. Like this huge amount of information now. Ultimate's being played in towards the mix. Ethan trying to get his way out, but the Hunter's Fury from Yampi will get the cleanup. Now just the 2 alive, 2 versus 5 from NRG, and the response from Vitality after that very dangerous last round is a very loud one.
Proc 1v5 gonna obviously try to save. He knows it's not gonna happen. Durka gets caught off guard, but it doesn't matter. There's still 4 players here, and they're not letting him save.
Durka didn't even buy into the round. He's the one that can easily go down with no issues. Massive response from Vitality. I mean, you called it like potentially 2 tilting rounds.
Yeah.
With some fast and snappy Ethan gameplay. This time around, though, complete shutdown. Durka going huge on the Blade Storm.
That was so important, and they used 3 out of 4 of those ults that they had, though, for that round. Chronicle still has that Steel Garden online, able to play retake really well. He's set up towards that A site, the Vice wall towards Cat. He has really good retake potential. Vitality, the op online. Durka holding that towards B main.
Seen Durka succeed here before, but not today. Just misses the shot. Amada punishes him. Now you have to hope for these players to get a little bit more done over towards CT's Sayonara onto Brock. That's good for now. As the rest of it, Vitality start to flood on in. Chronicle is there for the kill onto Ethan. 3 versus 4 for now. Prophet stuck behind the wall, but tell you what, Sayonara is good for extras. As Kiko slips away with the spike, Scuba's found himself all the way into CT spawn.
Nice.
They have no idea yet, but they definitely have a feeling, because 4 of these players just turtled up here for Vitality. Popped the Vice util. Definitely winnable here for Vitality NRG. They're going to have to do something to equalize the numbers. The wall is going to be popped on Scuba. That wall gone, dealt with. He has a 1v1 potential here towards mid.
Yeah, he needs to win this one against Prophet. Sees okay ahead, but just shoots completely wide. That was a very unfortunate shot that we caught on POV. Note that Kiko does have Rendezvous available to go back over towards A main, so he's going to be good for a singular shot here before he has to fall off. Scuba going potentially in towards Hell. That's a nice paranoia to start things out with, but Scuba just entirely disappears. Speaking of disappearing, Kiko doesn't even get to pop his TP. Another really nice round for Vitality.
Yeah, the super fast flood into B caught off NRG. We saw Mata thinking that door was still open, trying to run in, but it just wasn't open. Market, it was closed. He had his flash out in his hand. He was completely lost. Even after whiffing this shot from Durka, it didn't matter. Sayonara, one of the main reasons why they're even able to get back into sight. Just flashing, using that Phoenix wall up and running through all those smokes, making sure he's just causing chaos on the site. And now, NRG, they've called a timeout here, which makes a lot of sense, seeing as how they've lost a bunch of these rounds.
These last 2 rounds that NRG are trying to find from 11 to 13 have just been slipping through their fingers, and Vitality's been finding a lot of momentum. We already talked about the fact that towards the bottom of that first half, they were starting to string together the rounds, and from a 0-7 deficit, the comeback has been real to the point where NRG are under the knife of pressure right now. Vitality looking to seriously bring this one back.
Yeah, I'm really liking the way that Vitality have set up a lot of these defense rounds. Durka, even though if he's whiffed a couple times, it doesn't matter because he still has so much information with that operator. The rest of the team, so good, so fast at flooding back and making sure that they're just playing together. It's something that they were struggling to do in the first half of this game. 11-9, this is exactly where they want to be. But the 2 Phoenixes on either side being the reasons why they have so many frags. 23 and 18.
See how fast Ethan wants this one. Fast lane's already in play. Okay, and we're just going to start TPing through. Scuba is in, but Ethan takes down Prophet. After a 1-for-1 trade, Ethan has been tagged up, and conversely, Sayonara now in a little bit of trouble. Ethan looking for this kill. Sayonara just can't quite land a shot even on towards the shoulder. At least the rest of Vitality starting to come through from the heaven side of things. Scuba onto Yampi. Ethan still alive here. Ethan still being so annoying. There's no shots will land on top of him. Spike hasn't gone down yet. The rest of the players from NRG middling about here. But it's only 2 players left from Vitality, and they're both in the position that they need to be. They don't know where Brock is, though. Can Brock be the hero right now? And oh my god! He's seen Brock win those before, but not today. Chronicle is so quick to know that Brock was in wine.
That spike is down now. Wine is going to be so much harder to recover. Chronicle has no idea that someone's top mid, but actually Scuba making noise. Chronicle heard that Scuba. Is he going to clear it properly?
Nah.
Patience.
Dead.
30 seconds left.
जो पहले आगे बढ़ेगा वो dead है.
Eventually it'll be contact on both sides of A. Over in Heaven. And over in Gelato as well. God, all these players are so close. That's a barrel. That's a free kill for Chronicle.
Knife.
And he's being patient about it. Really marinating that one for as long as he can. And now Kiko understands how dire the situation is. He'll probably just back on out. This is an expensive gun you don't want to give away.
Yeah, they can still buy next round. If they keep this operator online, they get to keep it without having to force 5 rifles instead. So really good save, but also that round by Vitality. I mean, 2v3, Brock struggling. NRG was so split up. They were so scared of that Vice wall on Cat popping and giving away the positioning of Kiko, but it didn't matter. Nice re-clear by Chronicle. Really big round turner here, and all of a sudden NRG, they've just taken that time out as well. That last round, they're going to be struggling to find answers here. Coming down to that 2v3. 2 ults online though. Sayonara with the run it back on this B main.
I mean, one more round and NRG's going to be full broke here. Kiko at least will shut down the run it back quick and easy as the rest of the players start to find their way on towards B. 3 members from Vitality here to receive, and Durka all the way in boat. Speaking of that, Chronicle will be the first up. Durka doubles for Ethan. It's only Kiko that will get something against Yampi here to keep them so competitive. So 4 alive, though, as the Steel Garden comes on through. But at this point in time, NRG got to peel away from B, at least for the time being.
4v3, shutting down that retake, but it just wasn't enough because 2 of these players on site just doing such a good job here for Vitality. Holding, playing passive, not overextending, not over-peeking, just getting theirs and delaying long enough for Yampi and Sayonara to be able to be on that B site. But Profek, he's alone on A here. Needs to play it a little bit safe. I think he's in hell. Kiko trying to find one, trying to find a rotation pick at least so that they can equalize numbers.
There's a shot. Kiko on the Durka.
30 seconds
left.
left.
At least bring numbers back a little bit, but have to start thinking about the speed up now as Kiko will move through mid, join his teammates, potentially mid to A here. Smoke to slow things down. 1 smoke available on Scuba as well. That's all the util they really have. Still have time to play through this one, and now the jig is up. Vitality knows what is happening here. Playing around the generator. Profik needs to find something. Sayonara coming down. Thought the flash was going to be good, but it's not good enough. Profik now has to do it all. And he's done it! What a kill through the smoke! And a clutch from Vitality to send them through another round, evening us up.
What a crazy clutch. They needed that. The round fell apart, even though it looked so good for Vitality. That was absolutely stunning. Here, Chronicle, Durka doing their jobs really well. Kiko with that pick. But oh my god, Profik. That was insane. And he got the final shot too. That's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, through the smoke as well. And that's not even a typical plant. You might often see the plant like behind the gen, looking over towards tree. Well, that's spam, wouldn't have really connected with anything. But he'll get it done now. Sayonara tucked away, easy on the Kiko, can't TP away. It's another 5v4. Vitality happy with that start.
Pushing all the way through to Tiles, gets Mata with his back turn, but it doesn't matter, the pick comes in. Mata now still set up towards mid, the spike going towards that A. All these players though on NRG are split up.
Mata's trying to break his way into sight here. Durka finally gets punished through, and just as Mata sees Yampi, running back is expended. In that trade 4 versus 3. With limited numbers here from Vitality, that completely left B open. I mean, there's still a bunch of Vice util on A, but they're just going to have to play for retake on B now.
4v3. The retake potential is there. They do have that paranoia online. They have the dart ready. But 4 players for NRG, it's going to be really hard because they have all this extra util as well. The paranoia on Scuba. Spike's going to go down, using a lot of util to clear onto site. Going to figure out that no one's there.
Notably, though, drone saved. Paranoia saved by Scuba there as well. This is the round that will put us into map point. Now, you talked about the utility available from Vitality. Paranoias will be traded shortly here, you'd imagine. Importantly, the recon is gone as well. The smoke start to fade here. Paranoia prepped and ready. That's going to be the go button. Profik should be looking to send it through. Yampi in. First kill should be easy. Imagine with a relay bolt calls on Province. Profik again wanted to be the hero. Now Chronicle has to be for his team, and it won't be enough. Doesn't quite see Scuba. 2 is left, you'd imagine. Even if he did, the trade would have been there anyway. NRG found the open site, got the free plan, forced the full retake to come on through, and it was not successful for Vitality.
12-11. NRG 1 round away from winning Vitality's map pick. The map that they haven't had that much success on. But of course, Vitality able to bring it to an overtime here. They have the means to do so. Operator online for Durka once again. He's holding that towards mid. But NRG, 5 players outside of A.
Rocker's ult for this one as well. Excellent for a post-plant opportunity. Okay, this is going to be util just thrown on in. Ethan and Mata not wasting any time here. Yampi onto Mato. Wow, this attack is starting to fall apart just like that. A couple of players already gone. Hunter's Fury coming through from main to cause some problems. Sayonara has been taken down. Profek finds that Sova, and we'll get a little bit more to Yampi as well. OT, here we come.
Again, these retakes have been so good from Vitality when they have the means to do so. When they're doing that flood retake every time that NRG seems to be grouped, executing as 5, it seems to always get shut down. Profek, beautiful shot, and Yampi, of course, running out through tree. Again, Profek staying alive for so long on site, just being annoying, throwing down that dark cover in the middle of site, playing hell, using the paranoia as well on the timing that his teammates are coming to retake. Just such a well-played round here from Vitality. And all of a sudden, we're in overtime. From 7-0, we're in overtime.
Never tell me the odds, says Vitality. It's always good for a comeback. A win behind their sails. First round of the OT here. Oh, smoke comes down just in time. That's actually from Vitality. Prevents them from finding that opening kill. Drone sees 2. That's pretty massive information.
They know that trap setup is set up towards mid now. Breaking that drone, not getting the information right away. They're walking into another trap setup on Cat.
Big flash. Ethan, though, gets a big stun in response. The Sayonara has no exit. Paranoia will flood on through. Kiko now back on the line. Those are the jet of Durka is there, who now eats the Paranoia from the opposite side through. So still a little bit of difficulty pushing into tree as we slow down.
Deep A main smoke here, preventing the easy retake of the A main here. Profek, he's gonna see over it though. He knows no one's in there. But the players of Vitality, they're going towards this B. They're setting up where Chronicle is. The Vice wall still.
No information here from NRG at all. Rock's got 1 recon, no drone. Mata's already prepping his hot hands, understanding that if he gets executed on, he's only got a small amount of window to do anything about this. Ethan is somewhat close by, but not really close enough immediately, and now the calls come on through. All the Phoenix utility you can manage to try and slow this one down. Ethan, where are you going? He just completely walks into Chronicle, doesn't realize that he's there. Mata trying to hold his position, shorty in hand. The boat location is so important, but he can't cover both the angles, which means both your duelists are gone now. 3 versus 4. And an operator for the retake here as well. At least you have Scuba coming through from main. Shot available potentially. I don't think Profek's going to really peek into that one though. We're running out of utility here as well. The setup from Profek and Durka is going to cause some real issues for players walking downstairs. But you start to make some real moves here on the top. Durka wasn't expecting it, but Kiko wasn't expecting Profek either! Who just completely stabs them in the dark! And a big, big celebration for Vitality as they take the lead for the first time in the map.
What a wild round. This looks so back and forth. Ethan just running into sight. Not realizing that players were already up, or at least not seeing them, and Profek with a beautiful 3K to end that. The players, they're so excited. You can hear the yelling on stage. You can hear Yampi hyping up his teammates. And now, 13-12, NRG back to the same main. Back to doing something together. A little bit on the quick side with the spam towards mid just to apply some sort of pressure. But it's not really gonna pull any rotates. Vitality, 2 setups towards mid, trying to fight for that cat in mid. They got the information, they execute, and now are they gonna be able to flood?
It's another fast Exy coming through for NRG. They've done this one plenty of times. Fast lane gets Ethan all the way into hell for a fast plant. Doesn't even matter now that Durka found his way in towards the mid. Even if he looks for the long rotate, we'll be pushing into some trademarks, some util being left behind. See what we can get out of this Vitality full 5-on-5 retake. Actually looking to push us into another 2 rounds of OT. Paranoia prepped. Not deep enough. Brock, really important now. He's the one that needs to do a lot of work to stop these 2 players. He's already been mulligan out. Sayonara diffuses his location. Dirk on Ethan here as well. It's looking good for Vitality until NRG strike back. Kikaru HP, but it's just Sayonara available. He's flashed out. And Marta makes sure that there's not going to be a finish just yet.
Playing on side in that post plants, making sure that they're having that crossfire. Really well done. They knew not to overextend the second that they got all that information. But NRG using this time to pull out a timeout to talk about this next round. They've struggled on their defense side. They've struggled also on their attack side, but that was the first one they won in a while. It seems like for Vitality, they're going to use this time as well to just discuss how to prep for this. The adaptations for both these teams are coming through. It feels like every single round, each team is adapting and they're always one step ahead of each other. But of course, for Vitality, they need to win this map, in my opinion. I feel like this is the map in this map vetoes so far that plays towards what they want for NRG. Again, the first time we've seen this comp, first time we've seen them play this successfully in a while. And so I'm really looking at Vitality to lock it down here if they want any chance at making this a 2 or 3 map series.
Haven't seen too many OT so far in this tournament. EDG had one on the first day. 100 Thieves had one against BBL. And that winners bracket game as well. You haven't caught up with the scoreline so far. 100 Thieves will be our first team qualified through into playoffs, so there's already one North American / America's team already in for the EWC playoffs. NRG looking to be the second, unless they get spoiled here by Vitality on the comeback run through. Once again, defensive side. This time it's NRG able to walk down.
4 players, make it 5 on the side of Vitality, setting up for a B hit. But it seems like NRG, they have the right read. They've all rotated over towards this B side because of Mata being pushed all the way up through A main. And this might be the adaptive thing that NRG has done in order to be ahead.
Smokes up. Scuba knows something is coming on in. You already have Durka finding his way onto side, but Kiko had an easy shot that doesn't quite land, and a scan in towards Logs as well. Could cost the life of Yampies out of that position, and Brock makes sure that Durka doesn't get away with anything further than he already has in towards the site itself, though. Scuba goes for 1-to-1. Mardon to profit here as well. Just Chronicle left alive now. We're post timeout here for NRG, and it seems like they found success on the back of that one. A triple face. NRG will secure that round in OT.
Really nice gamble to get proactive to push that A main there from Mata, and it worked out in their favor because not a single soul was there. Not even a Vice wall. They had 0 passive information on the side of that map. And now Vitality, they're gonna sit and talk about it. They have that timeout. They've just used it because they need to figure out what went wrong. I think NRG just made a really good gamble. But now this next round, this attack side, it's going to be so important.
You had that big walk down from Mata super early, down cat in the round, some good information gained, and then noticing the lack of presence from Vitality, they're saying, okay, let's start pushing our way over towards the correct side of the map. And over there, on B, waiting for Vitality to strike. Durka got away with a little bit of sneakiness there, but ultimately, Brock and the rest of the fellas, NRG put the numbers in their advantage in a 3v1 that happy to take those odds in their favor.
Looking at the scoreboard too, Mata going absolutely insane, and it feels like every player on Vitality is putting in the work as well. But it's just coming down to those small little gambles and whoever wins out. NRG finally winning a defensive round in this overtime. But for Vitality, they really need to figure out what's going wrong. 3 players again towards the side of B main, trying to get some sort of aggression
So, Marta already dropping a 30 bomb, by the way. He's on 31 now. He's showing his value here as a player that in the Paper X game had quite a slow start on to Fracture here. He's all been lights out. Plenty of players on the Vitality side have already made their way into B main, but no info currently in mid. Market's dirty, and Durka finally finds out.
So much mid info. They know they've turtled up onto sites here, using that A main smoke too from B just to put a little bit more pressure, but they're ending towards where all the Vice util is. Chronicle, he's been really good when they have ended on his site to delay for as long as possible, just be annoying, and the cat split is up.
Okay, here we go. The Recon's already tagged the player. Marta just walks on in, no fear. Yampi deleted, and a big shot from Kiko. So patience being rewarded, Durka being taken care of. And is this the beginning of the end here? NRG, they've been sniffing for this map victory for so long now. Double OT, but it might just all end. Vitality can't find a solution. Marta just walks on in, double up players into hell, and all the spam in the world is not enough for Vitality to get rid of those players. From NRG, 5 versus 2. You're just running out of players, running out of time. The plant hasn't come on. For Sayonara, he has to do something. They're trying to run him down. Profig is good for 2 here. The flash has been good, but Scuba's unspotted. Sayonara's on very low HP. He needs a couple of good kills. A clutch would be required here. And in comes Kiko. That's not enough. 1 versus 1. Sayonara! An unbelievable clutch.
I can't believe this. NRG, they have full sight. They have numbers. 3 players in hell. They just didn't put the spike down. That spike was stuck. And all of a sudden, the one flash ruining the momentum of NRG, getting 2 players caught off guard. They didn't even clear Scuba. They didn't know that he was in here. And he still managed to not win this round for them. Sayonara with a beautiful 3K. That was insane.
The monster rookie for Vitality gives a big pop-off for Chronicle, feeling how amazing that win was to keep them into this map for another round of OT. My God, Sayonara. What a save to keep Vitality in this game. And now Marta and the rest of NRG looking once again for that cat control, but it's all Vitality in main.
I think they heard all that pressure towards Cat. Vitality still a little bit scared, not fully going even after hearing that flash, but they heard the steps. Now, Shock Dart coming in, breaks that chamber trip. They have a free sight here. Using that drone, it's going to get all that information. Chronicle, he has the full flank as well, but the Vice wall's all the way towards that B main. He has to hold it. And a free sight for Vitality. They just need to not overextend here to make sure they get that post.
Similar round to what we saw before, but unfortunately this time NRG goes the wrong way. It's now the 5v5 retake, but it's NRG on the defensive side of this one. NRG will be kicking themselves if they don't start winning these rounds, because that last one they felt like should have been theirs many times over. Prophet in hell, flash up in towards heaven. Keeping things interesting here. Chronicle's positioning should be pretty safe for the time being as well. No pressure onto him for the time being as Ethan into hell. 1-for-1 trade so far, and now Durka as well. Looking for a double up, but Kiko will get him down. 3 versus 3. Still need to get these hell players out of the mix, so Chronicle finally activates all the way from A main. And Sayonara once again is just so damn sharp. Vitality once again in the lead.
Another 3K from Sayonara to save them from sadness on these overtime rounds. NRG, they're going to be so unsure of what to do after those last 2 rounds now, especially that last round. It's going to be hard for them to recover. They've done almost everything right, other than just knowing that these players are all out on A. They took that wrong side. They took all the pressure towards mid. They took that pressure towards B. The retake, though, it just wasn't there. Now Vitality 15-14, 1 round away from winning this map all of a sudden.
It's a battle of the Phoenixes. Marta on 33, Sayonara on 29. You better best believe he's about to hit that 30 as well. Little cutesy tapsies on the orb there in main. Vitality, a rare opportunity once again in the lead. 30th round, by the way. This one has gone deep.
Yep, they're just setting up onto site again. Profek, alone on this A side, knows that he can delay for as long as possible, though, because Durka on this cat side with that operator. Might be able to catch one off guard. That Yampi drone is going to get some information. And Durka, he's about to have contact on cat.
Oh, this is a big one. Oh, and he doesn't land the shot. Ethan, a little bit quicker here. Frustrating situation from Durka. You thought he would have had that for sure. Now the stun coming on through. Sayonara, his position might just be caught out here. The hot hands will slow things down a little bit. Profit once again from the off angle. Drops that spike on the floor. A flash will force a TP away, and Profit goes double up. And Sayonara Chronicle now for more Martyr, the lone player from NRG has to do so much. He's going to go for the plant on to B.
Next match. Lotus.
1v3. It's so hard. No util online either for Mata. He's going to have to do this raw.
It's a bit of a weird plant. Don't know if Vitality have seen this too many times. But Mata has to get all of them. He'll get none. And finally, 30 rounds deep from a 0-7 deficit. Never say never. Vitality get map 1.
What an insane matchup. That was everything that we thought it would be and more. Close rounds, clutches, overtime. This makes so much sense because when you're looking at both of these teams, they are both championship-worthy teams. The players have won championships. The players have won masters. These players are decorated. They have so much in line and pocket. What do you think of that game that just happened?
I am quite impressed. After seeing a 7-0 start, I thought this was NRG about to steamroll it. Then it's getting closer and closer. After Mata turned in round 27 and picked off the opposing Phoenix, I was like, NRG's running away with this. That is a full confidence move. Mata charges the spawn on defense, and then Avril, the game falls apart. NRG, what was that, a 2v5, 2v4?
It was a 2v5.
Unraveled.
This hurts. This hurts to watch if you're an American fan.
NRG was in the lead for so long. That would have been the round for them to close it out. But Vitality, they have the perseverance. They got the endurance to go 30 rounds coming back from an 0-7 deficit.
Yes.
Many teams, most teams, almost all teams.
You know the mentality that you have to have as a player in order to bring it back? It's insane.
I was loving the little mental game, the warfare we saw from Yampi, trying to chirp back after being down. He's like, all right, we need something to get us excited. But then when it's in the overtime rounds, he's getting super hyped up. And then the next round, he instantly gets silenced. It's not until Sayonara pops a second 3K that he's able to celebrate, put his hands in the air, and walk away as victors of map number 1. But we could still go 2 more maps in this series. Avril, great little sampler to open up what could be the best match on the day. This one will decide who moves into our playoff bracket. And now after Vitality strikes on Ascent, they are 1 map away from securing a spot in our top 8.
We are eating good in Paris today. And I'm not just talking about the Parisian food. This match is already delivering. We don't get 3 maps out of these 2 teams. Something
the best shots of this game. Athena, who has the hottest hand in the lobby right now?
Oh my God.
Sayonara
it has to be Sayonara. No, he had it the whole time. Like, he had it the whole time. I think Mata, he kind of ran away with it the beginning of this game, but it didn't matter because at the end of the day, it felt like Sayonara, they were constantly clutching those 2 players, getting those 3Ks online in order to turn the rounds around so often. This was disgusting right here. Really gross round, and of course that one retake round of being one of the main reasons why they're still in it. Kind of insane here.
Credit to NRG though. I mean, they're playing a comp that they don't normally play. Ethan on a role that he don't normally play as well. He did themselves so far ahead. An incredible amount of rounds where Ethan had some insane shots on that Sheriff as well. 2 insane shots on that particular round. I can't remember which one it was now. Very early on. Look, we had 30 rounds in there. It was somewhere in the middle, I'm sure.
It was somewhere in the first half. If you guys missed it, reminder, we are on YouTube. You can scroll back and watch any of the games while we're in our breaks. We will have a second game loading up. Athena, if they missed the bans in the Protects earlier as we were taking a look at our map pool, what is left for NRG? Because I thought you had to win this first Ascent if you wanted to win a game 3 in this series. Map 2 is not going to be your best, is it?
Yeah, no. Lotus here for NRG is going to be looking a lot better, at least for them, because I think I was talking about their Ascent. It wasn't the best. They haven't won it that much recently. And of course, they had a new comp. You could tell that they were workshopping it. But Lotus coming up, I think we've seen NRG be absolutely phenomenal on this map. For me, this team, when I'm looking at their defensive side, it's been amazing. It's been so good. And a lot of those rotations situations. We saw them happening on Ascent. They just struggled to close it out.
We got a lot to talk about. In the meantime, head on over to X, share your favorite clips from today's games, and of course, tag Avril. His jaw dropped on half of them. We'll be right back with more from EWC.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
कल का तो सीन है भाई, सीन एक साथ MIBR का मैच भी है, ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का मैच भी है, अलग अलग। कौन सा देखे कल? MIBR देखेंगे भाई, क्या बोलते हो?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
करो हमारे स्टार्ट जल्दी, कितना टाइम?
And we are back live from Paris. It is day 3, and we are closing it out with an excellent matchup. This is our decider to find out who is moving into the top 8, securing a spot in our playoff bracket, and who will have to fight for their lives against Paper Rex, one of the S-tier teams that is facing elimination. We have Athena and Avril here on the desk, and Athena, as we get ready for this one, how are you feeling about this battle?
I'm feeling so hyped.
I tried twice. I tried
you
twice.
Really did. I thought you were just fidgeting with your mic, but that's me. That's a me thing. I'm so excited. I'm so hyped because so far we've seen clutches. We've seen an overtime. Maybe make it 2 overtimes.
Many overtimes.
Many overtimes. We've seen so much understanding and adaptation from both these teams. This is exactly what I wanted to see from this match.
Avril, for those who don't know GSL-style groups, this is something that existed way back in the day in Korea in StarCraft. We found it was the best way to do group stages because if you win 2, you move through. You lose 2, you're out. It's simple enough. But what happened to Paper Rex? How do you get a team that has been second place so many times in a position where they're fighting for their life on a day 3, day 4?
They're going up against this excellent NRG squad that we're seeing here where, I mean, NRG, Vital, its entire group, we call it the group of death because it just has a collection of some of the absolute best teams. All 3 of these teams, maybe even KC on their best day, would have an argument to be potentially the winner of EWC, but potentially in this particular game, I mean, we're seeing like championship level gameplay.
Yeah.
Now over on A, I can see the Carmine Core logo is up over there. We're going to have Paper Rex taking the stage in a little bit. That will decide who is going to move on. We have 2 more games coming on this stream tomorrow. Athena, if you've learned anything so far in the current meta, who are the most powerful agents? What is the most powerful strategy that you expect to see again in map 2?
Oh, most powerful agents. I mean, the second map, it's going to be Lotus. I think we're definitely going to be seeing Viper. You asked about Vice. I think we're going to be seeing a Vice. But I think the strongest right now is definitely Phoenix. His duelist, yes, his flashes have been phenomenal. I don't know if we're going to see it specifically in Lotus, but he's just so good right now online, the fastest flashes in the game. And I think he's just been really phenomenal for teams that want to have an aggressive kind of push with a second life.
Now, I loved what we saw from Mauta on the Phoenix. I liked what we've seen from him on a Jet, but it's his Raze that had me really excited.
Incredible work. I mean, a good read early from Paper Rex that there was going to want to be some kind of
map that we got from NRG versus Paper Rex. That was the one that I was like, okay, we're getting some real gameplay now. This is the NRG that we're looking for. Completely dismantled Paper Rex and made them look like they're a little lost on that map. Ethan in particular on that fade, which I think is very important for the map, is going to be the one to look up for me again.
I saw chat a little bit concerned about Brox. Are you worried at all about the NRG player that was dropping some of the biggest numbers in the lobby a day before?
I don't think so. I think he still did a pretty good job. I think he was
20
struggling.
Plus assists, I think.
Yeah, I think he was doing fine. He had that Odin online. He did a really good job at making sure he was getting the information mid-round for his team. His sprays were really good, of course, just getting a lot of damage done. It was just a little bit of a struggle, felt like, for me, for NRG, to be able to find up where to set him up. But
my big question here for you right away, Athena. I see Sayonara, the man who led the lobby doing 203 damage per round on the Phoenix, is now moving to a Viper. I looked at his best heroes. You have a Sova, Viper, and Phoenix listed. Those are 3 different positions.
Yeah, 3 different play styles, completely different. But Sayonara, the reason why he's always fragging like that is because his mechanics are insane. And when you're playing on a Viper or a Duelist, it doesn't really matter. Because on a Viper, you're in that lurking role. You're still taking those 1v1s, just at a different pace when you're comparing it to that Duelist. A lot of the entries going to be taken by Durka, actually. So it doesn't really matter because he's still able to trade or at least have some sort of map control.
Avril, thoughts after seeing the agents?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting where we talked a little bit about Sayonara here, but having to move over towards the Viper, we'll have to trust Durka a lot more, who was a little bit more quiet in that last map. I mean, it was a very long map, we'll give him that. He had some great moments, but at the end of the day, Sayonara, I think, really held the torch high for the team, and he's going to have to do that not on a Duelist now.
You can see the intensity on our players' eyes as they get ready for the game. And shout out to the Magnum sponsor. I had to do a double take. That is my favorite ice cream treat. If you haven't had it, it is going to be hot in France. Make sure you stock up. They have them in every single corner store I've been in so far. Speaking of around the corner, this map is just about to kick off. Tell me about Yampi, because he seems to be the most animated of the 10 players on the stage right now. What is his role? Does he go back to the Sova, or what does he need to do now on Lotus?
I mean, just being on that initiator, being the voice of reason. He is the IGL, and the hype comes in because he's helping his team to get that momentum. I think Yampi has always been this kind of animated person, yelling, screaming when he needs to, just to build up that hype. And of course, he's playing on that fade. Makes a lot of sense. He's got that initiator online, and both these rosters look the same. They've played these comps before, so it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out, especially because you mentioned how NRG, they dismantled ptaxis on this map 13-5. They made them look really, really rough, and now they're starting on the defense side, which is the side that they tend to have a lot of success on.
Well, let's get this thing started on map number 2 now. Over towards Tree, nice and early. Vitality attacking side. Yampi's hype. He's going to get me hyped in here. Not to lose my damn voice with the level of plays of Vitality and NRG are shown, but it's going to be a free sight so far. Full retake energy 5v5.
Spike goes down, playing this post plant. Vitality, they're keeping sight. They're actually taking stairs, spotting a player, getting paranoid, but the molly's going to delay long enough for them to fall back into another crossfire.
What's Ethan going to do here, though? He is the player that has the angle right now that could cause some problems, but first blood found Brock onto Chronicle. Ethan tagged down a little bit here as well, starting to make our way onto the side as a couple of the players defensively. Profik finally gets rid of Ethan on that annoying angle. Durka will add a little bit more for the side of Vitality, but it's down to a 2 versus 2 now. Low HP for Scuba, but he's still online and doing work. Yampi, he's trying to look for the last skill, but Kiko for NRG will deliver the pistol.
Really nice retake. It looked kind of scary when your player towards door gets picked off. All of a sudden, you've lost that angle on the retake, but it was fine because the rest of the players flooding in through heaven, even though they were delayed towards that stairs, managing to just get trades. And that's one of the things that NRG does best on this defensive side is their luck, their really good understanding of how to retake, how to play together. I feel like we lost it a little bit in that last game towards the end, the overtime. Maybe the nerves were kind of setting in. But this time, obviously, winning that pistol, really important to kind of set the tone for this map.
Rip and tear.
Off towards B this time around, Vitality. Instantly, though, Durka is just going to get deleted there, and Ethan ready to go inside of B. So this entire B push so far from Vitality has gone wayward for them. 3 HP, not a lot for Yampi, and Chronicle's onto 0 now. This is looking like it could be a flawless.
Nice start.
Yep, and they forced into this round. They got that spike down. They believed that they could get it, especially with those 3 picks. Yampi, 3 HP. Not much else he can do. Tapping that door. Profik actually getting a pick onto Kiko towards that A site. Getting spotted off guard with his TP. Mata just peeking through that door, and all of a sudden, 1v4. That force is going to come back to bite them. He spots Ethan out. Information given. 3 players here, and Mata's pushed all the way up. 3K for Mata, and now Vitality, they're going to be broke going into this next round.
I saw that correctly as well. Mata pretty close to showstopper time.
Yep.
Start they're looking for as they, reminder, started 7-0 on Ascent. Repeating that with the certainly putting Vitality back into a very unenviable position. And Mata, the player that really stood out on Ascent, is once again playing at the top of the lobby here to cause problems for Vitality. Let's take a look at what this bonus starts to look like for NRG.
A main control here for NRG, using that Seize nade. Not going to catch anyone off guard, but a spam through the smoke for Mata. Gets that pick. Not overextending here for NRG, just holding those crossfires now that they know the majority of the players are here. Durka walking up, Chronicle gets picked up again. Mata with another. Trying to get a third, spamming through that smoke. He knows that someone's here. Yampi being really scary. Ethan with a 2K from Baby Door, and all of a sudden, Durka unable to catch.
Just completely crunched up players over on Baby Door, but also on towards A, and Vitality, I don't know where to look as NRG. 3 in a row here as we, again, remind ourselves that they had a huge string of rounds on that first map and looking to do the same again, walking into Lotus, the map that they look so damn good on versus ptaxis. Also a winning map for Vitality versus BBL, but NRG are certainly a much tougher competition, sorry, against KC rather.
5-1 here for Mata. He's stocked up 1 away from Showstopper, and 4 of these players for the NRG side are pushing towards the same main.
Action onto Rubble early in the day. It's Sayonara that is copping a lot of the damage, and he won't make it out alive. Star player down for Vitality.
Nice.
1 gun onto the floor. As the rest of NRG notice the rotation, they'll start moving off away from Rubble, and it's going to be all on hands for Brock. Spectre's all he's got to play through. A little bit of Utah delay as well. He wants to shot at the Durka. He actually gets it. That's pretty damn nasty as Mana now will pull through the Showstopper. Led by the Prowler as well. The Shear is going to cause some problems to the rest of Vitality getting locked out. Despite having all the guns here, Vitality is just getting nothing done in this round. Ethan as well on the Yuppie. It's all falling apart here. 2 versus 4. Spike on the floor.
Nah, not possible.
Chronicle and Prophet just don't look like they've got much left in them.
GG's.
This is technically NRG's bonus round, and they won it with a vengeance. 4v1 unless Prophet can pull off a miracle here. Really well done by NRG. Once again, getting those initial picks, taking that fight towards Rubble. Once they get that pick, the instant rotate as well. When they get all that map control, that pressure, they're so good with a lot of these micro adjustments, making sure they're moving around the map in such a fluid way. It's so active, and this is why I really like to see them on defense. But 3-0, about to be 4-0 here for NRG. We've seen this scoreline before. Can they keep it up? They really have to make sure that Vitality don't get into the zone, make sure they don't adapt the way that they did in Ascent to take that map.
I mean, it just sucks to have to be down this many rounds again, and they're going to hunt for the last rifle. Not going to get it, it looks like. So, silver linings here for Vitality. At least they get away with 1 gun onto Profik, but everybody else just dismantled. Losing Sayonara so early as well certainly doesn't help the case, but that kill from Brock was just a little too dirty.
It's the same start for Vitality, where they're starting a little bit more disconnected, unable to trade any of those picks. Everyone's positioning is a little bit all over the place. Yes, they lost Sayonara, but there were 4 players there with him. They all ran away. The timing, the spacing, and the pacing wasn't there for them. And then when they take that C site, Yampi, he's alone towards elbow. Just doesn't look that good. Doesn't look that clean and polished. Now they're forced to have these sheriffs online. Stinger.
Bad news, by the way. As we saw in the replay there, Prophet didn't end up retaining as Vandal, so it will also have no gun walking into this one. Trying to trigger the sheer wall here, as well as finding maybe a little bit of an early contact for nice and early kill, but the snakebite comes on through. The jig is up in terms of NRG understanding fully where the positioning of Vitality are. You can see how many members are grouped up here defensively.
Yeah, baiting this Vice wall, putting that pressure down, and then falling all the way back, but 4 players are ready towards that A site here. The Prowler's actually going to catch Profek for Ethan. He's going to see that there's some sort of info towards this front B, and all of a sudden NRG, they're having a feeling that something is up. But set up with this Outlaw Mata, is able to spot 1.
You're seeing the Viper's wall coming on through, but we're going so quiet here, and Vitality being so slow that NRG are confused now. They're moving all over the map, being spread all 5 across. And as we head down to the final 20 seconds, Vitality got to go full speed mode. The share wall they know is gone. You just got to get past the poison orb now. Nice and quick hit. Most of NRG are stuck in mid. There's barely any time. They got to go for the plant, and if it gets disrupted, it's all going to be over here. Vitality on their way in instantly. You got to get this plant in now. There it is. Spamming through is going to be the rest of NRG to try and slow it, and it is going to be in play. Full 5v5 retake here, but all the guns are online for NRG. Durka with a nice double there. Punished by Mata eventually. 3 versus 3. And a couple more players. 4, and Kiko's the last one standing now. Vitality completely run circles around NRG, and Kiko now has to clutch this one. It is rifle against 2 pistols, but the numbers, the ability to double peek for Vitality is going to be strong. Big shot from Yampi, and Vitality on no weapons will take a round.
Winning that thrifty Yampi. You can hear him yelling, see him yelling on that camera there. Kind of an insane round. Of course, they just played with NRG's rotations. I just talked about how good they are, but they were a little bit overactive. And then they fell into that 1-3-1 towards B. They came back towards C site. They just weren't ready for the waterfall push. And all of a sudden, it's going to be stuck for the side of Italia. You know, they put that spike down with like 0.4 seconds left on the clock. That was terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, they had to go for it quick because time was certainly running out. And at that point, you almost think, should you just start running in if you're NRG to just like,
yeah,
you know, even send your own life in for it. Even just like, if you have to die for it, go for that play to stop the spike. But for 5v5 retake, and credit to Vitality, the Sheriffs ended up being massive for that round. And
I mean, Durka, him pushing through that smoke was the biggest reason why they turned that around, of course. And it's kind of crazy to me that NRG, they just weren't ready for it. I feel like those kinds of things, the small little sloppy stuff is where NRG tends to thrive. And again, they're getting sloppy. We saw their Ascent being a little sloppy as well in the map right before this. But for me, that boiled down to the fact that they don't really play Ascent that much. They don't find success in it, which is ironic considering Brock was the reason why the Odin spam was even invented. And then now they're on a map like Lotus. I don't expect small little mistakes like these from this team, especially because they're a championship winner.
I think there's just a lack of information towards the end there with full quiet from Vitality. They thought it was going to be a full rotation. And then Vitality just kind of don't go anywhere on the map. And suddenly they swing back on towards C again, where they know the share's gone, where they know the Vice util is going to be weak because they've already triggered the majority of it, if not the entirety of it. So the only real shot they have is to have that full 5 versus 5 post plant, the best possible position they could actually be in without getting an opening kill. The good news here is Vitality are not going to have a 0-7 comeback.
Back into the game. 3 ults online for the side of Vitality, and they have weapons because they did just win that Thrifty. Forward side of NRG, though, they do have an operator, Mata, holding that towards A, being passive again towards that stairs. They're waiting for some sort of rubble push, the utility towards A main on the side of Vitality. They're not going to hear anything, though. The door being tapped, little bit of pressure, but it's nothing to pull any rotation from Vitality. Just sitting towards that A, hoping to re-clear, have some sort of contact play in mind. They know that there's no space being taken, or at least have an inkling that if they have, they're all the way up towards that wall.
Double Nightfalls for this round, and showstopper for Durka as well. Plenty of weapons and ultimates of utility to play through for Vitality. The classic Brock Odin spamming through doors. Vitality knows exactly what's waiting on the other side of that one, and over on the other door is going to be Ethan hiding behind the baby door.
There.
We're going to play this one super patiently to start with.
Toxin screen down.
Oh, look at the peel off.
Yeah.
NRG are going to leave this one open on A.
30 seconds left.
Last 30 seconds. Spike needs to start moving now. Ethan could get crunched on here. We're going straight into the baby door. Ethan will play for one, but against the showstopper, he can't last. And now Mata, off that big operator shot, Steel Garden's going to come through defensively as well, but you got to plant this one. Vitality full committed, 3 versus 4. Operator goes in the hands of Kiko. Flying on in is Mata. Great entry. But the Vandal there is all Paint Shell's doing a little bit of damage over to Sino, who eventually forces Scuba. Just Profit alive now, and Boombot shows his positioning, and Kiko will take advantage.
Beautiful retake, able to just play that really well together. And the thing I like about this round is the way that they're able to pressure that retake from 3 different sides of the map. That's the struggle with planning on B, but still being able to re-clear towards that A and get through that door really quickly. Player from Heaven, Durka getting the pick onto Ethan, but it wasn't just that. The 2 players coming out from Heaven, 2 players coming out from C-Link. It was really hard for them to hold it, and really nice trades coming in from NRG. A little bit more clean, and now an op duo. Durka has the op online here. They're gonna try to get some sort of pick towards that C mount, or maybe they're trying to find where Mata's opping.
Really respect that Mata dropped the op over towards Kiko for that retake as well, so he can blast back in, and now Kiko puts it back into the hands of Mata. As you say, here's double ops are online. Mound control early is what Profit is looking for, but Pillars is where the rest of Vitality are currently walking.
Using that Prowler, clearing the front of the B main. know that no one's there and setting up Chronicle. He's going to be sat there for that lurk. Sayonara is still holding that A main as well for a lot of information. NRG, they're not really moving. Just holding, trying to play contact. Wow. The ops online, but Durka gets the pick onto Mata. He's just jiggling, playing passive, but it turns around and bites him, and now that pressure's done. They know there's going to be some sort of rotate, or at least they think there is. But NRG instead, they're re-clearing a main and might just find these players here.
Mata wasn't ready for that. Didn't realize that Durka would challenge him like that. And Durka will now put the pain onto Kiko as well. Goodbye. Just the 3 members left here. And guess what? Brock is not in position to span through that door, and that door's been opened up. What can Ethan do? Needs to find the correct timing here. Plenty of players from Vitality about to walk by him. Ethan could be the X factor, activating late into this round. Watch for Brock, though. First person up for contact, but he'll get paranoid here. Not enough time to stop Brock from already landing a bunch of damage. A Scuba as well. The paranoid's done nothing. It completely missed. Brock now is just going to rip away. Brock can rip away the rest of the opportunity. Durka would have to clutch here. Chronicle's still around somewhere. He needs to come in and help out. Oh my God!
That was insane. He didn't even have time to get the spike down at the end. Ethan just shouldn't have peeked there. That was wild. They didn't even clear Ethan. He had the understanding. He knew they were all in tree. Brock with 2 kills on site, but Durka with a beautiful ace.
A misstep from NRG. If they played that patiently and let the time run out, it would be a different story. And we start so well here. The paranoia misses. Brock and Scuba do so much work. By the way, Chronicle wasn't even part of the play. Look at the minimap. How far away is Chronicle?
Yep.
Durka has to get both kills there.
2 seconds on the clock,
and all Ethan had to do was wait, but unfortunately he does not. We can't wait either because the next round has already started. And Durka, he's still hot on the heels of that last round. More kills coming on through. He already has an ace, and he's starting with 2 early.
So much noise, so much pressure, but they've chosen to slow down here from the side of Vitality. NRG not trying to overextend Ethan. He's in this spot that Chronicle's holding, and it's looking scary. No picks from either side. Ethan actually getting that first pick. Durka with another 3K. Getting 2 for Ethan, but not before he drops the Sayonara. Scuba getting the trade instantly in a 2v1 here. But Durka, he has the op, he has 11 HP. Scuba only on 14, and Profik, he's holding this.
Yeah, I think Profik should be on for this one, but he's dropping off his positioning now. Taps the door again. Good information, and Durka will find that 4th kill. He was nearly on for another ace, by the way, if it wasn't for the fact that another player ended up getting the kill. But how about a 5K ace on a previous round straight into a 4K as soon as we get back?
This is insane. Durka's definitely warmed up now. We talked about how he was a little quiet towards that first game of Ascent. He was struggling with a lot of these shots, whiffing quite a bit. Unable to set himself up for success at the beginning on their attack side on Ascent. He was just alone on an island, and they started figuring out how to play around him. But now on this map of Lotus, we don't see that at all. He is a changed man in the server, hitting every single shot, making sure he's getting so much out of his util, so much usage out of that operator as well. That one buy has made them win these last 2 rounds for sure. But of course, his sheer insane aim is the main reason. 5K and then a 4K as well on top of that. Just insane.
Started with him outplaying Mata. Then after that, 9 kills. Well, that includes the Mata kill as well. And those 9 kills later have left NRG hurting as they go into their timeout here to really talk about how to bring this one back a little bit. I say bring it back. They're still in the lead, 5-3, but damn, 3 rounds for Vitality have been damn good.
Yep, 4 ults on the side of Vitality. And this is why we were talking about how we thought this game would be a banger, because both these teams, so many decorated players, so much firepower. And the best part is the mid-rounding is so good from both these teams, knowing when to stop, knowing when to not be too over-aggressive, overextend. And it's just been phenomenal. But this round, Kiko, he's pushed all the way down C. He's tapped on the door. They faked that they have a C trap setting up towards the side of this map. And instead of falling for it, Yampi just going to use that Prowler to clear Mound. They're still trying to end towards this B, tapping the door one more time. NRG, site's empty.
NRG starting to walk down over into rubble here as well, certainly exploring with the boom bot. Multiple taps on the door just to make a little bit of noise, and now Boombot over in towards mid. Ethan is the one there waiting. Round is scary a little bit for NRG. The big piece of info is the fact that Marta's super pushed up. See that Scuba's calling over for a little bit of help here. Just a little bit of a check. Okay, Scuba's positioning up. Seems like the paranoia is being prepped there. We're going to explode onto B any moment now. It's going to be Durka coming in first. Steel Garden in for support. How many more kills we're going to get out of Durka this round? Plants coming on through. And a big spam. That's a decent amount of damage on the Yappy, but Brock doesn't get the kill just yet. 5-on-5 retake here. Nade in. Here comes a showstopper from the baby door side, and my god, Durka! He's so quick with it. Yampy falls to Scuba. Now, it's Durka's time to use a showstopper. He's sitting inside of the molly, which is not great, and 2 kills so far. Durka's taken over the game. There's only 2 players left here for NRG, and they are skedaddling. Vitality on 4.
Yeah, definitely a save here, especially with that Odin. Vitality, just a full set execute towards B, and again it's rewarded because Durka is just having such a good game now. Feels like the whole team too fully understands what the plan is supposed to be. They're no longer lost and fully understanding that their rotates are going to be pretty important. They're playing around now with NRG's rotates, playing with their defensive side. And I think this change of pace of them just really slowing it down, waiting to see or hear if there's any util from NRG on the defensive side, then playing around it, just going into a set strat has been really working out for them.
You got to feel bad for Marta here because Durka is kind of styling on him a little bit. And that's not to mention that Marta is still doing really well in the lobby. Top kills, top fragger for the lobby for NRG, but the shutdown operator against the showstopper into his own showstopper kill is just a little bit too much. NRG to be able to handle. But once again, NRG full rubble control.
Durka, the player that won Champions 2023 with Fnatic, has just been doing such a good job. He's one of the main players that we're talking about when we think of veterans, of decorated roster here for Vitality. Of course, he's going to go for another. The Prowler is going to catch him off, going to push him all the way back. The spam coming in, but Profek is here to try to catch off anything. Rotate back towards that C.
With Profek already inside door over on mid. Tapping that one a little bit, the rest of Vitality start to follow through. Now you start to feel NRG's side of the map on C with plenty of that Vice util still there. Scuba playing very closely to the opening. Razorvine and Cher have to be the tools here that start to make things a little bit more difficult.
30 seconds left.
Even the big TP in from Kiko here as well. And the time running out, we're rotating back over towards B. Another Razorvine drop. Will once again slow things down. Where are Vitality going to go? Back over towards C perhaps, but they're locked between 2 sites that just seem fully under control. So now the Scuba. And now Brock is just Brock
oh my
भाई यार
Brock ने दिखा दिया भाई Odin code.
Be the tool for NRG and Brock to shut the round down.
Vitality getting a little silly with their mid to late round, knowing that they're trying to play with the NRG rotate. Yes, it's very viable, but playing with it this late into the round, 10 seconds left on the clock, and you're just trying to get into sight. It's kind of an insane strat. And of course, Brock, beautiful Odin there, just holding it down.
Crazy shit. Really
makes sense why it's one of the reasons why they keep on to that Odin, especially if they're saving.
Alrighty, well. New round, new day. 2 left. Vitality can still close this one 6-6. Feeling really good about how they've been playing so far in this half, despite being behind.
Okay.
Marta really looking to redeem himself a little bit after what has been occurring with Durka on the opposite end. He is so close to the enemy here, and with only 1 player down for NRG, hoping for big success out of Marta here.
Okay.
baiting out that Vice wall. Trying to just be annoying once again. Vitality not trying to give away too much on where they're ending. And both these teams now at a stalemate, just sitting there waiting to see what the other team's doing. But NRG, they have a really nice setup here to counter this.
Oh, I don't think he got spotted. He barely dodged out of the Prowler, which means Ethan still has the opportunity to pop open here. Nightfall coming on through. That will reveal his positioning, but the Nightfall is going to cause problems. Vitality still stuck outside the door, and Kiko's doing big stuff.
Nice,
big triple up now, and Durka.
There.
Okay.
Is there enough time here? He has to make his way on to B instantly, and Brock is still there. Is there an opportunity here for Chronicle? Brock is spamming. You know what that means? Unfortunately, though, spam not good enough. Just on pistols and up. Marta now onto Durka and doubles up for the round victory. NRG.
Nice one, nice.
Big 7 found.
Really well played. Again, they're just sitting. NRG, they know that Vitality has started playing around with these rotates, and so they've opted to just sit and wait and try to let Vitality make that first move. Of course, that Prowler not spotting Ethan was really big on the round for NRG because they're just able to sit there, able to have that crossfire. Kiko, of course, with this beautiful 3K just DMing through that door on tree. And again, another round towards NRG. This is what you want to see now. The adaptations. Instead of just pushing and using that nade early and fighting really hard, they went back to this slower setup. They're going to start with these nades once again. They're reading that maybe Vitality is going to have a change of pace because they're able to. And Mata getting 2 picks right away, pushed up towards that rubble, falling all the way back because they have these numbers.
Causing problems here now. NRG liking their 5v3 chances. Look, they've lost a 5v2 before, but they're not looking to repeat that mess. Vitality, however, want to try and flush Marta out. He's stuck in the snake bite. He's going to have to swing eventually. How is he still going to kill despite swinging into obvious players? And, well, the rest of NRG will use that opportunity to get the cleanup here for 8-4. Another successful first half for NRG.
Feels like the rounds that Vitality won was really on the back of Durka getting those picks, getting those opening picks, making sure they're getting the multi-frags as well. And now that they're not having it, they're just playing with the mid-rounds. And I think for NRG, really well done on adapting and understanding that that's what was happening. But for Vitality, of course, they're trying to win out here. They need to get this if they want to try to get it as a 2-0 for the series. Going on to their defensive side now, though, it's going to be interesting to watch how NRG are going to be playing it. They're pretty slow. Don't try to do anything too crazy. Their pistols tend to be on the faster side, so I'm interested to see how it's going to go.
It was 8-4 on a cent first half for NRG. Acquiring a 0-7 comeback. It's another 8-4 start for NRG once again in the first half for Lotus. So once again, Vitality seemingly over the course of these two maps constantly having to make the comeback happen, but there were some ridiculous rounds in the middle there. Courtesy of Durka and co. Really bring things through, but the resilience and the consistency of NRG here with some amazing plays of their own as we start to get towards the end of the first half. I mean, you look at what Marta could do on this run, unbelievable. In the highlights there as well, seeing Kiko spray transfer for the triple.
Yeah.
These are the type of moments that deliver for NRG.
NRG really relying on their rotates, relying on their teamwork, and of course that individualistic power that they have. You can see Vitality talking about what they're trying to do for this half. It's super important for them to win this pistol out so they can get that equalize in numbers, win 2 rounds, make it 8-6, and then potentially win that bonus as well. I think this is so important for them. So you can definitely tell that they're trying to set up a really strict plan here, at least something that they know is going to work. But for NRG, they have a couple rounds to play with, not too worried. They've won that first pistol, trying to get a second on their belts. And actually 16 for Mata, 11 for Ethan, and 11 for Brock. You love to see that there's 3 players contributing to the success of NRG.
Durka's only one behind Mata just to show his impact for the team despite being 4 rounds down. He's certainly been delivering as a player that was struggling a little bit in that first map. Well, it'll be Mata down again, so one of our Rays is still into play, and Yampi with the one alongside Dirk to start dropping members of NRG. Spike's already on the floor, rapidly picked up by Kiko, but opening trades will go the way of Vitality.
The C trap really well read by Vitality. Knowing that NRG is probably going to do something quick and off of that pressure, setting up for that. But they've actually over-rotated off that site. And NRG, they're going to get a free side just walking all the way in, and they don't have that info unless they hear that Vice Flash.
Okay, well, the door's open on the other side, or at least it should be opening soon, you would imagine. Full retake now as members from Vitality start popping their way through. The wall is going to be at least preventing damage, you would have thought. And even on a frenzy, Chronicle still managed to find the head of Brock. Numbers advantage massively for Vitality now. Scuba alongside Kiko need to do something special here, and that's a good couple of kills. Yampi still responds, but now we're within clutch territory. Scuba 1 versus 2, 10 HP for Yampi to cave down a little bit more. Scuba looking for magic here, and he can't get it. The double face. Sayonara for Vitality will claim the pistol again.
This is really nice for them. Now they're able to equalize, hopefully not toss this anti-thrifty and get the 8-6 online. This is really important for Vitality. They make the scoreline closer. They no longer feel as much pressure, of course. Nothing like that first game. Yampi here. Really nice hold. Then just the spams coming in.
Fun fact, on Ascent, second half, it was a pistol win from Vitality to start to kick off their comeback journey. So
with the same scoreline.
When I said again they get the pistol, that is what I'm referring to as Durka now equalizes with Marta for 16. Vitality now feeling much better about their chances here. Full eco obviously from NRG, only pistols to play through. Is this going to be a speedy progression directly into C? The Razor Mine will at least slow that one down. Ethan doesn't care. He's going to start running his way through. Chronicle alongside the rest of the defensive line starting to come on through, and he's just making that stinger sing. Yampi onto Ethan as well, looking like a flawless here. Brock will at least make sure one kill is responded to. A little bit of dancing back and forth between this door. And it's going to be Brock coming on top of Yampi. Is Brock going to make it work a little bit more? Not quite as Profik. Brings it within a 3 versus 1 again. There should just be now the cleanup. Sayonara, easy as you like it.
Nice round there. Vitality, they're going to be happy with that one. 3 weapons too. They didn't lose too many, just dropping the 2. They still have that Bulldog as well. Now NRG, they're going to be on their first run round of this half. Vitality, I wonder if they're going to do anything crazy for their bonus, or they're just going to keep setting up for these trap plays. Their rotates have been really good, and I feel like already I've seen this team using that C door so often. NRG, they're just going to hold a little bit more passive. Just making sure they're aware of any pushes that could be happening around the map.
Passive one from NRG. Aside from Ethan spamming through double boxes, hoping a player is going to be on the other side of that. Early Odin for Brock as well. They're expecting Vitality to push, but Vitality, the only thing they're going to do is just hit the button for the door. That's the first bit of good info that NRG have had so far this round.
Still holding. Hearing that door. Not overreacting, though. Picking up that spike. Mata putting pressure towards that B. He's actually going to bait out a couple of Chronicles. Util.
Don't know if that was necessary from Chronicle, but...
Yeah.
Chronicle trying to respond with some ghost shots. Not the weapon you want to shoot through the door there compared to the Odin. 40 seconds left to go, and NRG start making their way over towards rubble. With Soju Vitality, Boombot now to try and clear that one. NRG playing this one so slowly and quietly that it's confusing Vitality a little bit. Selling this fake now is going to be Marta. Seems like it will be working for the time being. Yeah, it's working well if that Chronicle's gone as well.
They don't hear Mata falling back in time. And now 4 of these players now rotating onto C. They have front B, though, again for Vitality. They've retaken from this door multiple times.
Okay, Mata, he needs to do something big here. Doesn't land the shot. Durka is better. Yampi is one onto Brock. It's player advantage. Vitality once more with the lesser weaponry. Plant finally does come on through. 2 players coming in from CT, 1 down early. Kiko onto Chronicle. You gotta get the situation under control, but Vitality are just falling apart. NRG have 2 up, and they'll make sure that they take this 3rd round 96.
An expensive round for NRG, though. 3 weapons dropped. Good bonus from the side of Vitality. They're gonna be happy with that one, but still. Now, first gun round for both. It's going to be interesting to see how they play this out. I think, too, Durka, he's kind of been a little bit more quiet. But I also think the rest of Vitality, they're not really stepping up to this.
See if they can do it with the guns in their hands now, minus Durka on the Outlaw. Like you said, at least some damage was done, so not everyone on the side of NRG is going to have full armor. That's the opportunity for Durka to strike. A little bit of a utility being spent from Vitality early to clear through rubble this time around. Big shot. Durka is going to double up.
Spike down.
And now that's going to be a real issue for NRG, who will still make it onto side barely with Kiko. But like I said, there's a lack of armor on the side of NRG, which means the Outlaw for Durka is going to find some value.
Durka being Vitality's winning condition almost every single time now. I said he was a little bit quiet, but he came back online for that round. And now the high-low setup here in spawn might be able to punish, but the smoke actually going to cover that. The tap coming in, baits that util, baits that raise nade. And they're just going to walk back out because Scuba, he's had front B this whole time. He knows that no one's going to retake on them from that side.
Well, they've beaten out all of the Vice util, unless that's still a share in middle. Maybe it is, just can't quite see it on the minimap properly. Seems like the world's their oyster right now, but gonna quieten this one down, try and spread the defense out in the last 30 seconds. Tap door and make their way through B. That share wall indeed is still gonna be there, which does mean it's gonna be a bit of a slowdown for the remaining 2 members trying to make their way in from NRG. Now Prophet spamming on through, has eyes on Scuba. Nightfall as well defensively coming on in. They're running away, running out of time. You guys got a plant. Not gonna happen.
3-person save. They realized they were not able to get on that site. They knew it wasn't going to happen. They needed to get a pick onto that Heaven player just to make sure that they could get onto site and make it somewhat of a winnable post plant, but instead saving those 3 weapons. It's a good call, especially because Vitality, they've been so on top of those rotates. They've been so on top of making sure that they're playing together. And I think this defensive half so far, I'm very surprised by the way that Vitality is playing. It's very nicely done. And obviously off the back of Durka's first 2 kills on that C side.
Part of me wonders if it was possible for NRG just to break, or rather trigger the share wall a little bit earlier, or just go back to C when you know the Vice util wasn't going to be there.
I'll find you.
All is said and done. That round is in the past now. Yampi making some forward movements inside pillar, but a very slow one from NRG to start with, just passively waiting for Vitality to walk up.
Again, NRG were ahead, but now only 2-round differential between these 2 teams. Vitality super patient, getting info in the mid-round on Ethan towards B main. The Vice fully set up on this A side, not going to overextend. The wall is still there. They don't really know where the wall is yet for the side of NRG, and Durka, he's going to peek down this A line again. That Viper wall is going to go up, but I think he just saw Scuba jumping across. I think he saw the outline of that player. The wall, the door, sorry, is tapped. There's going to be a little bit more pressure. The smoke is here. 3 players on the side of NRG, but the door is being broken to B.
Now the baby door's gone in. Horns being traded out through as well, and now all the pressure on for this defense. Mata under pressure here, goes down. Scuba on the Yampi as well, and Durka, he'll at least get the 1 there. Plant does come on through. Steel Garden as well offensively. And that's a big shot from Sayonara, giving numbers advantage now over to Vitality. Triple entry potential here coming on through. Sayonara really wants to force the issue here, but can't quite find the shots. He's getting damage in response. Ethan onto Chronicle, despite the paranoia coming on through, by the way. 2 versus 2. TP now coming on through from pillars, but Ethan is isolated. Ethan is isolated, but through the smoke gets a single shot that lands onto Prophet. 2 versus 1. And through the smoke is going to be Ethan, tripling up in the round.
That was crazy. You can see Mata on the screen there going, wow. that didn't look winnable for a second for NRG. Vitality having a really good retake. They had these players in heaven, the players coming in through door, making sure that they're not able to just scale. They killed 2 of their players before the spike was even down, getting the 3rd onto Brock. But all of a sudden, Ethan coming in huge with the Guardian, pushing through that heaven. And that last kill on Sayonara, kind of questionable that the 2 players on Vitality split up.
Hoping the TP here, Kiko wants to get some advanced positioning. He's going to claim rubble. No response so far. Wow, Mata. Insane timing versus Yampi. Not ready for that one in response. And how quickly can Vitality respond now? They're just going to send the Nightfall. This is a full potential of a rush on through, but they've slowed down. Is it a peel off? Not quite. Dirk is happy to just take a free kill. Given how slow NRG have been so far, they're walking the spike back. Sayonara's made it on the other side of the wall! And Mata just can't quite steady the shots to get the kill. Scuba, he's basically stuck now as Dirk are looking for anybody on the showstopper, finds a kill on the Scuba on the back.
Spike down A.
And now this round has completely fallen away from NRG. Vitality take advantage of energy.
Vitality just so quick to collapse. The rotates were there, ready to support the rest of their team. Even though Mata got the opening, they were instantly punished. Vitality, I really like the way that they're playing this map right now for them. The spike is down. Durka gonna be the one to hunt, but Brock just saving in spawn. This is rough because look at the economy on the side of NRG. They barely have enough for the next round. Definitely not going to be able to have a full buy with full rifles and armor. They could squeeze by with a couple rifles to buy around with this Phantom, but still, it's looking rough. Brock getting the pick onto Durka. Gonna deny getting that weapon down, but the players on Vitality, they're going to be happy just to get this round.
Yep. Closing that gap again. Something tells me we may be looking at further OTs here because Vitality are climbing back in and NRG. They get one and they lose one instantly. Very interesting round that took place there. Nightfall being sent through. Wanted to push up aggressively into tree. Ended up stopping and slowing down, and then Dirk and the rest of Vitality coming through from Baby Daughter. Crunch them in as the timeout comes through now.
NRG taking a timeout. They really need to figure out what's going on. Need to scramble because every single time they've gotten that opening pick, it's backfired. Feels like they're struggling to figure out what Vitality is doing exactly. Comes down to a lot of these clutches for them to win rounds, but they're trying to figure out how to make it smoother. And for me, from what I'm seeing, Vitality, they're just doing such a good job at rotating, making sure they're not doing too much until they know that pressure is real. Trying to find the Vice wall maybe for the side of NRG, bait it out, get some info, or go back to what's true to them. Their executes, the ones where no one can play on site because the paranoias are so good, because the util is absolutely phenomenal, and of course sending in and setting up Mata for success, making sure he's getting onto site, using that util really well, using his nades to clear the angles. But we jump back into this game here. Mata actually has the showstopper online as well, opting just for a stinger, but the Phantom that they saved still online for Brock.
It's the only gun that they have here. Kiko gets an extra stinger in hand to see if he can make that work. Has been a while since they've really decided to explore through mid. Sheer wall, you'd imagine, has been popped on through. Okay, Mata, wow, just runs to the Prophet. Goodbye. Look how quickly, though, the response is going to be. Sayonara will clean up Mata. Doesn't get Brock. That's the only rifle, and finds success. And Durka's got a timing eventually through into Pillar, also into Baby Door, Yampi onto Scuba, Durka onto Brock, he activates on the flank. We didn't have high expectations for NRG this round, but it's still a 2 versus 2. Kiko and Ethan, by the way, both found guns. This is workable now. This is a 2v2. You can definitely win in. Forcing the steel gun out of Chronicle. And Chronicle will get that kill onto Kiko. Ethan now has a lot to do.
Oh, low.
Nice
one.
Ethan again.
Round.
B.
Crazy round.
Popping out of his seat. You best believe that's a good round for him.
He's having so many good rounds. There's no way that that's his second 3K to clutch in a post plant.
Thrifty clutch.
Thrifty clutch. It's insane. And now Vitality, they're really going to be scratching their heads. Sayonara coming back from heaven, over peaking after getting that pick onto Mata instead of waiting for his team to rotate. I feel like that's where they've been finding success, so I'm so confused on why he was getting antsy to get into that peak, and now NRG going fast once again, but this time towards A main. I say that, but they hear all that pressure. They fall the way back, and look at how fast they're rotating to C.
NRG, they really wanted that play on the rubble, but that failed for them previously. So now the long rotation comes on through. Plenty of Vice Util there, and in we go. Mata once again, no fear. Showstopper in. How fast the Vitality run? They are gone. But full control being taken by NRG here.
They're going to be able to set up into a post plan as well. Brock playing all the way towards that C mound. He's holding onto that door. He knows no one's coming through. Passive information from the wall. No one's flank either. This is nice. The Viper's Pit's going to go down all the way through spawn. These two players kind of overextending, but it doesn't matter. Mata gets one. Sayonara drops him, though. And now the Viper's Pit. Kiko playing around, getting the pick onto Durke. And all of a sudden, 3v4, Viper's Pit, it's looking so much harder for Vitality.
Okay, Yampi, let's drop some util into this play to see if you can get yourself through. There's barely any rounds left. You got to make something work here. I mean, they got 2 rifles. Yampi doesn't have one of them. I guess they've decided there's just not going to be enough time here. The economy is not looking amazing. They have to play into a Viper's Pit. Vitality, sad to say, but they're going to deliver number 12 to NRG.
Yeah.
12-8. This is a good adaptation from NRG. I was talking about seeing a little bit more aggression, and now here we are. Their bread and butter. Using their executes to make sure that they're getting onto site, setting Mata up for success. And it's just been phenomenal. I mean, even if it does come down to these clutches, they have been winning them. The problem is now, though, a timeout for Vitality. They have so much to talk about. Their defense all of a sudden has been crumbling. They haven't been able to figure out the answer these past couple rounds.
It's been 2 fast rounds from Mata. Just jump pack it in there. 0 fair. First one, the round before, which was number 19. Stinger in hand and just runs at Profik and easily gets that kill, which is a little shocking from the side of Vitality's POV. And then the round just before, Showstopper, that one's a bit more understandable. He completely clears everything on site, gets into hole as well. The level of map control that they had, then putting the Viper's Pit in play as well, just makes things so difficult for a side of Vitality that are thinking about their economy, thinking about now they're forced to think about how they can pull through 4 rounds in a row to take us to another OT.
Yep, and they're having to force, of course. They do not want to lose this round. Obviously, they don't want to lose this map. 2 Phantoms, though, a Guardian, a Stinger, a Bulldog. It's looking not too hot for Vitality, but they're using this to play towards that A main once again, using util, using that nade. The Haunt's going to go out. Maybe Durka's going to take that fight. The Satchel goes down.
Another fast one coming through from Vitality to maintain rubble control, forcing NRG to respect it. Viper's Pit's the only real ultimate to talk about unless Yampi can get something done to trigger this Nightfall into play as well. Boombot will discover the presence for NRG. And once the smoke fades, is there going to be contact found? No, the Viper's wall is going to allow NRG to start walking on through, but it falls down and Mata gets his first kill. Durka